Hi everyone, good morning. We're about to start, so I want to first introduce Pietro Veronesi, who's the Deputy Dean of Booth.
Good morning, everyone. I am Pietro Veronesi, one of the Deputy Deans of Chicago Booth. And it's a pleasure to welcome you all to the 2023 Antitrust and Competition Conference hosted by the Stigler Center for the Study of the Economy and the State at the University of Chicago. Welcome. As you may know, the Stigler Center was founded over 45 years ago as a partnership between the university's Department of Economics and the law school. And one of the hallmarks of the center then and now is a focus on interdisciplinary research and on investigating the connections between economics, politics, regulation, and markets, among others. This conference really helps exemplify that purpose with top scholars from different disciplines and universities around the world, as well as other key policymakers, practitioners, and stakeholders. The importance and timeliness of the topics covered in the Stigler Center Antitrust Conference series over the years is pretty much clear. It's also especially appropriate for these discussions take place at the University of Chicago in this year as we celebrate the 125th anniversary of Chicago Booth. The university and the so-called Chicago School of Economics were among the foundations of reforms in antitrust policies that happened decades ago. The fact that we continue to engage in this discussion showcases our commitment to intense inquiry and open dialogue, as well as a commitment to challenging conventional wisdom. I'm sure that all this will play out over these next 2 days of this conference as you work to explore what a modern US antitrust policy might look like. Finally, I would like to thank the conference organizers from Booth, Filippo Lancieri, Guy Rolnick, and Luigi Zingales. Thank you to all the speakers for participating in this important event, and thank you to all of our attendees, both here and online. We look forward to the many productive conversations that will unfold, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much, Pietro, for these great welcome remarks, and good morning to everyone in the room and to all of you watching us from elsewhere. In my opening remarks last year, I mentioned how during my extremely long 13 years as an antitrust student, from an undergraduate in Brazil to today, I had really witnessed firsthand the slow international decay of US antitrust hegemony. It's impressive to see how US antitrust policy went in such a short time, from a policy that awed and led the world to a policy that unfortunately carries less and less weight. This is partially because US antitrust policy lost its backbone, which was its ability to adapt to changes in market conditions and in academic scholarship before other countries did, and in doing so, lead the rest of the pack. Indeed, one way to represent this disconnect can be by looking at the evolution of Supreme Court decisions. For a separate project, I've been identifying and looking at the impressive number of 473 decisions the Supreme Court ruled on antitrust matters since the 1890s, since the enactment of the Sherman Act. As you can see from the graph, it's no exaggeration to say that by 2010, we had literally hit rock bottom. The court had never had a more antagonistic view of antitrust enforcement in its history. And this was despite the work of many people in this room, actually. We know for a while that not all vertical integrations are pro-competitive, that workers can also be injured by anti-competitive behavior. And many other topics that we could discuss here and address that are separate from policy. The same graph, though, shows how there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Times are slowly changing. Still, this process is facing and will face remarkable obstacles, and success is far from guaranteed. At the Stigler Center's, at the end of last year's conference, Luigi stated that while antitrust was in bad shape but alive, the consumer welfare standard was dead. These were his concluding remarks. However, and paraphrasing the great wisdom from HBO series, what is dead may never die, will rise stronger. No? That is to say that the, let's say, moribund US antitrust policy that still prevail in the courts and in many policy and other circles will not be truly gone until we can find a proper replacement. Any policy needs guiding principles to decide on complex trade-offs, and antitrust is no exception. This is the goal of the 6th Stigler Center Annual Antitrust and Competition Conference, which starts now. This is perhaps our boldest conference because it's a conference about the future, not a conference about the past. It's not an exaggeration, again, sorry to say, that we really brought together the brightest minds from many different generations and from many different countries to discuss this important question: what should guide US antitrust policy moving forward? And over the next 2 days, this room will host discussions on key topics such as what is the strength of the economic evidence that connects lackluster antitrust enforcement and societal harms? Is there such thing as a unique consumer welfare standard, and how do we define it? Is current antitrust policy well equipped to tackle challenges around the ownership concentration of media markets, around ecosystems, and about labor markets, among other topics? What ideal standards should guide US antitrust policy? And finally, what is the optimal role of courts in this entire process? Concluding, I believe many people in this room would agree that free markets are the best mechanism to improve people's lives. Yet free markets need sound antitrust policy, and a sound global antitrust policy needs the US pushing us forwards, not backwards. Maybe call me naive, but I strongly believe that good ideas can shape a better world. It is our joint responsibility as the antitrust community to help lead the way. So yeah, let's get to work. Please.
All right.
Am I supposed to put this on? Yes, maybe. Oh, it is on. I'm Jesse Eisinger. I'm a senior editor and reporter at ProPublica, and welcome to you all. I was reflecting on having attended the first of these conferences back in 2017, where I'd gotten to know Guy Rolnick a little bit, and I sort of thought, well, here's this kind of crazy Israeli journalist, and no one disdains journalists more than journalists. So I thought, we don't know anything. How could he know anything? And I sort of thought that maybe it was like a performance art piece to set it at the University of Chicago, and that was sort of more or less it. And then I come back now, 2023, and it seems to me like the conversation around antitrust has undergone a remarkable sea change. It has entered the public lexicon. It is a mainstream topic for journalists who are exploring this. We see regular stories about companies and their anti-competitive practices, something that really the business press, which is what I grew up in, I'm a kind of observer of the antitrust world, but not involved in it. But the business press has woken up to this. On the other hand, there's a joke in journalism that when you are writing out your prize letters, you'll be surprised to learn that journalists care about prizes. And if you haven't had any impact from your stories, you say, we changed the national conversation. And so, is antitrust doing anything? Are Cantor and Kahn and the Neo-Brandeisian school of scholars accomplishing anything? Have they? Our topic is going to be, are they measuring and analyzing the economy writ large properly and well enough to convince people? And I think we're going to have a very interesting conversation today. I will, since I'm at a university, I know I'm supposed to do this, I'm going to give everybody a trigger warning, which is that I told everybody on the panel to argue with each other, to pick fights and name names. So if they come across as rude, that's just because they're following instructions. Instructions from me. I worried that the first panel people wouldn't be awake, and we'd have to wake them up a little bit. And I've also asked them to make some opening presentations. And I'm going to ruthlessly enforce a 5 to 7 minute rule for these and cut them off mid-sentence and just so that you guys can keep your eyes open. So, John, I asked you to start. Why don't you, give us your slides, your overview. We'll have short kind of overviews of people's work, and then I'll try to ask as many questions that occur to me. And then when I falter, I'll turn to all of you, and I hope you guys ask as many provocative questions as you can. And then we'll adjourn. So thank you. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Jesse. Is this working? Yes. And thanks to the organizers of this conference. It's a pleasure to be back here. I, too, was here in 2017, and that was a path-breaking set of sessions and conversations, and it's interesting to sort of follow up at this juncture. So what I want to do today is to not simply review some of the evidence, though that's really what the blurb introducing this panel suggests, but to see where some of this evidence takes us, to see what some further implications of the evidence we have on mergers and enforcement policy imply about the specific focus or locus of under-enforcement with implications for further changes in merger enforcement practices. And specifically, I want to focus on what I call the enforcement gap. So the enforcement gap is the degree to which mergers with certain characteristics are systematically under-enforced by the agencies. There's widespread agreement that there's under-enforcement in general, but do we think that that occurs for 3-2 mergers or 5-4 mergers or 10-9 mergers? And in addition, I want to pair that information with some idea about the percent to which mergers with those very same characteristics prove to be anti-competitive. The gap between those two percentages is what I would call the enforcement gap. It's the shortfall of actual enforcement relative to the frequency with which mergers with those characteristics have proven to be anti-competitive. So I need to, and now I'll draw out some implications for, yes, the structural presumption. We're all being asked to be provocative, so I might as well start with that. Well, thank you for putting me on first, because everybody for 2 days now, I guess, to take off on what I have to say. I'm always grateful for that. So the first bit of evidence comes from the Federal Trade Commission data itself. I've used this before. Some of you have seen this. The FTC, between the years 1996 and 2011, reported information on the total number of merger investigations that they conducted, more than 1,200. And by categories and characteristics, they also identified with what frequency they took any enforcement action. We can talk about the definition of that later on. But roughly speaking, it is the frequency with which they went after mergers with certain characteristics. And in using the data, whoops, not entirely what I wanted to have happen.
You can reclaim your time.
All right. I'm going to keep using that as necessary. Thank you, Jesse. So one unsurprising factor and reassuring is that, of course, depending on the number of remaining significant competitors, which is defined in the data presentation by the FTC, an ever larger fraction of those high concentration mergers are subject to enforcement action. This we know. 78% overall, but certainly for 2-to-1 mergers, the answer is all but a few are subject to enforcement. But the interesting question is how this, two interesting questions. One, and this too I've talked about before, is that this has changed over time rather dramatically. And this is the evolution and narrowing of enforcement. So if you look at the sub-periods, which are the 4 columns to the right, the first column, 1996 to 2011, reproduces the data I just showed. But if you look at the subsequent columns, what you'll see is that while mergers resulting in 7-6 and 5-4 were enforced in the early years at 60%, 40%, 20%, by the 2008 to 2011 period, there were no longer any enforcement actions taken against mergers that resulted in 5 firms or 6 firms. And that ceased at an earlier date, 6 firms. 7 firms ceased even earlier. So this is the progressive narrowing of enforcement over time that I have commented on and criticized before. That's the FTC's own data, and it's fully comprehensive. It's all the merger investigations. So this is, subject to qualifications of various sorts, but certainly it's not a sample. It's nothing other than my reworking of the data. Mind you, this is not the way the FTC reported it, and they no longer report this data at all. I don't want to take full credit for that, but so the implications are that enforcement has remained high for mergers in high concentration markets. For all those that have resulted in 4 or fewer, the numbers remain in the high 80s to 90%. But for mergers resulting in 5 or more competitors, the rate of enforcement has collapsed during this crucial period. And this is a chart that kind of shows the trend lines for the upper ones are mergers resulting in 1, 2, 3, or 4 mergers, and most of those firms, most of those percentages have held up, but they have, as you see, progressively eroded and collapsed for mergers resulting in 5, 6, 7, or 8 mergers, significant competitors. So the next bit of data is to say, well, so what? Which of these mergers represent competitive concerns? And what do we know about that? For this, I've added and spliced the results from the meta-analysis that I conducted on merger retrospectives. And we can talk about all the caveats about that at some later date, but this does represent what I do believe to be one of the more comprehensive, let us say, compilations of what we know about the outcomes of actual mergers. These are published studies using typically difference in difference analysis to identify the price effects. I don't think that price is the only issue about mergers, but it is the metric that presents itself most easily for a wide number of cases, so that is what I'm going to use. And so I had about 60 merger studies in the compilation, and I did a meta-analysis of these, and about more than 80% of all mergers resulted in price increases, and those price increases were non-trivial, more than 7% on average. The agencies investigated all of these mergers in the retrospectives and took action of any sort only in somewhat less than 40% of those cases. So that too is perhaps not, that was to some degree surprising, but what I really want to do is to disaggregate that data, again, by the number of remaining significant competitors to see what the percent of enforcement actions are against what we know to be the changing pattern of enforcement by the Federal Trade Commission. And, again, I've got data using Herfindahl concentration and also data on the number of significant competitors. There's more data, which I'll show in a bit, using the Herfindahl. There's fewer observations, more like 20 or 22, was about the only ones we could recover. Myself and RAs went back to these periods of ouch.
Yeah.
Went back to these very periods of time and looked at data on concentration, numbers of significant competitors at the point where the merger was announced. And what it shows is that, of the small number, and this is clearly an issue, that all of the mergers that resulted in 5 or fewer competitors in the merger retrospectives were anti-competitive. Okay, 80% of those at 6 competitors, somewhat lesser percentages, as one would expect thereafter. So I can look at I'm going to take, with your indulgence, I won't answer some questions afterwards. How's that?
Okay.
So, let me just get to
it.
No, anyway. So, thank you. So this is a map of the percent of anti-competitive mergers. This last slide I just showed, according to the number of remaining significant competitors, and this is, and the red line is the percent of action, the percent with which actions were taken for the very same numbers of remaining significant competitors. The gap between the two is the enforcement gap. High percentages continue to be addressed during this period of time by the FTC. And by the time you get to 8 or 9 competitors, there really are few, if any, anti-competitive consequences. But in the middle, where there are 4 or 5, maybe 3, certainly 4 or 5 or 6 competitors, this is the significant enforcement gap. This is where the shortfall occurs. So let me conclude, I guess, with 2 questions about which I wanted to say something. One is, what's going on here? Why is that the case? And there's several possible explanations. Resource issues, ideology, though this covers both Democratic and Republican administrations and lots of commissioners. But I think one of the important issues is that this is the range where taking actions based on coordinated effects is particularly difficult. The agency struggled to present cases that don't have damning documents or maverick firms addressing coordinated effects concerns. And it's in this region, it seems to me, that policy needs to deal with anti-competitive mergers differently. And my recommendation is the structural presumption. My recommendation has been, I recommended this before I worked at the FTC, and I continue to recommend it now. You can fill in the gap between those two any way you want. It seems to me that the structural presumption has good merit, and it also deals with the issue of, it reflects the Philadelphia National Bank language, and it also reflects an efficient way of dealing with mergers that defy proof on a case-by-case basis. Not, I might add, that a case-by-case basis has 100% accuracy rate either. So with that and with your indulgence, thank you.
Okay. Simcha, it's your turn. All right. And you've promised to keep it under 7.
When you tell me to stop, I will stop.
Yeah, exactly. Or you get to finish your sentence. That was interesting, though, John. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I actually wanted to spend some time at the beginning. Oh, I made these slides wide. Hopefully they'll show correctly. Just to delineate what I think of as 3 different types of research that you'll hear about today that Stigler conferences have covered in the past. Sometimes they're talked about together. This panel mixes them, but they're somewhat distinguished. The first topic that I would describe is illegal anti-competitive behavior on the part of firms, and a lot of this is covered by traditional antitrust enforcement law. This is set out in law. For example, the Sherman Act. It's been enforced since 1890. It's enforced by the Department of Justice and the FTC in the US. There's a split a little bit. It includes classical forms of anti-competitive behavior, such as price fixing, bid rigging, market allocation. You can go down the list. The second way in which the government enforces or oversees competition is through merger reviews. So John's previous talk was about merger reviews. Companies are seeking to merge with one another. The government is allowed to review it, not because they're alleging past harm, that they've already engaged in bad behavior, but they're afraid that by allowing the firms to merge, the larger firm would have more market power. So that's number 2. Again, it's enforced by the DOJ and the FTC. Number 3 is also in this conference, past conferences by the Stigler Center and on this panel. They talk more broadly about market power by firms. This can be measured by profits, by markups, concentration, whether measured traditionally or accounting for the fact that there's overlapping ownership between the firms. It can be about big tech and big pharma. There have been panels at Stigler conferences that might not allege that they've broken existing antitrust laws, but there's a problem here for policy. And so there's an open question of whether and how this should be addressed by policy. Perhaps it is appropriate to hand this responsibility to the antitrust enforcers. Perhaps there's another way of dealing with it. It's an open question that could be asked and could be dealt with. Okay. Most, but not all of this research in the third bucket is not alleging that the firms have broken the law. There are some strands of research here that do, but not all of it does. And there can be some disagreement on how to interpret. Is Amazon's being big evidence that they've done something wrong or likely to do something wrong, or is it that they are better? There are multiple things here. Okay, so that's a distinction between the type of research you'll hear discussed at this panel and other panels today. What I'll talk about briefly is my new work, and it's on the first category, just illegal anti-competitive behavior of the traditional sense. There's surprisingly little work on this. There's certainly work in what I would describe as case studies. They've looked at particular legislation. There's a lot of work, for example, or papers that I know, more than one on AT&T, including one of the ones I really like on being forced to license out the patent for transistors. All these are very nice. But there isn't a lot of systematic work, and part of this is there isn't standardized data. And so this project, joined with a number of co-authors, and I promised Luigi this maybe 2 months ago, it really will be out in about 3 weeks. Ezra's having a second kid due in mid-May, and so it really will be out. It's a 2-part project. We first collect and standardize the history of DOJ antitrust enforcement. So for this project, we started in 1971. If you have or will see a figure in one of Luigi's papers that goes from 1890, we provided the data for that. So we have it going back a while. The analysis, so we collect everything, but our analysis are going to focus on those cases that allege that there was bad behavior. So we're excluding everything having to do with mergers. We're really in bucket number 1 here. And I think we're going to be the first paper to really systematically, on a large scale, measure economic effects. We're going to look at the level of economic activity following antitrust enforcement. We're going to look at new business formation, and we're going to look at the distribution of income. And our results might not be very shocking that bad behavior suppresses economic activity, and the antitrust enforcement actions correct that and improve economic activity. I'm not going to show you any statistics, but I'll give you a brief overview. This is just a histogram that counts the number of cases that we collect from 1971 to 2018. The micro data we can use for analysis started in 1977, so we haven't spent as much time cleaning up the earlier data, but we do have it. Oh, I'll make one more comment. We think that there is a lack of research in this area on systematic with large amounts of data, so we're going to make the data available later to people who want to do work in this area. All right. And again, what is it that they're choosing to enforce? Whether this is optimal or not, we're not going to discuss. I've broken this out into 2 groups. The paper will have a complete table. Here I've shown you, I tried to make sure it fits in one slide. The numbers here can add up to more than 100% because one case can allege more than one type of bad practice. The most common allegations are bid rigging, price fixing, market allocation. Right, so they tend to appear in the horizontal violation category. These are also the least controversial. I don't think there are any economists in this room who would say it would be a bad idea for the DOJ to enforce these. The top 3 categories I put in green because those are the ones that go into our analysis. Merger violations, whether they're lawsuits brought to partially or completely block a merger or violations of pre-merger notification, these are really alleging potential future harm, and so we don't expect to find much in the data. We're not including it. This one, how much time do I have?
A little over a minute.
Terrific. The results will be on the next slide. The results all look good. More economic activity, more new businesses enter. The distribution of income later favors labor. These results are permanent. You'll see it in the data 8 years out. It stays there. I want to explain one thing that we can and cannot do in the data. So there was a case brought in court against Google in 2020, and you might think this is a really important case because of Google's sheer size, its dominance. What makes this a potentially important case is also what makes it extremely difficult to study with concrete analysis. It's really hard to figure out how Google would have evolved going forward but for this case. What we're going to do instead is we're going to focus on non-tradable industries. So I'll give you a very kind of plain example. If the DOJ goes after supermarkets in Illinois. Less exciting, the big advantage here, we have a good way of measuring how the supermarket industry in Illinois would have evolved but for the case. We can look at supermarkets in Massachusetts, in New York, in California, and Texas. It works very well in the data. The empirical evidence shows it's very convincing from my pick. All right? I'll also say this isn't just a small amount of what the DOJ does. It isn't that the DOJ is focused only on the big cases and this is a side kind of project. This is about 2/3 of the cases. 2/3 of the cases are these types of industries that serve local populations. I suspect that the results would apply to the bigger dominant firms that are active globally or certainly nationally, but our evidence in its narrow sense is limited to the second category. I'll end here. If you have questions about the results, I'll take them in between.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm looking for the song that I play for my kids when they're trying to get ready in the morning to speed them up to get to go to school. It goes. Da, 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 da. We also do Flight of the Bumblebees. So options for young parents. All right, Iona, are you ready?
Oh yeah, I can.
Okay, you're on.
All
yes,
right.
Late comer, but but welcome. I'm glad that you made it. Okay. As you can see, I'm being very ruthless about the time.
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Well, you went over, but it's okay. I've built in a little expectation that you guys will take as much as you can get, and
so I'm gonna talk without slides about labor markets, some of the evidence from my research and antitrust enforcement, and right now I'm the principal economist at the DOJ ATR, the antitrust division. So, it's interesting with labor because I think as we've shown in a paper with Eric Posner, who's here, there has been until the past few years very little enforcement. And so one issue is, should we have any enforcement at all? Which, of course, it's a rhetorical question of sorts here. But I want to speak to the evidence that there is a lack of competition that's pervasive in labor markets across the US economy. And this lack of competition contributes to lower wages and probably worse jobs than we would otherwise have. And so, and then I'm going to talk to you about some of the antitrust enforcement actions that we've been taking at the DOJ, as well as actually this is a growing area of enforcement internationally in many other jurisdictions. And it's been very interesting for me to observe the growth of this movement of enforcing the antitrust laws in the labor market across the world. In fact, I've partially based my remarks on a comment that I just filed in the Australian Parliament, where they're looking into issues of competition policy, and I filed a comment about what's been happening around the world in this area of enforcement in the labor market. So the first thing to note is that there's evidence that employers can suppress wages due to limited competition in the labor market. And one of my own papers uses detailed data on job applications to show that ultimately the labor supply elasticity is quite low, meaning that workers aren't very sensitive to wages, and therefore the optimal markdown is going to be quite high, meaning that workers will be paid less than their marginal productivity. Specifically, we find that the implied markdown from our work implies that workers are about 20% more productive than the wages that they get paid. And secondly, we also find that many American labor markets are highly concentrated. With HHI in the labor market above 2,500. And this concentration is important because it's going to drive lower wages. So in our own work, we showed that increases in labor market concentration are associated with lower posted wages. So companies offer lower pay in markets that are more concentrated. Importantly, there are some difficulties with establishing that. We use an instrumental variable technique, and it's quite robust. But I think it's important to look at it also in a more quasi-experimental way. And there are important contributions to the literature by Prager and Schmidt that looked at hospitals, and more broadly for the whole US economy by Arnold, where they looked at mergers. So to the extent that we can see mergers as a quasi-experiment, we can look at the impact of mergers on wages as a function of concentration. And of course, this is also very relevant for enforcement, because mergers, in my everyday role, this is what we're looking at, to enforce against potentially, depending on the facts. And so what these papers find is that mergers that greatly increase labor market concentration lower wages. And so in a quasi-experimental setting, and one of the papers by Prager and Schmidt, it was published in the AR. So that's another fact to know. Now, there's a vast literature on this topic, since I started, and actually I'm excited to say that I'm working on several literature reviews on this topic, and I'm really looking forward to reading all of your work. So many of you are here in the room for this, and but so this is building up, and at the same time there's been a buildup of antitrust enforcement. So that's the academic side, but enforcers around the world, have been working on this. So in the US, first off, we've been doing, the antitrust division has been suing companies in particular for collusion in labor markets. as well as around mergers. And so, it's kind of interesting. Let me first talk about mergers. It turns out that mergers of buyers as a potential issue, this has been mentioned in the merger guidelines since 1982, I found out. So this has a long history in the merger guidelines let me just make it clear. Buyers here in the context of labor markets, these are employers, they are buyers of labor services, right? So that's an example. But since 1982, the merger guidelines said mergers of buyers can cause anti-competitive effects, right? So, and this has been then kept on and developed from there. So, at the DOJ, what we've had here is a very important case that we won in the fall on Halloween. The decision came last fall, which was in a merger of two large publishers, where it was Random House and Simon & Schuster. So we decided to challenge this merger because we claimed that the mergers of these two very large publishers was going to reduce payments to authors who are trying to sell their books to these publishers. And the judge ultimately accepted our argument. The merger was blocked. The parties decided not to appeal. So that was the end of that merger. And it's the first time that a merger was blocked on account of monopsony effects that have that include labor service within this case. So that was very important, and we have a lot of interesting statements by the judge that's going to help us move forward. And then, the worldwide, there's also been growing enforcement, especially focused on, so Simha was talking about these horizontal things. So price fixing in the labor market is wage fixing. And then market allocation in the labor market is going to be seen as no poaching agreements. So, if you and I agree not to hire each other's employees, it's the same essentially as saying, well, you keep your customers in Chicago, I keep my customers in Philadelphia. Let's agree, not to go after each other's customers. So it's market allocation. And these kinds of violations, horizontal violations, have been increasingly pursued both in the US and abroad. And in the US specifically, we've established, in a string of judicial decisions that they are, in fact, a per se violation of the antitrust laws. To have a no-poach agreement is, in fact, akin to market allocation and is a violation. Now, abroad, there are many antitrust authorities that have started taking action against collusion in labor markets, and it goes all the gamut from the UK, Spain, Romania, Brazil, you name it. This is a movement of enforcement that is now worldwide. And so not only that, some countries like Canada, and let me conclude with this, have realized that they weren't able to go after this because the antitrust laws did not encompass labor markets. And so in Canada, they just passed new legislation that forbids no poaching agreements. They had to say it because it wasn't obvious from their antitrust laws, but I think that that's a very interesting development to know about, as far as this labor market enforcement worldwide. So that's what I had to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I like to think of that as the we should have thrown Steve Jobs in prison initiative. If everybody remembers, he got away with all that long before these revelations. So it's really encouraging work. Okay, Martin, can you give us an update on concentration and cross ownership, and then Chad's going to come in and dissent and blow criticize everybody here. I'm hoping. All right, Martin, go ahead.
So thanks very much for having me. I want to start by showing you a few facts about who owns US public firms, and then explain how it relates to the consumer welfare discussion, the theme of the conference. So the first thing I'm showing here is the average share across S&P 500 single class firms from 2004 to 2020 by the so-called big three asset managers. And you can see they held somewhere between 2 and 3% or 2 and 4% back then. But now Vanguard on average holds more than 10% of the average S&P 500 firm. And BlackRock, that's this jagged line here, since buying BGI also has become large, although it grows a bit less fast. And I want to emphasize, this is a percentage of the outstanding shares, not the shares that get voted, which is a lot less. No? So jointly, they control 23% of the stock, so it's kind of hard to see how they wouldn't be influential, really, in any voting model. However, the increase in common ownership of competitors, right, so these firms own lots of competitors, is not just due to indexing, as many or some people have claimed, and I think that's incorrect. So for one, some active investors are also buying competitor stakes. In the past, I often used Berkshire Hathaway as an example, but here I'll give you a different one. Cascade Investments is Bill Gates' family office. Those are 3 waste management companies in America. And you can see, actually, stakes are kind of large, right? So you buy a third of one firm, and together with the Gates Foundation, hold a bit more than 8% in the direct competitor. And also, that is not an exception. Activist hedge funds do it as well. Pershing Square buys large stakes in Burger King, Chipotle's, and Domino's Pizza, and so forth. All right, so those are anecdotes, but what I want to convince you of is that this is a systemic phenomenon. Okay, so what I'll show you now is a regression of our favorite measure of common ownership that's now used in the literature on various types of investors' holdings. And as you might suspect, the CEO and board members, they tend to hold mostly shares in their target firm, so that reduces common ownership of competitors. But the surprising part that I just claimed is that activist holdings actually increase it. Okay, of course, indexing, as you might suspect, increases it as well. But the interesting part is that over and above indexing, the holdings by the big 3 also increase measures of common ownership. And this is by contrast to a paper in the literature that claims that once you control for indexing, really the big 3 don't have any additional effect on common ownership. And that finding is just wrong, because for one, they misparse the 13F filings from the SEC. And second, look, in order to see that Bill Gates, the family office, holds these large stakes, you cannot only look at 13F filings, which is what the literature typically uses, you have to scrape all the others as well. And that's something we do in that paper that I'm flashing down there. Okay, so common ownership is not just driven by indexing, but also by activists. And I think that's important when you think about what the low-hanging fruit are in enforcement. Okay. Why would it be that the big 3 holdings could have a positive effect over and above indexing? Because remind yourself, BlackRock is not an index fund. BlackRock is a family of funds that centralize all the voting decisions across these different funds in one central office. So it's just centralization of corporate control that drives common ownership. Well, and yet in the US, competition authorities mostly ignore this. No? So there's been a conference on it, but I mean in actual enforcement practice, it's mostly enforced. In some jurisdictions, actually, the 5 of us could hold 20% of all firms, and the authorities wouldn't even know about it. So Thomas Wallman and John Barriers have just written about this for the US, that private equity gets afforded a special treatment in terms of HSR notifications. And the reason I'm telling you all that is because it has something to do with the discussion about the consumer welfare standard. So there's 3 reasons for that. One is because there's not just a question of whether conceptually the consumer welfare standard is the right thing to do, but also how it is applied. And completely ignoring who owns the firm is one thing, but another is that even if one takes into account ownership, but uses the typical modern I/O methods to estimate markups, one will miss this phenomenon, and I want to explain why that is. And the reason is that these models tend to assume that the marginal costs are fixed, then estimate the margins on top of that. But what if the problem is that the costs increase as a result of common ownership? And the reason I believe that is because of a paper I have with Florian, who that's forthcoming in the JPE, that explains why. Okay, so here's how the paper goes. So imagine there's a transaction of shares. For example, because a competitor gets added to the S&P 500 index, and therefore all the existing index funds, so the owners of the incumbent firms, have to buy the shares in their competitor. That increases common ownership. No? Now, that is going to reduce investors' incentives to monitor these firms. Why is that? Well, look, because if you monitor one firm and that reduces that firm's costs, well, that's bad news for that firm's competitor, right? So if you own both the firm and the competitor, you have reduced incentives to spend resources monitoring that firm, right? So as a result, when common ownership goes up, monitoring goes down, or you just give the managers less performance-sensitive incentives. And as a result, so our Milgram-Holmstrom type models make us believe the firm's costs will go up. But if all the firm's costs are higher, well, then the prices are going to be higher. Okay? So my point is the following. If that's the right story, that explains these findings in the common ownership literature of common ownership causing higher prices. It's not because margins are higher. It's because the costs are higher. It's because the firms are inefficiently run, not well monitored. It's a productive inefficiency. And to show you some facts, so this is from that paper with Florian, Miguel, and Medea. Here is when the firm gets added to the index. The vertical axis is pay performance sensitivities of the top management, and bink, they go down. Okay, so it's just reduced incentives as a result of common ownership. So again, if you use a model that estimates margins, you will miss that. So we might see a huge structural transformation in the economy of firms. Cost base is increasing, productivity going down, but our normally used methods wouldn't detect it. Okay, so in that case, the problem is not with the standard, but it is with the tools we use to estimate the loss of welfare, or as Tim Wu writes in his pro-market contribution, we apply the consumer welfare standard to an idealized world. That's not the world we live in. The note is heard. Okay. The second point I want to make is that people like Tommaso get a lot of heat for proposing structural presumptions. Okay? But what I want to point out is we already make structural presumptions. And the structural presumption is that a firm, two firms, whose shareholder base 100% overlaps, it has literally the same shareholders. Those two firms compete just as much as if they had perfectly separate shareholder bases. That's what we assume, right? Unless we take ownership into account. And, needless to say, I think that presumption might have to be rethought one way or the other. Now, in order to do that, you need data to implement, which brings me to the last and very quick and brief point, which is I sometimes think that the consumer welfare standard is probably not the biggest problem and the biggest elephant in the room that prevents enforcement, but there might be political will that is lacking as well, right? So why is it that competition authorities still 10 years after this agenda saw center stage are still not properly collecting correct and comprehensive ownership data? We think that's kind of weird. I mean, that's why we provided that public good. But that just makes me think that perhaps political will is an important element as well. And when I read Anat's contributions on pro-market, she tells us that we have to not ignore political economy to make any sort of impact. Okay. So all in sum, that makes me think we might be missing something big by how we apply the consumer welfare standard, namely by ignoring ownership, by using the wrong data to measure it if we do, and by using models that assume costs to be fixed, although it might be that it's the cost basis, the productivity, that is really the elephant in the room. Thanks very much.
Excellent. Very interesting. Okay. Now, Chad, you have a big task in front of you. Knock all of these down in less than 7 minutes.
Easy.
Yeah.
I have two roles on the panel. One, as Jesse just said, is to be a skeptic, and I can do that. I'm not reflexively skeptical about everything that's been said, and I know this work quite well. I've read a lot of it very closely and find a lot of it quite believable. But I do have some skeptical notes to offer about perhaps implications of what people have found. And the other role is the theme of the session, Antitrust Affects the U.S. Economy, is the macroeconomics of antitrust. Now, I am mostly a microeconomist, but I have a foot in macroeconomics. Or if you ask macroeconomists, maybe I have a toe in macroeconomics, but I have some part of my body in macroeconomics. So I'd like to really highlight that perspective as well. Okay, so let me start with the macro. There have been, over the past, let's say, 10 to 20 years, some pretty stark trends in the macroeconomy, like increasing average profit rates, decreasing labor share of income, decreasing dynamism measured in a number of different ways, entry and exit rate of companies, labor flow rate, gross labor flow rates relative to net labor flow rates, sort of a metric of this, the amount of churn that's going on in the economy. All of those and others have been trending down. People have looked at the collection of those trends and said, well, one explanation for the collection of those things is increasing market power. Okay? Folks have estimated in a number of different ways trends and metrics of market power. One being, I think, a very direct metric, which is the markup. So the DeLuca, Eckert, Unger, and the other work that's come along measuring average markup levels in the economy, finding that they've been trending up for 20, 30 years as well. And so that sort of, I think, brings into the conversation the notion that the decline in antitrust enforcement, which John was highlighting, might be causing this increase in average market power as measured, and then therefore having these macroeconomic effects that I was mentioning. All right. So I think that is a perfectly fair inference. I think that the quality of the evidence altogether is not dispositive yet. There are a lot of methodological things we don't need to talk about that are raised about these measures of markups and the increase. My view on that is basically the argument is markups have gone up this much, but if you adjust, no, really they've gone up this much. And if you really make this change, then maybe they haven't gone up at all. But that range is always positive. No one's out there convincingly arguing, no, actually markups have gone down over the last 20 years. So I am willing to say a good Bayesian is going to think maybe average market power has increased over the past couple decades. Okay? So that's fine. I'm reluctant, however, to then say, ergo, all of these macroeconomic trends that we wouldn't think are good are therefore the result of the increase in market power. There are other explanations that technologies have changed in ways that also explain those trends. I don't think that story has been knocked down. I think it's a little tricky because actually some of those technological changes, even if they're exogenous, will increase markups in equilibrium. You have to, if fixed costs go up, you got to pay the fixed costs. So you have to have markups to pay fixed costs. Now that it could be the increase in markups in that story is just because technology changed for perhaps exogenous reasons to any policy choices, but markups had to go up in equilibrium. I don't think that the response to that is to say we've totally blown it because we haven't enforced antitrust enough. That's just a separate conversation in that world. Okay, so that I think is kind of grants credence to what people have found, but is a little skeptical or at least cautious about how much we want to say we can fix all this with antitrust. Another thing I'd like to raise skepticism about is the use of concentration as a metric of the amount of competition, in particular as inversely measured to the amount of competition. This is an old story that most of you in the room I know have heard, but I'd still like to emphasize it. A market working exactly as we would like it to, that is rewarding quality adjusted, the highest quality adjusted, the firms producing products with the lowest quality adjusted price. That kind of market is going to concentrate. Concentration will go up, but that's exactly what we want to happen. Okay? And this is not just a theoretical matter. There is plenty of work, especially in trade. Go read the trade literature about reductions in trade costs, ergo increases in the competitiveness of a market, concentrating the market as outputs reallocated to more efficient firms. Okay, so I don't think this is just a theoretical concern. I am especially concerned about thinking about concentration across industries as reflecting anything. Does an HHI of 1,100 in industry X compared to 1,400 in industry Y tell us that industry Y must be less competitive than X? I think we basically learned nothing from that comparison. Okay? And even within industries, due to that force I was just talking about, it's not clear at all that concentration is inversely related to competition. Mergers are a little tougher because what mergers are really doing is taking out one entity that is not internalizing the business dealing effects its decisions have on another. And that's what creates competition effectively. And so if you take out that entity, you can raise prices, and the amount the prices might go up can be correlated with the market share, the overlapping market share of the two firms. So maybe concentration is a little better, a little more useful there. But the cross-sectional use of concentration, and especially outside of mergers, makes me skeptical. There's my skeptical role. Thanks. Last thing I'd like to mention. Most of my work in the macro world is about productivity. And so if I ask the big question, how do I think antitrust affects productivity? Well, first, let me make the point. In the long run, productivity is everything. Productivity growth is the thing that affects our standards of living. Okay, so the question is, how much does antitrust affect productivity? I don't know. I'm not so sure it's large. Okay? I think competition might have very sector-specific effects in terms of productivity. If I think about the evolution of U.S. retail, maybe world retail, over the past 3 decades or so, about how new business models have come in and made the sector much more efficient. Okay? That's what I view as good competition. Competition that, by the way, concentrated that market. Okay? That was helped. That innovation was helped by competitiveness. Was it helped by antitrust? That I'm not so sure. Okay? And I think a lot of the really broad productivity effects come from general purpose technologies. And here, I'm not so sure antitrust has much effect on the diffusion and adoption of general purpose technologies. Did it affect how quickly we electrified the economy in the early 20th century, how quickly computers were adopted, or looking forward, AI, which I think is the next general purpose technology? Do we think we're going to dial up and down how quickly AI diffuses with antitrust policy? I am skeptical about that as well. So I'm not so sure beyond sector-specific effects whether antitrust policy in specific is going to really turn the dial on long-run outcomes. All right, thank you.
Okay, great. Excellent. So I think that sets us up very nicely for a conversation now. First, I kind of want to separate this conversation into 2 parts. One, kind of the strength of the evidence that there's a market power problem in at least in the American economy, and then the question of whether that is due to the lack of antitrust enforcement, and then finally, let's talk about sort of priorities. I mean, when I was prefacing my remarks, I had forgotten to make the point that the change in the attitude from 2017 to today strikes me as a victory for the reality-based world. That reality seems to have a pro-antitrust enforcement bias, and that the evidence seems to be packing it up, stacking up. That is that we have a serious issue in the American economy, at least, if not globally. So I guess I want to put Chad's sort of initial proposition. I think that it was kind of remarkable that you agree, Chad, that there is an issue, and then it's a question of degree. Does anybody on the panel, does everybody on the panel agree that the evidence is definitive that there is a market power problem in the American economy?
Does that make something a problem?
What?
What would make something a problem?
Okay, so pick up on that. Is it is the evidence is that there are these firms that have excess profits? They have margins. They have the margins are too high. Is it a problem or is it not? Is it a problem for dynamism in the economy? Is it a problem for wages?
So my reading of the literature is that there is good evidence that measures of market power have gone up. And I'll keep out the more concentration. But rates of profit, rates of turnover among large firms, markups, they all seem to have gone up. And I think that's pretty clear in the data and hard to kind of construct a measure that doesn't show it. Even the ones, I can talk to Chet afterwards, even the ones that he's quoting that says maybe 0, I think the author presents it as maybe 0, but if translated correctly, it's maybe a 20% increase.
Still consistent with my
So
Bayesian
agreed.
posterior.
Agreed. I think there are repercussions to this. How convincing is the evidence? I think mild, moderate, somewhat. I'm a believer because I'm part of the literature. I think there's certainly repercussions. I think we would all want to live in a world where we had all of the good technology, all of the good firms producing everything that we like to consume, and simultaneously have them compete more with one another. Is that feasible? I don't know.
Well, isn't the argument that the competition gets the better products, and that we see when we see a lack of competition, now we see Google's product eroding, Amazon's product eroding?
So I do think so. This will relate to the second question of whether this is due to competition authorities dropping the balls. And there's reason to point to the 1980s as kind of the point of reflection, both in attitudes related to competition authorities and to all of these trends. And that's a plausible hypothesis. And the alternative is that there are other technological forces in globalization that also start and reflect in the 1980s. These might also lead to dominant firms. And so it's not clear if you can have dominant firms that provide good services and competition. I would hope so.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
I think that's one of the potent critiques here of this idea is that, and we'll get to antitrust enforcement in a second, but that this is the natural outgrowth of superstar firms, and we're seeing winner-take-all dynamics in lots of markets. We see a strange and I'm very pro this strange dynamic in a winner-take-all dynamic in nonprofit journalism, where people have come to ProPublica, thank God, and donate their money, and we attract more money, attracts more money. Doesn't have to do with anything to do with our profit margins. So is this a super? You have a comment, Mark?
Yeah. So I don't have much to say about the strength of the evidence economy-wide, but I want to question, for the purpose of provocation, as per the instructions, the lens through which we look at that. Right? Increasing markups could be a much smaller problem than increasing costs. No, with increasing markups, at least somebody gets the welfare, namely the shareholders. And I go back to what I said in the talk. Look, our lens is completely focused on markups. So I don't know why markups are a problem, necessarily, as opposed to the increasing costs. So, and as an example, another example of the lens through which we look at this, I'll take issue, again, as per the instructions, with one thing Chet said. So he says, when you have a merger, you take out one entity that does not internalize the business dealing decisions on the others. And you know where this is going? Well, that's an assumption. And that assumes the firms don't act in their shareholders' interest. Because if they did, and the shareholders are diversified, they would already internalize the business dealing decisions. And again, the provocative thought, I don't necessarily believe that, but the provocative thought is, in that case, we might be completely over-focusing on M&A because we ignore the ownership. We ignore that they were already commonly owned. We deprive these firms from the opportunity to realize all these cost efficiencies that we have a hard time finding in the data. But at least, potentially they would be there in a merger, but you might not be able to get them just by having them owned by the same investors. Again, I don't necessarily believe that, but I just want to point out that we look at this problem from a kind of homogeneous lens and think of markups as bad. And the superstar firms, that's when I raise my hands because I can only keep three things in my head at the same time. Right, so what are the superstar firms in the data? Right, so it's like Amazon, right, or Walmart and Google.
Depends who you ask.
Who's that?
Depends who you ask.
Yeah, okay. So
it was Facebook until 9 months ago.
Okay, Facebook, all right, until 9 months ago. Okay, look, what do they have all in common? They have in common that the largest shareholder does not hold the competition, right? You have Jeff Bezos, or you have the Britain, whoever they're called at Google. There's the Waltons at Walmart, right? So the superstar firms tend to be those that apparently work really hard to reduce costs and be competitive. So again, for provocation, and I guess in line with why do we worry that markups are high in some firms? Maybe we should worry about those firms where the markups are not high and how we get them more efficient.
Oh, can I ask you a quick? Oh, go ahead.
I just want to jump in about the common ownership and say that we are actually vigorously enforcing not exactly that, but interlocking directorates, which is related. When somebody sits on the boards of two companies that compete, the Clayton Act Section 8, and you can look at our press release from March, we are going after these people systematically. We are combing data and going after them for them to step down. So I think that goes in that direction. I think it does hopefully have a deterrent effect going forward, that people will know that we're watching. So that's one thing. And then the other thing I just wanted to point out is that I hear some sort of skepticism. Maybe antitrust isn't going to do it and so on. And, who knows, right? Different effects could be different in different contexts. And that's why actually I think it's very interesting that you looked at this, the effects of these enforcement actions. I think it's very important for us enforcers and more generally for policymakers to know what's happening and what are some of the effects of what we're doing and what tools do we have that might be more effective at accomplishing certain effects. Then it's up to the political to decide what effects they want to obtain. But I think researchers have a lot to say, and we should work harder on saying what are some of the economics here and which specific tool is likely to have what kind of effects and how big, and therefore that kind of expands our knowledge base in order to do evidence-based policy.
Go ahead, John.
Let me add a small point here, and that is that we're focusing a lot in the present discussion on the business stealing notion, and that is a benchmark of competition, which it surely is. But competition is moderated in other ways that don't really fit, I think, comfortably into that paradigm. I mean, that paradigm is kind of the cartel model, where there's an incentive for firms to break out themselves, and if they internalize this, then this is to their private advantage. But let me return to my theme about coordinated effects. Coordinated effects stories do not necessarily follow that very easily. And my point in my presentation was to note the fact that coordinated effects cases are difficult to bring because the theory is fuzzy and doesn't produce bright line standards or metrics like unilateral effects proceedings do. And so, there are benefits to joint activity that, have to overcome business stealing incentives, but really it's focusing too narrowly, I think, on the diversion or unilateral effects issues between the firms. In addition, I would say that firms moderate competition in a lot of other ways that don't involve pure overcoming of business stealing or coordinated effects impediments. Companies are quite adept at identifying ways of moderating competition, and they raise difficult, legal threshold standards as well as difficult economics. But all of them are part and parcel, it seems to me, of merger analysis. And so we need to be careful, in my view, not to narrow our lens to thinking solely about business stealing and the paradigm that elevates that as a particular focus.
So let me pick up on that point, John, and put this to everybody, but you can pick it up first if you want, John, which is to say that whether you think the lack of antitrust enforcement caused the problems in the economy, the degree to which it caused it or contributed to the problems, the presumption then would be that the return of antitrust enforcement would help alleviate these problems. And one question is that true? Can antitrust enforcement do that? And then, taking off from your point of view that there are lots of fuzzy ways of doing anti-competitive behavior. If the blunt tool of antitrust enforcement can't address those easily, then is it good enough? And I open that up to everybody.
So you offered me the chance to speak first, so I'll never turn something like that down. But I don't have any way of measuring the degree to which the narrowing and relaxation of antitrust enforcement has contributed relative to other factors. I think that's a difficult assessment, and I don't know exactly how I would do that. What is clear to me, though, is that there are sectors of the economy, industries, and certainly innumerable examples in the data where as I said, the enforcement gap focuses attention. It identifies the locus of under-enforcement. And in those cases, we do see price increases above and beyond that which otherwise would occur. And I would say that that's pretty convincing as a line of causation for the retrenchment of antitrust and the ability of firms to successfully get mergers cleared and then, as a result, to raise price afterwards. Now, I would be the first to say that more data is necessary, that there are qualifications here. When I was at the FTC, I re-examined the merger retrospectives program that ostensibly exists there, but it's which Joe Simons started when he was chair, and many others, including Bill Kovacic and others, have recommended for generations, seemingly, without the FTC, in fact, launching a full-scale merger retrospectives program. But I do believe that there's much to be gained from that, because those are the cases that the agencies, in fact, have examined carefully, cleared in many cases, and they have the unique ability to go back and take a further look at the outcomes of these. Mm-hmm. And so, I think much more along these lines is certainly necessary, but I think the evidence creates a very strong hypothesis to be examined here. And the line of causation using merger retrospectives is pretty straightforward, much more so, I think, than efforts to follow the lines of causation in other ways.
I want to pick up on the point of retrospectives in a second, but you, Iona, made a great point to me in our conversation, which is that the lack of labor side enforcement suggests that might have the biggest upside. Right. And can you expand on that? And you agree with that?
So simply the point is, as economists, we often see the biggest effects right in the beginning, and then there's decreasing returns, the usual thing. So I guess my point is simply that because we haven't done much antitrust enforcement in the labor market, and because the labor market, well, it has some special aspects, but more or less, you could, in a first approximation, it's a market like any other, but where there was no enforcement. In that sense, there is a lot of potential upsides to doing more, starting from zero, right? And we've started, and we're going there, and therefore there's reasons to believe this is a theoretical statement, okay? When and they were talking about evidence, one would have to look, but in theory, there's good reasons to expect that. You can have large impacts from this kind of enforcement when you start from doing almost nothing in that market.
Where would you allocate the resources for antitrust enforcement? Do you agree that it should be on the mergers of 6 to 5? Should it be in labor? I think of sort of price fixing and bid rigging as the just to plug my own book, The Chicken Shit Enforcement of the Antitrust World.
Wage fixing is price fixing. Just noting. Wage fixing is price fixing.
Right, but that's at least innovative and touches on real human beings. And I wonder if there are other ways to better priorities. What do you think, Sam?
I'll make a small comment on priorities, and then I want to answer the question you started with. So one thing I noticed in the data, there are a little over 3,000 cases. We had undergraduate RAs read them twice, enter, reconcile. I've read a few hundred on my own. One thing that stands out is if you cheat the government on a contract, good chance that the DOJ is coming after you. Is it a big contract, small contract? The DOJ will come. Cheating means bid rigging here. Bid rigging cases with the government, they come after you, and that someone should. Is that the priority? I'm not sure. We'll chat. You have you don't have a mic.
Give you lots of time to throw as many bombs as you can.
Great.
Hold off on them.
I think in the big picture, look, I've been working on the antitrust project now for more than 2 years. I've worked on M&A and tried to look at their aggregate implications. I think the micro evidence is pretty convincing, and I would be happy to recommend more money to the DOJ Antitrust Enforcement Agency. I think it would do good. Will that get us macro effects? I would be delighted if it did. Am I convinced it will? No. So, but there isn't much harm in trying. If I think it'll do good, ramp up some money and see what happens.
Martin, what about interlocking directorates? Is that enough? I mean, that's not bringing a case against Vanguard. It's not bringing a case against BlackRock.
So I think the low-hanging fruit approach is a good one. So a little bit of the meta message I wanted to show here is like we don't have to debate about the fundamental inconsistency between diversification and competition and then get stuck for 15 years and then meanwhile let activist investors monopolize industries, right? So I'm all for enforcing the low-hanging fruit, right? And in particular, you're focusing on private equity, which I think is clearly, again, low-hanging fruit. You don't have to debate about whether they influence firms and what the mechanism is and what not. So I'm all happy with enforcement actions that don't go after my index fund. I like my index fund.
You talked about political economy, and I think your research has come under a lot of pressure. BlackRock in particular has attacked you, pushed back. How difficult is it to do this kind of research in that environment with huge forces being, and with endless resources being brought to bear against this kind of research?
Okay, so the problem is last night I had one beer too many and sat next to Jesse at dinner. I should have had some champagne for breakfast as well in order to answer that question. No, but I want to actually be a little bit careful because I have a student of mine in the room and I don't want to scare her off. And no, but frankly, I actually prefer to have a conversation about substance rather than about people's motivations. But then again, so that's why I've never talked about this ever really publicly. But then I can't look Anat in the eye and say we have to take political economy seriously and then like sit on my tongue and not talk about this. So so it's been pretty difficult. So what it started with is BlackRock started a bit of a PR campaign that just misrepresented what we did, which influenced quite a bit also the academic reception of the work. I don't believe that Vanguard asks firms to collude. It's like, we never said that. This is just not even what the research says. But so this PR campaign was quite effective. Then they declared this public policy discussion to be a business risk, right? So BlackRock declared to their investors that this could have an adverse effect on their business if anybody did anything about it, right? Sponsored studies, attempted to prevent the publication from the paper, called the journal, told them that they should get to scrutinize the data before that gets published and delayed that. The mutual fund lobby organization hired one very senior finance professor as a director, who then got very busy and sat on one of my other papers for 2 years before it got published. So that was pretty tough as a pre-tenure guy. Then I got emails from my colleagues that said, they stopped me at a conference, offered a lot of money to me. I just want to let you know, I didn't take the money, but they're in the market to do harm to you, quote end. And when you're like a young assistant professor with a young family, that gets you just kind of scared and intimidated, frankly. And that happened many, many more times. I can't count the number of times people have told me that they were offered money on that. And of course, I was only told by those that declined the money. So there were deans of business schools that were paid visits by BlackRock directors, or so I'm told. I wasn't in the room, and offered money to take apart my research and the salary negotiations, and were a little interesting the day after. So these involved the question of whether I would publicly speak up against Eric, Glenn, and Fiona's policy proposal if I got tenure at that institution, which I thought, I don't think how this is supposed to work. So we got real scared, huh? So that made it pretty difficult for a while. But so to unscare the students again, so it's much more quiet now. It's fine. So I went through a phase of my life in which I had to do a lot of yoga in order to get my system back in check. No, but seriously, I think they worked under the assumption that if they killed the airlines paper, then the literature would die, and that didn't work, right? So the problem is not going away. The literature is now hundreds of papers, so I think they at some point realized that they can't kill it and that they have to address the problem.
I think it's a really remarkable story, and I'm glad that you talked about it. Your former boss, John, also has come in for a little criticism. I think Lina Khan may be the biggest lightning rod in the Biden administration. Of the appointees. Kind of perennial person being attacked. You spent a year at the FTC advising. What was your experience like, and how was that going, and how good a job is she doing?
Well, just between you and me.
It's the old Connie Chung line. We're just talking like friends.
Well, how to answer that question? So it was an incredibly stimulating and gratifying and exhausting experience, as almost anyone who has served in a similar capacity will attest. Lena had asked me to come on and work on merger guidelines, and I ended up working on remedies issues and many other matters that came to her and as a result across my desk as well. So it was a deep insight into the way the agency worked. I had worked at the FTC a long time ago earlier, not in a similar capacity, but so I knew the agency, I knew the folks there. And it was quite insightful still to see how it did operate. Now, Lina Khan has brought an agenda, a perspective, initiatives, energy to the institution. She's, I think, much to her credit, tried to fix things about the institution as well as to change policy. Turning a ship around is a hard job, and it takes some time. And I think, to her credit, she has persisted in all of that. The comparison with DOJ is not quite apt. The Justice Department Antitrust Division is structured differently. The issues that affect the way the FTC works include the fact that it's a commission. So there's no singular head that can say, I want this to happen, and it does. Most policy matters have to pass before all the other commissioners. Many go to a vote, and we're all aware of what that elicits from dissenting commissioners. But I am a firm believer in Lina Khan's agenda, and it actually was very, very gratifying to be part of that experience on her behalf. I'm not sure what she thinks, but you can ask her this.
And you planted this question deftly earlier, so I will ask it, which is, what's going on with those merger guidelines? Why they seem delayed? Is that an internal problem? Are the DOJ and FTC fighting with each other? This seems like one of the most crucial tasks before the agencies, if they really want to reset antitrust enforcement in this country, and they haven't accomplished this. What's happened?
So I've never been asked that before. The reason I mentioned this to Jesse earlier is that whenever I appear, whenever I talk, everybody asks that question. I can try to wash my hands of that by saying, well, I left there 4 months ago, and so I don't know what's happened since. But it is true, this is no secret, that when I did come to Lina Khan's to be her economic advisor, it was specifically with the plan that there be a draft version of the guidelines within a year or so, which is what I had committed to spending there, and ended up spending about 15 months. And that time has expired, and there still are no guidelines. So it's a combination of things, some of which I know and can't tell you, and others things I don't know and therefore certainly can't tell you. But it is a matter of, I think, concern and frustration to everyone that we haven't seen them, and probably one of the unspoken, disadvantages of delay is that part of the plan was to get out a set of guidelines that at least fix the things that many of us thought were needed fixing or needed addressing in the 2010 guidelines, and to do so in a timeline that would allow staff at the agencies to actually use the new guidelines to address matters that the 2010 guidelines were silent about, like labor market issues or the digital tech sector or some other things. And also to revise other matters that were spoken about in the 2010 guidelines, but perhaps needed revision. Staff, of course, hasn't had new guidelines, not even in draft form, much less approved, to be able to use. And I think that is one of the unfortunate consequences of the delays. Have I evaded your question successfully?
You did magnificently. Yeah,
I've had a lot of
couldn't tell what that
practice
meant. I'll have to press you on it. But Chad, what do you think about this discussion of enforcement? Do you think are you skeptical that enforcement can bring about the changes that you identified, or changes to the issues that you identified? And what specifically do you think there should be and shouldn't be in enforcement, and how they've been approaching?
So, just as a general statement, I think antitrust law is a good law. We should enforce it. It'll have good effects on the margin. The question is, and I don't think there was a lot of disagreement, whether it's going to have big macroeconomic effects. Is it going to have percentage point per year effects on growth rates? No way. Is it going to have 10th percentage points effects on growth rates? I'm not sure about that. Maybe. I'll take it. I'll take another 0.1% for 30 years. That'll add up to something. But it's not going to be revolutionary, and it's not the primary thing holding us back. So, yes, let's enforce antitrust law. I think it improves welfare on average. I think there's a case that...
So there's no harm. It's not harm.
Well, no, you can bring bad cases. Do I think the expected value of the next case broad is negative? No. But I think you still need to be careful about it. We could talk about the sort of new
Chicago economist calls for more enforcement. I like it.
I'm fine. Yeah. One thing that's come up, and I'm an empiricist. I try not to be ideological. I try to base what I believe and what I recommend based on my read of the quality adjusted empirical evidence. I think for a long time, antitrust, both sides, has been not very empirical. I think we all agree we want more empiricism so we can make better decisions. That is one concern I have about the new paradigm at the FTC, but I can leave that for another day.
No, expand. Go ahead.
All right. I actually think that case, Lena Khan, not personally, but as an exemplar, is an example. I'm not going to say anything about what the FTC is doing. I think it's an example of bad incentives in legal scholarship. And here's where I am going to make people in the room angry. I think there's a lot of incentive to say provocative things without a lot of evidence. And if you're telling the right parties things they want to hear, it has a lot of influence. That's, I think, was a problem with the old literature in economics. I know a lot of people who, made quite a name for themselves by telling people things that they wanted to hear without a lot of evidence. I've liked during my career that economics, to my view, has moved more towards you have to back up what you're bringing. And I think that's good for scholarship, but I'm not so sure that ethos is quite as strong, at least in the I don't know all legal scholarship, but the stuff that overlaps with antitrust, that is a bit of a concern to me. And that's making no statement on what the FTC is doing or should do. I just generally think
the sea change and the view towards that. And I could say provocative things without evidence. That's not hard. The hard thing is actually, doing the work. So that's all I wanted to say about that. Sorry. That's more than I wanted to say about that. You're a good moderator.
Provocative things without evidence is a journalist's job. So let's, does anybody want to pick up or take issue with that? Is that a fair critique? Iona, do you?
I think I'd better not comment.
All right. Well, then I'm going to ask you something. Cantor has had, the DOJ has had some, you pointed to a big win. They've had some significant losses, a string of significant losses. I'm kind of pro-loss myself. I think it's important to bring cases, and sometimes a loss can be salutary, but you can't have too many of them. So how damaging have those losses been to the cause of anti-enforcement, or to cause of antitrust enforcement, and what do you think about them so far in the record?
Well, I mean, as a general matter, just I think piggybacking on Chad's point about expected, outcome. It's always expected. We take an action that we think is legitimate, and sometimes it doesn't pan out, in the courts, and that's just the name of the game. And you could argue that if it's like my husband loves to say that, if you go to the airport, you're so cautious, you never miss a plane. You might be wasting time, going there too much in advance, and so you might make one might make a similar argument here that if you're so overly cautious that you never lose a beat, maybe you're not developing, the case law. So I think that's one way to that one might think about it.
So, Simha, do you think that the record so far from the Biden administration is impressive? Do you think they've got the right priorities? You're not you haven't been directly involved.
I ended my data collection in 2018. I'll make that was based on when we started the project. We needed cases to have finished their full legal kind of process, and so I'll leave. One thing I will point out in the data is if I showed you just the counts of cases, and I didn't tell you the exact years, but I told you the start date and end date, and I said pick out the Republican versus Democratic administrations from Reagan onwards, not beforehand. Would you successfully pick out Republican versus Democrat? Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not.
There
you wouldn't
was
get the
no
transition.
difference between
There's a trend downwards, and there are movements
Bush
around the trend.
administrations and Clinton or Obama.
I don't think if I gave you the same figure I put up earlier, just count and ask you to pick out Democratic versus Republican administrations, you would do an excellent job.
So isn't that a credible indictment of the Democratic administrations?
Could I add something to that? I think
Yes.
I've observed a substantial difference within the same administration, depending on who heads the agencies. There's at least as much variance, and I won't name names here just by your encouragement to do so, between heads of the DOJ at one stretch at the beginning versus the end, let us say, of the Obama administration or, the Bush administrations. And that's an interesting observation, too. I think a lot of the appointees may not have gone through a vetting process that elicits exactly how it is that they will behave once that they are head of the agency. And also there's a considerable amount of uncertainty about how they will behave. Many of them come from the defense bar, but nonetheless view themselves as more in a prosecutorial role when they get there, and that's unpredictable as well. So there's a huge variance, and I think it's partly because it is not an appointment that is as carefully vetted as perhaps it ought to be.
Have you noticed patterns of who you think defense bar, big law people can turn into tough enforcers? I mean, it's pretty notable that Cantor and Kahn have really different backgrounds.
Yeah, sure. So Well, I haven't done any systematic studies, so all I have is anecdotal evidence, and I think I'll pass on that question too. But there are quite reputable, responsible people who have taken over the agency from the defense bar, and I think done a credible job as they view their new role. But I think it's also true that if one doesn't live and breathe a lot of experiences from one perspective, it's really hard to bring the same energy toward a perspective that you're not familiar with, don't live in prior to ascending to an important position in the agency. So I think one of the criticisms that Chad has comments, if not criticism, that Chad has made, is that Lina Khan obviously does not come from the defense bar or the plaintiff's bar. She's more an academic and has worked in think tanks and on the Hill. And that's a different perspective than typically, a person ascends to chair of the FTC from. And I think that, that is she has as a result a commitment to certain things that might not have persisted had she, been in a different place, for better or worse.
Okay, I'm going to go to the audience in just a few minutes, and I will ask you to confine your comments or keep them short, comments and questions, more question than comment. But we have esteemed audience who can make learned comments, so I welcome those too. But I want to ask one last thing before I get to that, which is, so you could identify the hindrances to adequate enforcement. You can. There are many plausible issues that are hindering enforcement. The courts, a revanchist court system, or at least a traditional conservative court system. You could think that maybe the leadership of the agencies has not been as productive as possible. Some people think that the academic, the IO field is hindering our knowledge and therefore our enforcement. Some people have identified the staff as reluctant to be real enforcers, especially the FTC staff, kind of revolting. Where does the panel locate the biggest hindrances to enforcement?
Our staff is fantastic. We need more of it. The biggest hindrance is budget. No, I'm only halfway joking. I'm joking a little bit, but that's the feasible lever that is at the margin. And in fact, we have gotten a little bit more budget. But as others have said, I think that's one way to move things forward.
I agree with that whole list, but let me just say, economists generally have been part of the problem, and I say that not with tongue in cheek, but I do think it's actually true. Someone once commented to me, someone who was involved in the case, that the worst thing that ever happened to antitrust enforcement in the courts was the Staples case. Now, the Staples case was, by all accounts, kind of brilliantly executed. Here we had, econometric evidence. We had newspaper ads from cities in Florida where there were 2 office superstores versus 1 or versus 3. But what it did was it convinced the courts, or at least some courts, that this kind of demonstration could be done in a lot of other cases. And it helped. It wasn't the only case that was responsible, but it sort of set a standard that judges were starting to look for proofs of consequences of mergers. And, economists, particularly in litigated cases, tend to promise a lot, and in some cases can deliver. But the temptation to overpromise or to criticize when, let us say, the government agency fails to deliver a specific prediction with lots of documentary as well as econometric evidence, that I think has proven to be an obstacle to successfully bringing cases. We can't prove a lot of these things to the satisfaction of the profession, much less the courts. This is one of the reasons, pardon me for circling back to this, but I think a certain category of cases like coordinated effects cases in particular, do not allow for that, except in a minority of circumstances. And as a result, we need to rethink how those cases are brought, but also we need to re-educate the courts as to what it is that realistically can be proven and what cannot be proven to the satisfaction of the courts in some instances. So I think the profession has, we have our toy models, which we love. Some of them are pretty good, but it leaves other parts of the law and other allegations and other concerns less well developed, and they look weak by comparison, at least to the uneducated judiciary.
All right. Shakespeare should have written, first we should kill the economists. Okay, questions. Filippo? And then, Steve. Go ahead, Steve. No, sorry. Will you wait for microphone?
I haven't heard anything from the panel about deterrence. And DOJ, for example, you pointed out that DOJ has lost a bunch of cases, but you haven't talked at all about whether there have been positive deterrence effects from that. And, I would ask about both the no-poach and non-compete cases and also the litigating the fix merger cases. I mean, that's a brand new area. There's never been a systematic group of litigating the fix cases before, and the law is still working out. And the only way the law can get worked out is if you bring cases, win or lose. So I'd like to hear all of your comments about deterrence.
Yeah, an excellent point. Kind of the bully pulpit, the proposed new rules on non-competes. How do we see deterrence, especially in mergers that didn't happen? How do we measure that?
So actually, this brings to mind your question. There's been some losses, but what often doesn't get counted is how many mergers have been abandoned. And some of them we know, and some of them we don't even know because they abandoned even before, they came to us. So I think that's an area of scholarship. If there was a way to measure that, I think that'd be pretty interesting. And it's surely there, but, we'd like to know more. In the realm of no poach in particular, we have had a string of cases, and the juries, decided against, counting this as an offense, and it's, we can't control juries. But it's very important that every time we pass the motion to dismiss, meaning that the judge said, if proven, this is a per se violation of the antitrust laws. And having these decisions, I think, plausibly plays a very big deterrent effect because that has clarified, the law, and hopefully, employers are on alert that this is not okay. So I think, and even though we lost, importantly, in those cases because the jury decided otherwise, so I think that's quite important.
Can we get beyond an anecdotal assessment of deterrence, Martin?
My co-author is gonna get very angry at me for spilling the beans on a paper that's not online yet. But so on 19th of October, when Jonathan Kender made the interlock announcement,
Martin, speaking into the mic.
Whoops! When the announcement came about the interlocks being enforced, you see a strong negative stock market reaction of firms in the same industry that have interlocks compared to other firms. It looks pretty cool, I must say. So my point is, it seems like the shareholders get the message that they can continue as usual, and whether it counts as more than anecdotes or not, the referees will decide. But something happened.
Okay. Yes, Filippo.
Thanks. I think Chad in his opening remarks made a good summary of the evidence that used to justify more enforcement, right? The markups, productivity, labor share, etc. I wanted to ask you and then everyone else, what do you think is the weakest evidence on the absolute level? And what do you think is the evidence that has the least connection with potential antitrust enforcement? And then whether people agree with his views. Those I'm curious.
Not specific papers. You're talking about like elements of the case that is weak.
Yeah.
One thing I would have thought was reasonably strong before was the dynamism stuff. But if you look at the data, dynamism has actually turned around since COVID. We've had a huge increase in the foundation of companies in the U.S. Also lesser so, but in that direction in the EU. Labor market dynamism has increased. And there has been no turning point in antitrust enforcement. I don't know if there's been a turning point in margins, So we'll see. I do agree with Martin's point that, hey, costs matter too. It's not just P minus C, it's what C is. And productivity growth had been slow. I think, though, we haven't established whether the common ownership affects costs or not. We know it affects the incentives of executives, but not, we haven't quite tied that to cost yet. But I do want to say that that's important. So dynamism would have been an element of the case that I think is now backed off a little bit. I think the biggest issue is kind of all of that is explained also by a change in technology towards higher fixed cost, lower marginal cost stuff, and a fair amount of which you might think has nothing to do with policy at all. Like there was a new way of doing business that was part and parcel to a whole bunch of things. And in that case, again, even if markups rise in equilibrium, that's not a policy matter. That's the way the universe turned out. I don't know if that alternative view has been squashed.
Does any of the panelists disagree with that or identify other weaker elements of it? No? Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Tommaso Valletti, I'm an economist based in London. I want to push back on something that Chad said. So I understand that the role of Chad on the panel was being skeptical and push back on the other participants to the panel. But at some stage, Chad, you said that we are expecting in many markets to observe that the lowest quality-adjusted price to emerge. So this leads to concentration, even monopolization, and this is something that we want to encourage. And I want to push back on two grounds. One is, if you are skeptical on the evidence that others are bringing on concentration, markups, etc., where is the evidence for your claim applied to the markets we are talking about? So we are talking about what is the evidence that Monsanto is the most efficient firm, that AT&T is the most efficient firm, that CVS Health is the most efficient firm. This systematic evidence doesn't exist. So by the same standard, the point, Chad, let me finish. The point I'm making is that the standards we are asking the other camp to provide should also be applicable to other arguments, so that in any market we observe the most efficient firms. That's a big claim, and the evidence in antitrust markets, I'm not talking about the average market in the economy, I'm talking about the specific markets in antitrust. This evidence doesn't exist. Systematic evidence, the same thing. Even if I take for granted, this is my second part of the comment to push back, it's part of this conversation. Even if I accept that argument, and I would like to know with the systematic scientific evidence, where is that? Imagine I accept that it exists. I'm not sure I would want that if, by promoting this monopolization, then the new firms give up, okay? So if those efficiencies, alleged efficiencies, don't turn into any consumer benefits, only to monopolization. So even from a strict IO point of view, I would say I prefer, in many circumstances, some degree of an inefficiency as long as this drives to competition, which brings good benefits to consumers, as opposed to this generic claim that everything which is observed, the Dempsey's argument, everything is great for whom? Okay, this is where I would like to push back.
First, just to finish on the Dempsey's argument isn't that everything is great, it's that you don't know whether everything's great just by looking at concentration. Could be it's getting worse, but so it's a value neutral interpretation of concentration. That's what I would say about that. Now, there is an enormous literature of productivity that shows, on average, markets reallocate activity towards more efficient firms. For a while, there was a problem with that literature in that we basically price leaked into our measure of output, and so maybe they look more efficient, but really what happened is their price went up. That's been, people have been working to address that for 15 years. I would say, in general, the tenor of the evidence is the same. When I talked about the trade literature, there's a huge number of trade papers, for example, that shows you lower trade barriers, you get this reallocation. I've looked at it in other specific industries. You are right. That literature, for various sociological reasons, has never cared to actually look specifically at merger effects. There are a few papers that have looked at the productivity effects of mergers, but not very many. I've lamented that with some of my colleagues lately that it wasn't a priority. We should do more on mergers and productivity effects. But if you want to say, what is my view of the expected, well, I don't know about mergers, but do markets on average reallocate activity when working well? When you actually, within a market, as you change barriers to substitution, you make it easier for consumers to switch from whom they're buying, we typically find, and by typically I mean mostly always, that the market starts reallocating activity towards those that we measure as being more productive. So I'm going to take the perspective that even if we're not looking at markets that will in the future merge, that is the way they're working. I think that explains U.S. manufacturing over the last 30 years. I think it explains retail. I don't think it explains other sectors. They have market power issues. I'm not trying to say every market that's concentrated has gotten better, because again, that's not what Demsetz et al. Said either. It's just that you can't look at concentration and view that as the end-all view, metric of the amount of competition.
Yes.
So I have a suggestion and a question. The suggestion is for Martin and John, I think you should write a paper looking at the price effect of mergers as a result of common ownership before. It's just, if Martin is right, you should see this price effect going down, but not because mergers have become better, it's because no mergers have become worse. And you have some cross-section, so I think there is some endogeneity, but I'm sure Martin is going to figure out how to deal with that. The question is for Chad, because you said that in the long run, productivity is everything. And now it's true, in the long run, we're all dead. But let's take it that that's right. In the long run, productivity is everything.
Matters for our kids and grandkids, even after we're dead.
I understand, but if we in the meantime suffer tremendously, it's not obvious that there is an intertemporal welfare consideration I love about my great-grandkids, but I think we should also care about the current generation. Anyway, let's take that as granted. And then you said there is basically no evidence that antitrust has anything to do with productivity. So I want to draw the conclusion, and tell me if I'm wrong. You're saying that we should give up on antitrust because it doesn't impact. So what does let me ask a different way. Okay. In what way antitrust should help, given that you're saying it doesn't help productivity, and so what can it help?
No, that's what I was trying to address when I said, I think actually the marginal case probably has positive expected value. I'm just saying when you add it all up, do I think it's going to be percentage points per year boost to growth? No way. I don't know we have evidence that it's going to add up to tenths of a percentage point. I'll take it. I think it's positive. The question is, how big is it? And how much can you turn even if you turn the antitrust dial all the way to where the marginal case has zero social value, how much does productivity growth increase there? I don't know what it is, but I'll bet it's not a percentage point per year. That's all I'm saying.
There are very few things that can change productivity.
General purpose technologies do. That is kind of my point.
I would add we have a lot of economic policy that no matter what they state doesn't affect productivity growth, and we find it valuable either way.
I said I like it. It's a good law. We should do more of it. I'm not arguing with antitrust enforcement or even that on the margin we could do more.
All right. I'll go to Carl, and then Matt, you can throw a bomb in afterwards. Here, Carl had a question. Pass it over to them. And I didn't realize we were going to have an attack on effective altruism in this. Where's Sam Bankman-Fried when you need him? Okay, Carl.
So my question is about merger retrospectives, so it goes first to John. And since this panel is about overall economy, I guess I'm a believer that merger enforcement overall has not been strong enough, and we have various industries where we see that, healthcare, hospitals, for example. But you're making a broader claim that it's very broad for the whole, have substantial effects based on merger retrospectives, and I just feel like you're pushing that more than the evidence shows. So I want to feel you out on where you really think. In your book and in your 2015 article, there are only 4 mergers that you report in your meta study, merger retrospective since the year 2000. The only one with a meaningful price increase is Whirlpool Maytag, and believe me, I know a lot about that. I was a DOJ expert, and many people at the time said that was bad. The Herfindahl was through the roof. So you're not really putting forward evidence, broad-based evidence from merger retrospectives, but you seem to be claiming to do so. Could you clarify that?
Sure. Dennis Carlton said it was good. We reported that in our story. But John, can you respond?
My first response is some puzzlement, because there certainly were many more than 4 merger retrospectives. I think 4 may have been discussed in particular, but those were illustrative. Oh, in the year two, since in the last 22 years. Now, I'm not. We would have to. You would have to identify that. The merger retrospective literature that I had 60 studies and had about 46 different mergers. Some of them were duplicative. And so there were a fair number of mergers that went into that database. And it was the summary statistics and also the disaggregation that I reported on. So it's not just 4. So with all respect, Carl, you and I need to chat later about what it is you're referencing. I certainly I'm not drawing conclusions from 4 data points. Let me just make that clear. But in all of my work, I've made very clear that while I believe there's large value to merger retrospectives, by no means do I think that there are enough of them out there. These are hard for academics to do. I've done a couple of them myself. They're very resource intensive. They're difficult for outsiders to do. I think the agencies are in a unique position, as I said before, to do this. And the reason they're not doing them, in short, is resources. I think, Joanna and I and everyone else knows that the agencies are resource strapped, and it affects almost everything they do. What cases they bring, how many cases they bring, what investigations they run, and yes, what research they have the resources to pursue. And it's unfortunate that those choices have to be made, because the mission of the agencies is a meritorious one. Having to make these sort of choices is like triaging in a hospital. It is unfortunate this has to be done. So the merger retrospective program that Joe Simon started, really has not gotten off the ground. There's some modest reporting that's being done, but much more does need to be done. So I've been cautious, even with the 45 or 60 studies, not to exaggerate what they do say. What I began by saying today is I think that the comparison, this enforcement gap that I reported on, creates a hypothesis about what's going on. It's not a conclusion, but a hypothesis that does need more data points. But it's easy. It's too easy to say, well, we need more data. I'm not looking to articulate something here that everybody would agree with. I think we need to identify what looks to be interesting and likely possibilities from the data we do have, not 4, but 40 or 60 observations. At least there's no longer anecdotes. One of the reasons I started compiling merger retrospectives that I was involved in various capacities with the agencies and as an outside consultant with cases where parties would come in and say, well, we've done a retrospective on this or that comparable merger, and here's where it says. And I kept saying, well, wait a minute. That's one example. What does the sum total of all retrospectives tell us about the outcomes of actual mergers? And from that, I sort of launched the exercise to compile all of these to see what in sum total they did produce. So there were 60 individual studies. There are hundreds of other mergers that were evaluated in groups. And so my book kind of talks about not just the individual studies, but individual mergers and individual studies, but also the aggregations. And the sum total of these is literally in the hundreds of examples. But all of these have strengths and weaknesses, which I do document. And I thought I was appropriately cautious in the way that I presented them. Carl, you and I need to chat.
All right. I want to go to Matt. Last question. Did you have a question? And then we'll... Oh, you did. Oh, okay. Great. Last question, and then we'll break. We'll go over a little bit.
Well, it's a question and a comment indeed. I'll join the Italian corner. I want to follow on something that Tommaso and Luigi say. I'm Christina. I'm a practitioner. I come from Europe, so I'm an observer to this discussion. What is striking to me, though, is that in a sense, I do not understand how we can be here in 2023 having this kind of discussion. Chad, what you set out there as a benchmark is still this kind of rhetoric or narrative that says, well, how can this stuff change points of GDP, even 0.1%? Where is the evidence that it can? And I find it a bit of a dissonance because I don't think anyone I know is claiming that antitrust enforcement will move GDP in a positive direction by a massive amount. No one is claiming that what is missing is capable of doing that. No one is claiming that under enforcement is only responsible or the only responsible factor for a lot of ailments. I think everybody knows that there are lots of other factors and contributing element, superstar firms, I mean, technology, all of this is taken in. That said, I think, as you say, we have under-enforced. I don't think anyone can be in doubt about that. You say, well, it's cute. Let's do a little bit more of it. It'll do something at the margin. What is the downside of taking this a little bit more seriously and saying, well, we've under-enforced. My evidence is mostly anecdotal because I'm in the trenches, and I can tell you that there is a lot of evidence in direct cases that I do where you have actually consolidated and prices have gone up, margins have gone up, outcomes have been worse, and I can mention multiple industries that Tommaso knows well in Europe. It isn't a generalized phenomenon, but again, let's not kind of overclaim. It's a sense that we are kind of knocking down a claim that no one is making. It's a bit of a straw man. There is no question that there are sectors in which performance has worsened as a result of, or together with concentration going forward. So what's the downside? We have been paralyzed by type 1 error. Let's not over-enforce in case what? So yes, deterrence, the PE firms are scared. I know it from being in the room. They're saying, let's not do these deals. The CMA scared the daylight out of people. They're not doing many deals in the UK. What's the downside? Exactly. We don't do 3, 4, 5 deals a year. What happens? I mean, I'm interested in your view.
Right.
What happens?
Chad, you have the last word then to answer that question. And there was a kind of tone of sort of thinking this was kind of a cute, a little bit dismissive. So how do you respond to that?
Okay, well, it's good. I know I came across that way. I didn't mean to be cute. So maybe I'm reading the literature and the conversation incorrectly. I thought some people did think there were macroeconomic effects of antitrust policy. I thought that was the reason why the session was called Antitrust Effects, the U.S. economy. But maybe I missed the memo on that. Fine. If I am wrong about that, then we agree. We 100% agree. I said on the margin, it's probably going to have a positive value to enforce more. All I said is in the end, I don't know of evidence, happy to have my mind changed, I'm not against the notion, that it will have large macroeconomic effects. I want growth to go up by any means that will make it do it. And to the extent that I sounded cute, or I didn't mean to be knocking down a straw man. I thought that was a man out there that was worth knocking down that wasn't straw. But again, if people view it that way, fine, I apologize for having set up the straw man. That's not what I meant to do.
No apology necessary. Thank you. In fact, thanks to all of you. I think this has been a great discussion. I hope people enjoyed it. And it's going to be a great day.
I'll show you the funny graph. You can show to 10 basically whether he had an effect or not.
Okay, David, I think we're good to go.
We're good?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're going to get started here. Get our seats. All right. And we're good. Okay. My mother was a school teacher, so I know the ways to get people to be quiet, and hopefully I don't have to resort to them. All right, thank you. I am David Dayan. I'm the executive editor of The American Prospect, and I take strong issue to Jesse's allusion that there is a winner-take-all dynamic in nonprofit journalism. Prospect.org, there's room for all of us. So it's great to be back here at a conference. I remember in 2017 when I went to the first one, the theme of the conference was, is there a concentration problem in the United States? Today, we are implicitly asking, can we solve the concentration problem in the United States? So we've obviously seen some moves there. This panel is entitled Antitrust Affects U.S. Industries. The previous panel focused, or was intended to focus, on the broader impact of consolidation on the U.S. economy. We're going to take a look at specific industries, and it wasn't really a surprise to me that when I checked in with the panelists, all of them decided, at least in part, to focus on the healthcare sector. That you can have 4 separate presentations about specific effects of consolidation in healthcare and have little to no overlap in the subject matter speaks both to the vastness of the healthcare sector at large and as well as the variety, the ingenuity, if you will, of the middlemen, conglomerates, monopolies, duopolies, and powerful actors in this sector. So it's a rich enough subject that may serve as a basis for a future issue of a certain policy magazine. So it's with great interest that I introduce this panel. I also do appreciate from Jesse setting the standard of absolutely merciless enforcement of the 5 to 7 minute rule on presentations. So let me start my clock as I introduce Thomas Woolman, Associate Professor of Economics at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business and a Faculty Research Fellow at the National Bureau for Economic Research. And he will kick us off.
Good morning. I want to say a few words this morning about my work on stealth consolidation, how it relates to the dialysis industry, and also related then briefly to the substantive legal standard that we apply under Section 7. So as many of you know, governments around the world require firms that are interested in merging typically to notify them in advance, and then wait, usually about 1 to 4 weeks, which gives the agencies time to evaluate the competitive aspects of these transactions prior to when they're completed. However, the vast majority of mergers are exempt from this process because they fall below certain size thresholds, which are set by law. These exemptions can be traced back to legislation which was passed between about 1950, 1980. If you read the congressional record, you'll find that oftentimes they rely on an assumption that only big deals have important anti-competitive effects. Today, certainly we know that that's not true, at least not necessarily so. In many segmented industries or differentiated product markets, if you will, even a minor deal can result in a major change in market structure, ultimately firm behavior, and of course consumer welfare. Since 2000, the thresholds have increased sharply. Today, for example, if I wanted to acquire a closely competing, say, regional hospital for about $100 million, or a closely competing pharmaceutical product for about $400 million, I would typically not need to report that to the DOJ and the FTC. in its incipiency. This is a potential problem if these non-reportable deals avoid detection by the agency because they slip past the staff, ultimately escape antitrust enforcement entirely. I'll illustrate this in the context of the US dialysis industry, which treats patients with a loss of kidney function, commonly called end-stage renal disease. Patients require frequent treatments each week, and so oftentimes they can't travel more than about, say, 20 minutes or miles in any direction. So competition is a very local phenomenon here. The markets are small geographic units. Individual facilities can typically be purchased for around $4 million each. And as a result of that, regional chains, moderately sized ones, may be acquired without any notification to the FTC, which has de facto responsibility for policing these transactions. From about 1997 to 2017, there were about over 4,000 acquisitions of individual facilities. About half of those were not reported to the agencies because they fell below these statutory thresholds, or more precisely, were part of larger mergers which fell below the thresholds. So in this figure, I'll illustrate that this is a potential problem for enforcement. The unit of observation here will be a merger affected, or I should say a market affected by a merger. That is one where the target firm was operating prior to the transaction. On the x-axis, I'll plot the expected change in concentration that were to occur if the merger was completed without any enforcement action. And the y-axis, I'll just plot whether or not there was an enforcement action. For legibility here, I'm just going to bin the observations into equal size cells and then plot the averages along the axes. At first here, you can see I will restrict attention to markets that were affected by reportable mergers, ones that the FTC knew about in their incipiency. So if you shift attention to all the way to the left, you can see the enforcement rate is exactly 0, where the expected concentration change is 0. Informally speaking, the government is now going out and harassing innocent aspects of transactions. They're letting them go through. Shift attention to the right, you can see that enforcement rates increase dramatically. At the extreme right, the line shows that in markets that will turn into a monopoly, the probability of enforcement approaches about 100% in the data. This is a, I believe, encouraging, flattering portrait of enforcement in this country. Now, recall that I've restricted attention here to reportable mergers only. Next, what I'll do is replicate this red line, but I'll do it for non-reportable mergers, ones that the FTC did not know about in their incipiency. I should highlight that if this blue line looks similar to the red line, there's no enforcement problem. Unfortunately, there's been basically no enforcement into non-reportable transactions. I don't think this is any necessarily a fault of the agency. It is simply unclear how they would know about these deals as they are occurring. Now, if you're thinking ahead, you might worry about what's happening in the bottom right-hand side of this figure. These are transactions which are likely to cause a large increase in concentration, but they are very unlikely to face, almost no likelihood of facing, an enforcement action. In most markets, you might worry that the price is going to go up afterwards. Here, that is typically not a concern because in the dialysis market, Medicare sets most prices. What you might think then is going to be the merger or margin of adjustment is, of course, quality. And you can see that in the data if you follow these transactions over time. You see quality is falling, most clearly evidenced by increasing hospitalization rates of the patients and decreasing survival rates. I want to highlight here that reportability does not in any way affect legality. The problem here is not the substantive standard under Section 7. The problem is 7A, just a procedural issue. But currently it's not at least completely being addressed. I want to highlight that also dialysis is in no way unique. This affects many industries outside of healthcare, outside of the service sector entirely. Also that although each of these mergers is individually comparatively small, together they're huge, on the order of about probably $30 to $50 billion each year. Various policy proposals are currently being contemplated here. The last thing I'll add is simply that as we discuss the adoption of a new standard, I think we should all perhaps keep in mind the risk that the agencies, judges, legislators, even the media, has limited bandwidth, quite naturally, not so much attention they can pay to this area of law. And as a result, I think there is some risk that we will wind up not tackling the known harms in the economy, things like killer acquisitions and related problems. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. That was about 7 minutes on the dot, by the way. I just want to say. All right, next we have Lamore Daphne, Bruce V. Rauner Professor of Business Administration at the Harvard Business School, faculty member at the John F. Kennedy School of Government, and the interdisciplinary program in health policy. Also going to talk about some features of the healthcare sector. So go.
Okay, fantastic.
Take it away.
You
can go up or stay down.
I don't have slides, so I'll just stay down here. And thank you for the invitation to speak here. I interpreted the ask here as being about what are the effects of current antitrust enforcement under the consumer welfare standard as it's been interpreted by our enforcement agencies and courts. And with that framing, and given the very short amount of time allocated, I wanted to focus on two specific areas, both of which highlight the importance of intermediaries in healthcare markets. The first area is cross-market consolidation, which is happening and has happened on the watch of antitrust enforcement agencies, and I'll define that in just a moment, particularly among healthcare providers. And then second, time permitting, I thought I would try to make a couple comments about the relationships between pharmaceutical companies and PBMs, another very important intermediary in healthcare markets, and the ways in which these relationships might be resulting in less competition in pharmaceutical markets. So, and I do know that my colleague over here to the left is going to pick up a little bit on rebates and the implications of that. So let me start with cross-market mergers. I could have put together some slides on the research that I've done, but I think I'm going to be able to summarize it for you pretty succinctly, if not as beautifully graphically as my colleague here, Tom did. But first of all, the key feature of a cross-market merger is that involves a combination that is not strictly a horizontal overlap, either entities performing the same function in different geographic markets, typically hospitals, or in the same geographic market but different functions. So perhaps the combination of an adult academic medical center as well as a leading children's hospital. Okay, those would be examples of cross-market mergers. And under conventional merger review and enforcement, these transactions tend to receive fairly cursory treatment because the entities are not competing for the same set of end users. And back when I was at the FTC as a deputy for healthcare and antitrust enforcement in 2012-13, there were a number of insurers that came complaining and saying, hey, there are all these mergers happening, not in the exact same, narrow geographic market, and then our prices go up, and what do you guys have to say about that? So there was not much to be said. When I left the agency, I teamed up with colleagues Kate Ho at Princeton and Robin Lee at Harvard, and we decided to write a paper analyzing the effects of these cross-market mergers, and not just looking at what the, say, price effects were, but also thinking about the mechanisms of action, because it's critical, as we all know, under Section 7, has to be an acquisition that that results in some harm through a lessening of competition, a tendency to create a monopoly. And one of the arguments that was put forth is that these entities that were fanning out all over the country had better bargaining skills, or were less risk averse than any individual hospital, and that it wasn't a lessening of competition that led to an increase in price. And we wrote out this mechanism whereby one has to think about the fact that individual consumers are not negotiating, of course, with hospitals, that there's this intermediary, the insurers, and the insurer is serving consumers, patients in different markets, Okay, even if they're even if these entities are not directly competing for the same patient, and they are writing policies for employers who employ individuals in multiple markets. So the argument was, if you think about the market as, you know, the market to be included in an insurer's network, then it would be broader. And it could encompass, there could be a lessening of competition from these cross-market mergers that arises. And I tell you this in some detail because, well, first of all, there's evidence to support the mechanism. We find that when a hospital system acquires other hospital members in the same state, but not within 30 minutes, okay, which is typically a reasonable rough cut for a hospital market, that prices increase 7 to 9%. And this is for the acquirers, okay? And that effect happens only when there are common insurers that are working with the providers in the emerging markets. So there's evidence for this. Now, we brought out that research, started talking about it 2014, 15, 16, and cases have not been brought. And one of the challenges that I keep hearing is market definition. And so this arises in a lot of the readings, the posts that have been shared for this conference. And it was a hard-fought battle to prove to courts that hospital markets were as narrow as the enforcement agencies claimed, and therefore, even if in the North Shore of Chicago 2 hospitals merge, right, that could be a problem, although there are lots and lots of hospitals around Chicago. So they had to really fight over in these narrow markets. And there's a lot of concern about saying, wait a second, now you're telling me that hospitals that merge in Houston and Dallas could be a problem? I don't know how many of you have been to Texas, far enough apart that you're not usually traveling across those markets. So that's one impediment. And there are other mechanisms for harm through cross-market combinations, tying, multi-market contact. These are things that are more difficult historically for enforcers to bring, and we're not seeing it. There's a little bit in California, a little bit of private action. I just want to note, and I don't know if I'm out of time to talk about PBMs.
You got a minute.
Yeah, okay. But I'll note this anyway. I am now more likely to be asked to speak about price regulation than I am to speak about competition in healthcare markets. And that's because the public stakeholders have recognized that whatever it is antitrust enforcers are doing, it is not leading to constrained price growth, that hospital price growth is the biggest source of increased spending in U.S. healthcare, and that they're going to have to put in place some kinds of cap measures or, and caps on price growth to do something about it. So that, I think, is a clarion call that we ought to be considering something different. 30 seconds on PBMs. Interesting, these are also intermediaries. They also consolidated on the FTC's watch. There is a 6B study and a great statement on rebates and enforcement that I hope Shel will have time to talk about. And I just wanted to note that the statement suggests FTC is going to take a much broader lens and not just think about, okay, this is a concentrated industry and there's rents that are being realized in that concentrated industry. We know that as a matter of course, but that the interactions between these industry players and the suppliers to them may be leading to less competition between our branded drugs and our generics or biosimilars. Through tying of rebates to exclusion of rivals, or tying of rebates to inclusion of a new product formulation, which a company is trying to get adopted so that when generics come to market, there won't be a market to automatically substitute into. So I apologize for that quick.
You need not apologize. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm sure we'll get into PBMs in the discussion as well. Okay, so next we have Florian Ederer, Associate Professor of Economics at the Yale School of Management, research staff member at the Cowles Foundation for Research in Economics, and also an NBER Research Fellow, and much of his research is in the pharmaceutical sector, so a natural progression here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I want to speak about 2 specific industries which I've studied on some of my own work on killer acquisitions, but also on acquisitions of potential and nascent competitors. Now, the first one I want to focus on is pharmaceutical development, to keep with the theme of healthcare. In that industry, in a paper written with Colleen Cunningham and Song Ma, we documented pervasive evidence of so-called killer acquisitions. These are situations where incumbent firms acquire innovative target firms solely to discontinue and to terminate the target's innovation projects because those projects would threaten the incumbent's profits. So you are preempting future rather than existing competition. Specifically in that paper, we showed that acquired drug projects of these innovative small startups are between 30 to 50% less likely to be developed when they overlap with the acquirer's existing product portfolio. So when the acquirer has a similar drug that does similar things to the target firm's drug, and that gets acquired, then it's less likely to be developed. And that's particularly the case when the acquirer's market power is large because of weak existing competition or also very distant patent expiration. So in that paper, not only did we show that there's less development, but these types of acquisitions are quite pervasive. We have estimates that are quite conservative that estimate that somewhere between 5 to 7% of all acquisitions in pharmaceutical development are killer acquisitions. So depending on what your political persuasion is or your antitrust persuasion is, 5% is very little or 5% is a lot. But that amounts to about 45 to 50 killer acquisitions per year. And that number has been slightly, though not significantly, rising. Now, why are these acquisitions occurring? It's related to some of the work that Tom has done also together with Tom Barrios. Namely, these killer acquisitions disproportionately occur just below the merger reporting threshold, so they escape antitrust scrutiny through stealth consolidation. Nonetheless, they are quite important. We have estimates that they are as important, if not more important, than pay for delay, which has been very much on the agenda for antitrust, specifically in pharmaceuticals. But killer acquisitions are not only difficult to spot in pharmaceuticals because some of them fly under the radar, but also because you need great data before and after acquisitions. You need clear market delineations. That's relatively easy to do actually for pharmaceuticals. It's not so easy to do for many, many other sectors. So while our evidence comes entirely from pharmaceuticals, there's plenty of anecdotes that people have relayed to me over the years and that I also trot out in presentations that this is occurring in many other sectors. But what is made very, very difficult here is that these are acquisitions of future competitors, not existing competitors. So that brings an additional burden here that you have to prove harm in a court. It's also very difficult because it's, of course, a win-win scenario for the acquirer and the target. And the startup founders walk away with a big payoff here, and they have no intention of suing. That they're perfectly happy, in a sense, to suicide their project because they're getting paid for it. So I should also stress that these killer acquisitions are only the most egregious form of harm to future competition. There can be also situations where the acquirer buys the future competitor and kills its own innovative effort, the so-called reverse kill acquisition that Christina Cafara and Tom Valetti and Greg Crawford have written about. Or it could be just a situation where the acquirer buys the product and just stops improving it. If there's a quality aspect to it, you can think of acquisitions like Intuit purchasing Mint and essentially not doing anything with it for the next 8 years. Or the acquirer develops the target's product but uses the less competitive multi-product pricing rather than having head-to-head competition on this. And that naturally leads me to another sector, which I always get asked about when I talk about killer acquisitions, which is, of course, the tech sector, where I don't think vanilla killer acquisitions are as much of an issue, although there's certainly instances like Facebook buying TBH and essentially shutting it down 9 months later, or Apple buying Dark Sky and essentially discontinuing it, and unclear whether much of these capabilities have been translated into other web apps. But on a more systematic basis, in work with Bruno Pellegrino, I've shown that there's been a very, very large secular change in how startups grow. So in the early 1990s, 90% of VC-backed startup exits were IPOs, and only 10% were acquisitions. If you look at it today, and I said document that in a recent paper forthcoming the AAPNP, that ratio is completely reversed. So it's literally 90% of VC-backed startups are now occurring through acquisitions, often to strategic players, and only 10% are going to IPOs. And what's driving this? Well, it's mostly driven by tech acquisitions. And what we also document in that paper, that big tech companies are increasingly insulated from competition if you look at how they describe their products and how similar their products are to other competitors. So they've always been very unique in the types of products that they offer, but they've also become increasingly unique. And uniqueness is good because you're offering great services to your consumers, but unique also means that you're facing no competition, essentially. And that trend towards decreasing competition or insulation from competition has very much been in line also with increased acquisition activity. So there's lots of renewed focus. I'm very excited about the many challenges that in Australia, in Europe, in the United States, the competition authorities have brought, particularly also in the tech industry. It's quite clear that some of the transactions involving potential or nascent competitors that sailed through antitrust review in the early 2010s probably wouldn't go through today, or probably even wouldn't be proposed today. And I think that's good. But there is, of course, a trade-off here in the sense that we have to worry about ex ante versus ex post innovation. So we don't want these killer acquisitions. We don't want these acquisitions of nascent competitors. But at the same time, we still want to have sufficient incentives for startups and founders to come up with new ideas, potentially also to be acquired in the long run. Thank you.
I've never seen academics take instruction so well. This is right at 7 minutes. I love it. So finally, we'll see if he can live up to that. Shel Sussman is an associate director for litigation in the Bureau of Competition at the Federal Trade Commission, previously an attorney advisor to Chair Lena Khan, and he will be picking up on some of the things we've been talking about. So go ahead,
Sure.
Shel.
And my statements here just represent my own views and not those of any commissioners or the commission. So really, I'm going to pick up kind of where other panelists left and talk about our recent PBM rebate statement that the commission issued a few months ago, and another case that we have brought also last year involving crop protections, but I think has a lot of implications for how we're thinking about rebating strategies. So as Limor mentioned, the commission voted out a statement last year that really talks about kind of the potential risks and harms that are involved in PBM rebating or rebating generally in the pharmaceutical industry, and really highlighting that the dynamics of rebating it's kind of a two-way street where either rebates are paid in order to exclude rivals, or rebates are extracted in order to ensure that certain pharmaceutical drugs remain on formularies, for example. The same dynamic is kind of something that's playing out in a case we brought in North Carolina against Corteva and Syngenta. In that case, we are alleging that both companies essentially paid rebates to distributors to prevent the emergence of other crop protection rivals that were kind of generic, right? So there were expirations of patents, and there were payments, allegedly rebates kind of paid in order to exclude those rivals from entering the market. So I think Limor mentioned this earlier, or Florian, but there's also kind of there are kind of tones of how we think about pay for delay as well, right? Which is payments for the exclusion of potential rivals that might emerge on the scene, or generics that exist and might want to gain market share. So this is an area of focus for the Commission and an area where we are certainly looking to expand our enforcement efforts, whether it is in the pharmaceutical industry or just writ large, when it comes to rebating practices. It's an area that traditionally hasn't been, hasn't received much enforcement. But what I find very interesting about these kind of rebating practices and Section 3 in particular is kind of tracing the history of Section 3 of the Clayton Act and what makes it, in my mind, unique and very exciting, which is its emergence, or kind of the fact that it was passed in order to cabin the application of the rule of reason to rebating and other exclusionary payment practices in 1914. And I think that also kind of dovetails to the broader kind of conversation we're having here today about moving beyond the consumer welfare standard or changing the consumer welfare standard. And one of the hallmark features we can all agree when we talk about consumer welfare is also kind of the prevalence of the rule of reason in our analysis of conduct, and really, I would say almost a collapsing of all the various antitrust statutes onto this idea of a burden-shifting rule of reason analysis. So Iona mentioned the revival of Section 8 in the cases that DOJ is bringing right now in that area or settling. And one of the hallmarks of Section 8, again, it's not a rule of reason analysis. It's a very straightforward application mandated by the Clayton Act. Section 7 as well, I think this is another area where the guidelines, when they arrive, but I think also our enforcement actions really try to emphasize that Section 7 is a different standard than the rule of reason. It's an incipiency standard. So, that's kind of, I think, another vector. But Section 3 in particular, I think, is really interesting because the language of Section 3 and the way that the Supreme Court applied Section 3 in the 1920s and into the late 1940s is really what brought about the modern application of Section 7 in the 1950 amendments. So this language that we use now kind of almost in many jurisdictions across the world, right? This may substantially lessen competition was language that was really brought from Section 3 because Congress was kind of happy with the way the Supreme Court was applying that language in Section 3 cases. So I thought to share kind of a very short cite from a Fifth Circuit case from the 1960s that involved a disqualification of commissioners in this Pillsbury case. But what's really remarkable about this case is the disqualification was brought about because the Senate committee basically grilled the commissioners because they were applying the rule of reason to a merger analysis after the 1950 amendment was made. So the Fifth Circuit summarized this better than I can, so I'm just gonna read this little quote, which I find pretty remarkable. When Chairman Hurry appeared before the Senate committee on June 1st, 1955, he met a barrage of questioning by the members of the committee, challenging his views on the requirements of Section 7 and the application of the doctrine announced by the Supreme Court in the standard section case, a Section 3 case, to Section 7 proceeding. A number of the members of the committee challenged the correctness of his and the Commission's position in holding that a mere showing of a substantial increase in the share of market after a merger would not be sufficient to satisfy the requirement of Section 7, of a showing that the effect of such acquisition may be substantially to lessen competition. Much of the questioning criticized the petitioner here is that the nature of the questions and the comments by members of the committee in which they forcefully expressed their own opinions that the per se doctrine should apply and that it was the intent of Congress that it should apply. And then they go and basically, go through the entire record, and you see question after question of senators not criticizing the outcome of the case because the commission condemned the acquisition, But the fact that they're willing to entertain so much evidence and basically to weigh that evidence of the purported efficiencies or benefit of the merger. And I think I want to bring it back to kind of our conversation about like enforcement moving forward. And I think one of the interesting aspects of Section 3 and Section 7 is really this deliberate choice that was made by Congress to have a more truncated approach to certain types of conduct, whether it's exclusive dealings or mergers, and a very clear recognition that there might be a trade-off, a welfare trade-off in making that kind of truncated analysis. I think Frankfurter's opinion, again, in the standard station case, makes that point very explicitly by saying, there might be benefits, there might be efficiencies, but it is the intent of Congress to really have an efficient and speedy kind of analysis and to try to prohibit this conduct.
All right, thank you. So, let's stay here with healthcare for a little while. And I have a question that, anyone on the panel can take. The theme of this conference is the consumer welfare standard. In healthcare, particularly when you're talking about the provider side, who's the consumer? Is it the payers or is it the patient?
I mean, I can chime in. I like to call them compound consumers, and that's the patient as well as the payer, who could be the plan sponsor, the employer. And so when one thinks about a consumer welfare standard, I kind of think about the effects on both of those parties. If I may, picking up on that, something that I started thinking about as I began reading through some of the really interesting submissions prepared for the conference is that in healthcare, there is a lot of harm occurring through practices and consolidations, harm to consumers, that is not necessarily clearly arising through lessening of competition. So it seems to me that all of the discussion around the consumer welfare standard assumes that, of course, it's through lessening of competition. And I don't think that is at all the case.
Well, I mean, it seems like it is a very different consideration if you're talking about one set of actors being the consumer or the other. I mean, as you say, there are and you rightly bring up the question of where the harms arise from. But harm to an insurance company, that would seem to be harm to their profits. Harm to a guy with a broken leg is a far different type of harm.
Yeah, so I think an interesting place we could see this is the recent discussion over insulin pricing. Okay, So in that case, the manufacturers, until very recently, had extremely high insulin prices, and they paid very large rebates to the intermediaries, the PBMs, and then individuals who had cost sharing based on fractional list price paid a lot more for their insulin than they would otherwise have paid. Now, who is benefiting from that? Not the patient who is facing a deductible or co-insurance as part of the price, but the employer-sponsored plan does benefit because then the patients are paying more toward the cost of the insulin. So the question of harm here, now in that case, there is a bifurcation of the interests, but it's not the same as the for-profit insurer, right? Because this is the employer who is to some degree aligned with the employer competing for employees.
Please
if I
pick up on.
may pick up here. And I think one of the issues here that Limor also mentioned, it's not necessarily always just from concentration that harms can occur, and that's the ones that we're focusing on antitrust. But there's quite a bit of recent work in healthcare that just focuses on ownership. So particularly on private equity ownership, of for-profit nursing homes. There's a big debate there. On the one hand, Ashwin Gandhi has a series of papers that sort of say, yeah, these under different ownership, we seem to be more driven by profit motives and responding more to profit motives. And that's in some cases that can lead to quality decreases, which would indeed be harming consumers or patients. But then there are other aspects where these increased profit motives actually lead the patients to do better. So these are not really changes to competition per se, but it's mostly actually just changes to how we conduct business based on ownership. And I don't think that is in any way really addressed by how we usually do antitrust. I think there's more. I was just on a panel at another conference in a more tropical climate than here, where we're speaking about these private equity acquisitions in healthcare. But it was really the ownership per se, rather the increasing concentration that was the issue there.
But Florian, to pick up on that, I mean, one of the things that is pretty widespread with regard to concentration and private equity in particular is what Thomas was talking about, the going below the various market thresholds. And and I'd like to hear from both of you on this, but I'm wondering if we believe that is a problem. There are, you sort of alluded to a few policy strategies to deal with that. One would be just sort of a straight, reduction of the thresholds across the board. But there are sort of more precise ideas, like is it about certain industries? Is it about certain individual firms that are measured by market cap or some other factor that need to report more? Like, how do you perceive that if we believe that, your chart represents a real problem?
I think one of the things you could do, but is not feasible, is just to fund the agencies to the point that they can look at all deals.
Right.
It's just not. It's
So
not going to happen.
living in the real world.
Yeah.
What do we do?
But I should emphasize that in many ways, and I have other work addressing this, to the point earlier, I think it was Steve's, that deterrence is incredibly important with these deals. So in 2001, there was a change in the thresholds, drastic increase upwards. And the most important thing you saw was not on the intensive margin, that there was less deals that were being blocked, but rather there was just this explosion in horizontal transactions. So I think one of the most important aspects of this is that as we do either lower the thresholds overall, or perhaps I think more sophisticated approach would be to give the agencies some discretion over where they do so. It may not be that expensive to do so. I think for small, relatively plain vanilla horizontal deals, if you just look at these transactions, you'll never even have to review them because the bad ones are going to be deterred with probability 1.
Florian, how do you see that?
Yeah, so Tom and I have, of course, worked on these policy proposals, and specifically now for pharmaceutical development. One of the proposals that we've had involve just mandatory reporting of deals if they fall into exactly the same therapeutic treatment group and the same mechanism of action. So if you're really acquiring a drug project or company with a drug project that directly overlaps and is a direct substitute for something that you're currently producing, then these should always be reported. And I think that would be sort of an easy check. And that easy check may indeed play a very, very strong deterrent role if your intent is to kill the project rather than use your capabilities of developing it and bringing it to market.
I want to bring Shaul in on this because one of the prescriptions in one of the papers that came out before the conference was Bill Kovachic's paper on pro-market. And he was talking about one of the parts of it was creating sectoral biographies in antitrust that could be helpful in future enforcement. We're talking about sort of sector-specific kind of things you can do. Do you think that would be helpful in the kinds of sectors we see today? Or would that be too much of a backwards-looking approach because these sectors have changed so much?
So I think, again, just going to specific programs within the FTC. So, for example, the hospital merger kind of enforcement.
Yeah.
We do see kind of tremendous benefits from a concentrated study and understanding of how these markets operate. And as Limor alluded, there's always kind of room for us to expand and grow our understanding into kind of new frontiers. But I also think that allows us to, when we are thinking about those mergers, to kind of look at the bread and butter harms, but also things like we've done last year, where we ultimately didn't bring the challenge with those claims because there was no majority of the commission, but was to challenge the acquisition also because it lessened competition among labor, among nurses, for example, that operate in that operated the hospital. So I think like there is tremendous benefit because it allows you to bring a lot of that knowledge into an investigation and kind of build on it to expand. Another area where we're kind of focused on right now, which I know the guidelines are getting a lot of kind of attention, but another project that we're working on is revising the merger form, which is basically the way we digest or ingest information regarding transactions. And these issues that are kind of surfaced here are kind of really front of mind for that project. And comments would be welcome when it goes out to the notice and comment. But
I've heard about this. So the idea is that if you get more information up front, you can make a more informed judgment.
Not only I think informed judgment, but also to the point of deterrence, right?
Right.
So, for
because if they have to give the information initially, they're going to be reticent to.
Right, and without talking about any specific examples, but if a company has to report a history of transactions that happened prior to this reportable transaction,
right,
or kind of show we might find out that there's a roll-up strategy happening, right? Not even in the industry that we're currently kind of, or the specific market that we're looking at. So there's a lot of ways in which kind of better reporting on the front end of transactions could lead to these beneficial outcomes. And I completely agree that the reporting requirement itself, right, and more detailed reporting will have a significant deterrent effect.
What do we think about this? Anyone on the panel?
Yeah. If I could, I'd just add this notion of serial acquisitions is common in healthcare. It seems to be relatively common, life sciences, probably also tech. A requirement that when you, not only reporting, but when you propose another serial acquisition in the same market, that you provide an accounting of the effects of your prior acquisitions and realization of prior efficiencies. It is a burden, but that would be a deterrent to use your prior acquisitions in a way that might be subsequently deemed anti-competitive. And I think that's something that could be considered and certainly might affect the PE strategy.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think we're in total agreement here on the panel. This additional reporting, I think, is very much a good idea, particularly for serial acquirers. I'm very, very much opposed to bans on acquisitions per se, because particularly if they single out particular companies, but additional reportability can very much have a deterrence effect.
And the agencies could state that when they consider a new acquisition, they are going to evaluate the effect on competition as if all of the acquisitions were occurring at that point in time, to avoid the small deal from looking too small to bother with.
Okay, I want to bring up something that was brought up a couple times in the presentations, and that was pay for delay. Just this idea that you pay for exclusion of potential rivals. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but if I told any crime reporter about what that is, they would tell me it was criminal bribery. And yet it is never enforced in that way. I mean, I don't even know what the question I'm asking, but that seems just broadly obvious. And Limor, you were talking about sort of ways in which this goes beyond antitrust.
You mean reverse payment settlement?
I mean, you talk about ways which goes beyond antitrust. I mean, it seems to me fairly clear, and I wonder why it isn't really addressed in that format.
Congress chose not to legislate, right? And the Supreme Court ruled that it's rule of reason, and that's where we're stuck. I mean, we could ask if the audience has a different interpretation
We
of it.
should probably
but-
ask Carl maybe what he thinks on this.
Beyond that, I mean, it continues to sometimes be introduced that beyond paying.
So the
to
problem
avoid
is
litigation
Congress,
costs.
though, is what you're saying. You're saying the problem is
or the
that
Supreme
we
Court.
need more legislation.
Or the Supreme Court.
So I'll just say that I think it's a really valid question to ask, right? Like if there was a straight up kind of market allocation agreement, right? Like meeting in a room and saying you take that part of the market or you don't show up on this day, and we're gonna.
I don't see a functional difference.
So I think this is ultimately right an area for us to think about, right? Which is whether our focus in antitrust analysis is on the outcomes versus how the companies got there, right? So if they did that, right, if there was that meeting in the room, I think the answer would be pretty straightforward. But if they are able to, for example, leverage various other mechanisms, for example, rebating strategies, intermediaries, etc., right? The fact that they affected the same result by using kind of a vertical restraint instead of a horizontal restraint leads us to a different outcome about kind of the severity of the conduct, even if it is identical in outcome. So I think that's something we should really think about. Whether kind of the focus should be on the outcome and the harms or on the methodology of achieving the harm.
I want to go back to what Limor was talking about with cross-market consolidation, and I think the sort of trends that we're seeing in healthcare is that happening not just across different geographical markets, but between different parts of the transaction. I mean, every major PBM is now owned by an insurance company. CVS, which has a pharmacy, an insurer, they're moving into provider networks with their Minute clinics. United Health is pretty much a financial supermarket for healthcare at this point. Vertical deals have traditionally seen less scrutiny, and it seems like healthcare is an area where we're seeing, I don't want to call it capitalizing on that, but we're seeing ways in which the dominant players are starting to really use this lower scrutiny barrier to move forward on certain business strategies. That's obviously a situation where the courts have brought in some definitions, but is that worth stronger attention by the authorities, by the antitrust authorities? Worth, what do you think about that?
So what you mentioned with healthcare conglomeration across a range of sectors is indeed the flavor of the day, partly because it's clear that to date antitrust enforcers don't have clear opposition to those kinds of transactions, and the merging parties figure they could squeeze some efficiencies, and if they can enjoy super competitive rents, then double great. And I just want to add that we economists who do these large scale studies are going to have a really hard time establishing a fact pattern, as was done in hospitals, as was done in pharmaceuticals, and still it's a challenge to bring those cases because each one is different. So we work with large data samples. There are all kinds of mechanisms whereby these non-horizontal, not always vertical, but non-horizontal combinations could lessen competition, could foreclose rivals who might want to enter the same space. Certainly you've heard a lot about the independent pharmacists who very much don't appreciate the steering toward the chain pharmacies that the integrated PBMs do. But if the question is, should our enforcers pay more attention to it, then the answer is, I think they are. The question is, do they feel that the law as it's being interpreted will support challenges of this?
Right.
And
I mean, that's...
The United Change Healthcare was not super great for them.
Right. I mean, that's the block, though, right? I mean, Florian, your research on killer acquisitions is really path-breaking. But there was a case that was done earlier this year, or maybe the end of last year. I don't remember the time. Meta Within, that was a loss for the FTC. It was about incipient competition. Do you think that was a case worth making?
So I understand there are. I'm not sure whether JP is here, but people disagree on this. I can certainly see the merits of bringing this case, even if one loses it. I think it's certainly good that the agencies are paying attention to these future competition deals. I don't really want to comment too much on this particular one here, but I do think you're seeing it with many of the acquisitions, the ones that are being challenged, and I think the most interesting one, if I'm going to step away from one that has already happened, but one that is going to happen, is the Adobe Figma case, which has also very much similar characteristics in that Figma produces not exactly the same thing as Adobe, but in a somewhat similar, and has it in a more collaborative way. And as recently as 18 months ago, very openly said that they want to be the next Adobe. But of course, if you're offering the founders $20 billion, not in an acquisition, then those founders might change their view on whether they really want to be a competitor to Adobe. And so I think that's for good reasons, the Europeans and also I'm sure the US will bring challenges to that deal and will investigate that deal, whether it unlocks great efficiencies between the product suite that Adobe already has and the collaborative features that Figma can bring. I think we will see. But it's certainly good that we're looking at these deals in greater detail. Now, I want to continue a little bit on what Limor said also on the vertical transactions, is that what the DOJ currently is doing with the Google Ad Stack, with the Google Ad Tech case, is also to some extent a vertical challenge, because we're sort of looking at the entire chain of digital advertising where Google is alleged to have exerted or exploited its market power. So it's not just happening, I think, in healthcare, but it's also we're bringing these types of challenges in tech as well.
Mm-hmm. Thomas, I want to bring you in. Some of the stuff Florian was doing in his presentation around exit strategy seems like very pernicious. The complete flip of where startup exits go. And I imagine that a good bit of those are either non-reportable or not wanting to be reportable on both sides. I mean, it seems like a difficulty for regulatory policy to deal with willing suiciders. And I'm just wondering how that plays into sort of your thinking around this.
I think it is very difficult to deal with without a major change in policy. I think to this point, most of the, for example, discussion about technology mergers, usually when people talk of tech or big tech, like Florian did before, I think he's using it oftentimes as a shorthand for consumer-facing technology. But for example, a place where we've had a tremendous amount of merger activity since roughly the beginning of COVID is in business-to-business technology. Primarily by private equity, which has these very large, I think, unintentional carve-outs to the Hart-Scott-Rodino Act. So there, we're talking about maybe an order of magnitude larger than what's being covered in the consumer technology realm. Worse yet, because I think many of us, maybe rightly, view a lot of those businesses as, despite the fact that they're very big, very boring, I think they don't get any attention from the media. But ultimately, eventually, that is going to work its way back to the consumer. So I think it's not only is the problem there, it's probably much larger than any of us right now are giving it credit for. And I think to Martin's point before, there's no clearinghouse for transactions. These are, for the most part, private contracts. We have no idea how much merger activity is actually out there.
Right. And I mean, Florian, it was your story. I mean, what is the solution to the sort of grow to exit or build to exit and growth through acquisition kind of strategies?
I think there isn't a totally obvious solution out there. As I said earlier, what we're trading off here is ex-ante innovation and ex-post innovation, and something that I'm not the first person to make that point. Mike Winston has made that point very convincingly in some in his work. But if you are providing an additional exit channel through acquisitions that, of course, will motivate founders and entrepreneurs to go out there and come up with new ideas, potentially also to challenge these incumbents. What I worry about a little bit is also that this dominance now of acquisitions being the exit channel, whether that also even distorts the direction of innovation. So it's not just changing the level of ex-ante innovation, but it's also you're doing innovation just to be acquired essentially by one of the large players. And that might not be the first best efficient thing to do. But there is, to your point, I don't see a clear solution to this. Mark Lemley has written on this stuff and has offered a few suggestions, but I don't see any of them as being without a trade-off.
Great. Maybe I could add to that.
Yeah.
Oh, just briefly. Florian and I have both gotten, I think when we've been on the phone with legislative staff, I won't say whom, they had a reasonable, I think, confusion about this issue, which is that they were worried precisely about the ex-ante effects on innovation. That is, that if the founders can't sell eventually, maybe that innovation doesn't happen in the first place. I mean, that's what motivates many of these individuals. I think we have repeatedly pointed out that we have no opposition to, like, a biotech company selling out to a large pharmaceutical company. We just don't want them to sell out to the only other company that treats that particular like therapeutic brand. So.
Well, I mean,
but they offer the highest bid.
Yeah, exactly. so and you have to block it. I mean, that's the reality.
I don't think it's like homes, right? You know, you're not obligated to take sides.
So without going into the details of kind of the specific issues here, I think one of the, again, going back to the older cases, I think like one of the things that we discussed earlier in the earlier panel is like, what is the relationship between merger policy and macro kind of trends, et cetera? But I do think that, you know, we need to think about merger policy has kind of, limited effects writ large. But one of the things that, the Supreme Court, for example, said in Brown Shoe, citing the Congress, is that merger policy is industrial policy, right? And having vigorous merger enforcement, right? In Brown Shoe, they say, we hope it will incentivize business owners to increase capacity and output instead of looking at acquisitions as a way to grow their business. So basically, if we have a relatively rigorous merger regime, we hope that will incentivize business owners to say, hey, instead of acquiring a company to increase my market share, I'm going to put that capital into my company to grow organically.
There's an argument. There's an argument that the collapse of home building after the Great Recession, the consolidation of those firms, led to an inability to meet construction levels commensurate with household formation that spiked a lot after the pandemic. People couldn't literally find skilled workers in those fields.
So to Florian's point about kind of the incentives of founders, right? There is a role for merger policy in directing the way capital flows into projects, right? So if there is a tougher stance on these types of acquisitions moving forward, that means that the next VC meeting, right? They're not going to say, okay, what's the exit, right? It's like, how do we get to an IPO, right?
I want to also bring up the deterrent effect in relation to your remarks, because you were sort of talking about the ways in which Congress can get involved. And, we saw a legislative push in the last session of Congress was ultimately unsuccessful. But what you were talking about was not about legislation necessarily. It was just about, oversight of the regulators. And so the idea that Congress gets to interpret the laws that it writes and not the regulators and the courts necessarily is, I think, fundamental to what your vision of this, right?
So I think the dynamic with the 1950 amendments is really remarkable because, Congress passed the law in 1950. The commission goes about in the 1950s kind of, I don't want to say ignore, but continue the application of kind of the pre-1950 standard for their merger analysis. And, Congress, the Senate brings up the commission up to the Hill for a pretty, multiple day hearing where they're basically telling them, this is what we meant when we pass the amendments. And this is how we want you to do your merger analysis. And this is how we want you to rule on these cases. And what's remarkable is that so many of the themes that the senators brought up in that 1955 hearing are then evident in the way the Supreme Court interprets Section 7, both in the DuPont case in 1957, and after that in Brown Shoe and in Philadelphia National Bank. And in fact, both in Brown Shoe and Philadelphia National Bank, the majority cites directly to this analogy between Section 3 and Section 7, and that they are instructed by Congress to take what they did in standard stations. And that's how we have the structural presumption, right? It's basically a birth of that congressional oversight.
So if instead of you being at the FTC, you were an aide in Congress, how would you recommend that Congress gets involved? Is it through pursuing legislation, or is it through actual oversight hearings where they say, look, this is what the law says, and we want you to follow it?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question. I don't know if I can answer it, but I would say that I think the level of involvement in the way the law was interpreted is really remarkable and something that we don't see a lot today.
Great. I have a couple more questions before we throw it to the audience, but get ready. I'm going to bring in something. I've had kind of a run of conferences, and I was at one on Monday, and maybe it's for you, Florian, because pharma in particular has, historically a lot higher margins than other industries, and it's a unique market in the sense that the exclusivity power is granted by the government, which then the industry, as we've talked about, tries to stretch. But if the problem is seen as excess profits, yet the products being served are obviously critical for public health. I was on a panel where it was proposed that the solution is to be found in the tax code rather than through antitrust enforcement. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't think actually excess profits are a problem. I think that really what the problem is the harm to consumer, the harm to innovation, the harm to variety. So you
look at it through that lens.
I'm entirely looking through that lens. I don't think we need to worry. Certainly I, as an antitrust economist, I don't want to worry about the tax code or using that as a roundabout way of fixing this problem. I want to attack it with the most direct means possible. And I think that is literally just making these types of anti-competitive acquisitions more difficult, deterring them before they actually happen, or not allowing them when they do happen. The excess profits, the large high margins, they're coming from the fact that this is a high risk undertaking, that there's a lot of upfront fixed investment, big costs that then need to be recouped. And so I think if we're taking away those excess profits, I think that then we're also hurting innovation, and I don't think that's the right way of doing it.
But we do have Lamore saying that you're getting asked to speak more about price regulation than you are about competition in markets, right? I mean, how do you square that, having those two conversations?
Right. Well, I'm always in favor of strengthening the framework to enable competition to occur. In the case of pharmaceuticals, there's a lot of conduct that's going on to obfuscate generics and biosimilars, everything from tying of rebates to putting a new formulation on the
evergreening.
Right, exactly, all that evergreening stuff that goes beyond pay for delay, what's known as rebate walls, where the reference biologic conditions its rebate on exclusion of a rival. There's just a lot that's preventing competition as intended by Congress from occurring that one could try to tackle. But as I said with the provider services, certainly we're seeing interest in price regulation of pharmaceuticals because the Inflation Reduction Act did pass this important Medicare price negotiation provision, which will allow, starting in, I think it's a
3 years.
Okay. Drugs that do not have any alternative source to face a negotiated price. Yeah. Only for Medicare.
Thanks. I want to bring in folks in the audience. So is there a floating mic? Okay. Why don't we go down here to start?
Hello, my name is Gabriele Bortolotti. I'm a graduate student in public policy at the University of Chicago. And I want to ask a question to Professor Wallman about the dialysis market. It's an industry that I've looked into recently. And it seems strange that, there's a trend in consolidation that got to like two major firms, DaVita and Fresenius, that have got 85% of the market. And all their profits come from 10% of their patients, which are the commercial one, for which they charge twice or three times more than their like smaller competitors. So how did you get here? It seems to me a very low-hanging fruit, right? So maybe you mentioned deterrence or like a budget increase, but maybe could we think about maybe like double standards for certain kind of industries? Like healthcare directly affect lives of people, right? Like could we lower the threshold for certain industry, or this is a slippery slope? And if so, like how can we actually enforce deterrence without increasing the budget of the agencies? Thank you.
I think if you take away anything from that main table that I showed, it's that you would have solved basically all of this if you just gave the agency a little bit of flexibility. And in an industry where you might think there's going to be a problem because the facilities are valued at $4 million because the markets are small and so forth, you would eliminate probably, forget what the number I have is, but something like 78, 80, 82% of all the harm that would have happened with a relatively small amount of money. So I think in this case, this isn't going to be true in every industry. There's a very simple solution to the problem, which I think is just to adjust the thresholds, which is going to require more funding, but maybe not much.
Right. Okay. Over here.
Who'd you pick on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Samuel. I'm a graduate student in business at the University of Chicago. I wanted to go back towards the beginning of the talk. There was discussion of kind of vertical and horizontal acquisitions within the healthcare space. And I understand that's a place where there's a lot of kind of excess rent seeking. That's also an industry where efficiency differences are wildly different between firms, and diffusion of best practices is often very, very slow. Doctors take a long time to get up to date, so there's arguments that say lumping everything together, making more national firms can transmit information better, can transmit technology and best practices better. How do you think about kind of disentangling excess rent seeking from just making a very split up and inefficient industry more consolidated and more efficient?
Who wants to take that?
Yeah, I mean, I can try to take a stab at it. It's a difficult question. Something I would just note is that the degree of concentration in the acquirers industry matters for whether any efficiencies that are realized are passed through, and that's not unimportant because that's kind of a known potential effect, and there is a lot of unknown potential effects. And I'll just throw one out there. Say if a large insurer is acquiring a bunch of physician practices that maybe aren't so well run, and they improve the way they run them, and they face an uncompetitive downstream market, they pocket that. That might not be harmful. But then what if they also ensure through the physicians that they employ that physicians are referring internally only to their own other ancillary facilities, thereby foreclosing rivals from competing in the ambulatory surgery market, and so forth and so forth. So I would just say the degree of competition in adjacent markets and in the downstream insurance market is going to matter for the long-term effects on consumers, whether they're compound or not.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think one of for me, the most revealing or eye-opening experiences of writing that killer acquisitions paper is that we actually went in expecting that, there's this strong presumption that acquisitions by larger incumbents of smaller pharmaceutical development companies is actually very beneficial because the larger players, the acquirers, have all this expertise with the FDA and pushing these products through. And then finding that it wasn't just that the overlap in the acquirer drastically reduced eventual development rates. And I think that's really the key takeaway from our paper. But there's this sort of other side aspect of it, like these acquisitions, even on average, even if they're not involving overlap, they're not really increasing the development rates of these companies or bringing these projects to market. So I'd say I slightly changed my prior on this too, is that it's not clear that these efficiencies that everybody claimed were there are really there in pharmaceutical development.
Maybe I'll just add one more point kind of from a legal perspective and not specific to your example. I think, again, going back to the Section 3 exclusive dealing kind of framework, right? In the opinion of the court in this Standard Station case, right, the Justice Frankfurter acknowledges that there could be, significant efficiencies as a result of vertical integration. And in fact, he even credits those efficiencies. But what he says ultimately is that Congress erred on the side of establishing or ensuring medium and long-term competition, as opposed to kind of the short-term purported efficiency that an exclusive arrangement might bring. So this is kind of, I think, like another thing to think about, which is there might be more immediate efficiencies that might even materialize. I mean, I don't know where we are on the economics of this and the facts, but there is also the realization that now you're closing a sector, right, or a specific area of the economy from competitors challenging the incumbent and innovating to win over kind of that business.
All right, did you want? You do need a mic. You have one right next to you.
Oliver Hart, Harvard. This is a question for Florian and Thomas, I think. It's about these killer acquisitions. So if you look at the literature on founders and venture capital, I mean, you find that the allocation of control in these deals seems to be very important and very much contested, bargained over. And, sometimes entrepreneurs have a lot of control, sometimes not. One of the reasons I think they want control is in order to prevent the company being sold before they think it should, when they're still interested in further exploring their ideas, pursuing their vision. So I'm just curious whether the acquisitions you looked at are ones, or the killer ones, are ones where the investors have control as opposed to the entrepreneurs. Or just to build on that, do entrepreneurs have other things they care about than just this big payout? I would like to think they do, but I'd be interested in your take.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And it's something that we thought about. Most of the transactions that we look at are ones where it's really just the investors that are in charge and no longer really the founder. However, one of the lawsuits that are currently ongoing indeed involve one of the founders who felt aggrieved by the fact that the drug that he thought was going to be developed after the acquisition by an acquirer was not being developed, and then still had some control rights, and felt like that he was being shortchanged in that, and has then brought a dispute in this, and so that's currently ongoing. I completely agree that it's not just monetary payoffs that are motivating this. In some cases, it can even go the other direction. So in work that David Schaffstein never published, but it certainly influenced me, he showed that the type of pharmaceutical development that occurs when the founders stay in charge is that these pharmaceutical development companies that stay independent persist longer, and sometimes maybe even inefficiently persist longer, because they may not have the direct profit payoff, but may nonetheless result in products that then are beneficial for consumers. But most of our transactions are really ones where it's the investors in charge and the founder doesn't have any rights after that transaction.
Thomas, you want? Perfect. Okay. Let's go over here.
Yeah, look, to get down to where the problem is, it seems pretty clear that the problem is the courts. Okay. And so the question is how to prioritize efforts in order to get the courts to change. And that includes taking losses. I mean, Carl's sitting next to me. It took 15 years from the first pay for delay case until the Supreme Court did the rule of reason rather than the quick look or the per se rule. Okay, so The question is priorities, and I think that's the priorities for the agencies as well. I mean, frankly, I don't think telling Clarence Thomas and Neil Gorsuch that brown shoe is the ruling precedent is going to make a heck of a lot of difference. I think Clarence Thomas knew quite well when he wrote Baker Hughes that he was undoing brown shoe and Philadelphia National Bank. So I don't really see that the priority is repeating what Justice Frankfurter said in Section 3 or what brown shoe said. The priority ought to be bringing strong cases, getting out the damn merger guidelines so that there's some guidance out there, and bringing strong cases. And you know what worries me, frankly, as I'm saying this, is there's a lot going on at the FTC. Maybe you're spread a little bit too thin. Maybe you got to finish some of those papers that you started, as we academics would like to put it.
Can I slightly reorient that question? Because Eleanor Fox had one of these papers at Pro Market that talked about Congress's role in counteracting the courts. Congress can repeal SCOTUS decisions that they think don't match the legislative intent. What role is there for Congress to say, we didn't think Trinco was right and we should reverse it?
So I guess to the point of kind of what can be done or how to address kind of the situation that's outlined with the judiciary. I think for us as enforcers, the best we can do is to follow the text of the statutes and the precedent as it stands and try to enforce it and say, this is what the Supreme Court said on this issue and this is what we're following. There might be kind of a ultimate decision there to reverse the precedent, right? There could be a decision on Section 3, for example, that reverses 110 years of Supreme Court precedent. That might happen, but I don't think that should deter us from bringing those cases. And I think just for the example of Section 3, which is this crop protection case I mentioned in North Carolina, I think there is a question whether, when a generalist judge is going to be confronted with Section 3, says the text of the statute is extremely clear about what is allowed and what is prohibited. And the Supreme Court was also clear about how to go through this analysis. So, there is an open question there whether a district court judge will say, I'm thinking about, 3 years down the line, is the Supreme Court going to reverse all of this case law and say it's no longer valid? It might happen or it might not. But I would say that one of the benefits of bringing cases that are not completely tethered to rule of reason analysis is that you're confronting the judge face on with a very bright line rule, and they will have to decide whether to follow it or not. And we will see what happens in this case. So I'm very curious to see what the outcome is, but I'm very excited about this because I think for most generalist judges, they typically follow the language of the statute and what the Supreme Court said on that statute. And hopefully that will happen here as well.
I think there's time for maybe one more question. All right, I'm going to go here.
I'm getting bypassed again. It's to him, right?
No.
No, it's me.
I wouldn't do that to each one.
So this is I think in one way is a reiteration of Steve's question about priorities. So Tom, I love your paper. I love the focus on the dialysis industry. I dislike the title, and I really dislike the answer you had before. This is not a stealth acquisition story. The secret is out about these dialysis companies. Now, there are a lot of really difficult legal questions. Obviously, these acquisitions are small. There are vertical elements. They also acquire nephrology practices. They have exclusive arrangements with both insurers and hospital facilities. And the nod to what Luigi cares about, they also lobby adequacy requirements and certificate of need elements to enshrine their monopoly power. But we all know this. And for that matter, this is a highly vulnerable population that's being exploited. And if we care about innovation, they're getting 1990s technology treatment for a really unpleasant illness. We all know this. And I would reiterate what Steve said. This is a story about priorities. It's not a story about notifications or thresholds. It's not a story about trying to figure out how to find an easy argument within a hard one. This is about the agencies, I think, identifying certain industries and certain markets and certain communities that desperately need more enforcement attention. And to the degree that they could, that we could sue Meta for acquiring within, we could also sue DaVita.
I am certainly sympathetic to that.
And with that, I think we'll wrap it there. Thank you, everybody, for a great panel.
It was great. Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
it's terrific.
Thank you. Discussion. Yeah.
Hi everyone, just a small announcement. So lunch will be here, so please just take your cups and etc. And we're gonna grab food outside, and the keynote will be Good people can have a moment to sit down. Good? Rolling. Okay, so good afternoon from Chicago, and thank you for joining us. This afternoon, we are really delighted to host a keynote conversation with DOJ Antitrust Division Chief Economist and Stanford University Professor Susan Athey, moderated by Professor Tommaso Valetti of Imperial College London. We are truly delighted to host you both. Before we begin, please note that we are on the record and live streaming, of course. I will post this on the Stigler Center YouTube channel later. To those in the room, if you have questions, we'll address them towards the end. And as usual, views expressed by the guests are their own and not those of the University of Chicago or the Stigler Center. It's always a good disclosure. And we hope that you'll join us for more upcoming events. So please check the Stigler Center website for more details, as well as our publication promarket.org and the Capitalism podcast. So Susan is the chief economist of the Antitrust Division at the US Department of Justice. She's on leave from Stanford University Graduate School of Business, where she's the Economics of Technology professor. She also serves as the 2023 president of the American Economics Association. She's a recipient of the John Bates Clark Medal, and she has served as a consulting chief economist and on the boards of multiple technology firms. Tommaso Valetti is a professor of economics and the head of the Department of Economics and Public Policy at the Imperial College Business School. Professor Valetti is a non-executive director to the board of the Financial Conduct Authority and a director of the Center for Economic Policy Research, among others. And previously, he held Susan's job, but in Europe, and the counterparty. Now, without further ado, I pass it on to Tommaso. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Filippo. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Enjoy your lunch, and we will entertain you as you speak even more. There will be food for thought, not just for the stomach. So Filippo has already introduced Susan. I was about to say that she has one of the coolest titles. She's the economics of technology professor at Stanford University, which I think it's a very cool title to have. And she's also the recipient of a lot of accolades. I will just add that she's also the author of incredible scholarship over the past many years. I will mention in no particular order: monotone comparative statics, empirical I/O, auctions and market design, more recently health, and obviously econometrics and machine learning. Now she's chief economist with the DOJ Antitrust Division, and that's, I suppose, why you're here today in front of this particular audience. So we're looking forward to hearing from you. In terms of how we're going to organize it, Susan will have her keynote for about 15 to 20 minutes. Then we will have, say, 15 to 20 minutes max of a chat between the two of us. And then there will be 15 to 20 minutes open for the general discussion with the audience. So there will be enough time for everybody to ask questions to Susan. Without further ado, Susan, the floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you so much for having me here. And also, again, today I'm giving my own opinions. I guess I thought I would start out by trying to redeem myself from the fact that I guess collectively we ruined a bit of this conference by not having the merger guidelines here to have the panel tomorrow discussing them. And of course, I can't say anything specific about the guidelines or our guideline development process or when they'll be released. But I can share some of the division's thinking about the guidelines, why it's so important that we undertake the process, and some of the themes and priorities that I've been thinking about in attacking them. One of the places to start is a really important theme is just how important good economics is from an antitrust perspective, and in particular in modern antitrust. And modern economic thinking has just been central to our success in trying to understand what's going on and protect competition in the most effective ways. So on the last panel, Limor talked about much more complicated patterns of acquisitions that have more complicated theories of harm. And it's not that modern economics can't handle that. I mean, it's not that you cannot describe and write these things down. Sometimes the economics, the patterns are so complicated that you wouldn't have just, out of the blue in the abstract written down an economic theory model of exactly that thing, because some sense, if somebody might have told you were a little bit
exotic to imagine that businesses would be so creative 15 years ago. But it turns out that when there's money at stake, businesses figure out the economics and respond to their economic incentives. And when they figure them out, so can we. And we have been. And really, the last several decades of economic thinking have been exactly about the kind of, imperfect competition, informational issues, bargaining and these more complex arrangements, platforms. We've been really expanding our thinking. Now, in the end, that economics, it's not like fundamentally new economics. I mean, we did have some breakthroughs in terms of information economics and so on, but ultimately it's about analyzing and studying incentives and competition. It's just that there's often now many steps in that logic, and we've needed to do the work to have the economic theory meet the fact patterns that we encounter. But ultimately, they can be understood. And the theme really then in a lot of the work that we do at the Antitrust Division is by starting and saying, how is competition presenting itself here? Not saying we have these three boxes, which box is it in, but rather, what is the issue? What is the economics? How do the economics present here? And then we can come back to, how it fits into our frameworks. But ultimately, starting with the economics is a really useful way to go. And, that's, of course, that goes throughout the process. Even in court, you're needing to explain why a transaction is occurring, what was motivating it, and then it all kind of makes sense. And that's a very natural way to do things. So when we think about the guidelines, I mean, we're starting from, does a merger lessen competition? And then what does that mean? So maybe things were never really that simple, but, from the perspective of now, you can imagine a nostalgic past where mostly, two suppliers of hammers, two manufacturers of hammers might have merged, or, somebody making the metal to put in the hammer might have merged. And that was kind of most of what went on in the world. And that was most of what we needed to worry about. And life was easy back in the good old days. Probably, wasn't so easy, but it might have seemed a little simpler. And a lot of what we're confronting now, these big, complicated cases that are affecting huge sectors of our economy, whether it's technology or health, just don't. If you try to just use those simplistic boxes, you're just going to miss what's going on. You're not going to understand why firms are doing what they're doing, and you're not going to be able to understand the impact. So then, if we're worried that a challenge can be trying to put square pegs in round holes, one approach to that is to take a few more steps to lay out the logic. Of course, in the middle of a court case or something else, there's lots of opportunities for people to get confused just by accident, and there's lots of opportunities for confusion to arise through the process. But the more clear we have the basic foundations of the logic, the more time we can spend thinking about the facts and specifics of a particular case. So just avoiding getting confused in logic that's really clear if you think about it, that might take a couple of steps to see how everything applies. And so then, what are some examples of that? What are motivations for acquisitions that are, again, easy to understand with modern economics, but take a little bit of thinking in terms of how to apply concepts. Mergers can harm competition by creating barriers to entry, getting control of a product that can be used to influence outcomes in the competitive process in another market. It could be trying to get exclusive use of some asset like data. We might also see a merger that's trying to block a nascent competitor. And we've already had a lot of discussion about that earlier today. So why is that challenging? Well, the thing that looks small and different today might grow into something much bigger. And in a bunch of markets, if you go and teach your MBA students, how could you start a business? What is a possible successful path? There might be 10 successful paths that are just not going to work in a scale-driven market or in a platform market. Like if an MBA walked in the door with that idea, you'd say that's a dumb idea. And a venture capitalist isn't going to fund it, and it's just not going to work. You have no plan to overcome the scale economies and network effects of the incumbents. But there are other pathways that can work. There are moments in time where you have the opportunity to differentiate in some way, take advantage of a technology shift, be the first firm to get there with something that meets individuals' needs. You can start in a niche. There are a variety of pathways that do work, but there's a fairly limited playbook in some cases. And if an incumbent figures that out, they may be able to just systematically block any threats by buying up firms. Once they figure out what the categories of threats are, they can systematically buy up these firms when they're small and, in principle, maintain their position indefinitely. And so once you think strategically, you think, how do firms enter? How would a firm defend against entry? If they just did X, Y, and Z and get away with it, they can defend successfully unless, some accident happens. So that's once you understand those economics, it becomes much more clear what kinds of mergers might be problematic or what kinds of sequences of mergers might be problematic. Mergers also might involve firms that are competing head-to-head in innovation, or a firm that hasn't brought a product to market yet, but has very strong incentives, might be one of the leading firms that has the ability to create that product. And again, trying to make sure nothing goes wrong, it's a lot easier just to buy whoever else might innovate in that space, and let's just make sure that everything goes my way. So these types of mergers can be incredibly important. I think one thing that was maybe slightly missing in some of the earlier discussion about productivity is just the dynamics of it and how important those dynamics are. It's great to get market share to the most productive firm today, but why the heck would you increase your productivity tomorrow if there's no threat of anybody displacing you? So these types of incentives for dynamic innovation can be very important and even more important than static considerations. So all of these different complex situations might arise, and it all really comes back to this question of how does competition present itself here? So, what does that mean in practice? Well, one of the areas that, I've been interested in for a long time are platform markets. And so let me talk a little bit about that. In some sense, probably by now, most people are familiar with the logic. But, on the other hand, when you go to explain the logic or even teach the logic, there still are multiple steps, multiple forces, and reinforcing effects. So just making sure that we're clear about what that logic is can be really helpful. So like in platforms, one issue that can come up is that outcomes can be really affected by the extent of switching or multi-homing. And that logic is clear from just the basics of platforms. There are network effects. And so if there's some important platform participants that can be primarily reached on one platform, that's really going to affect competition. If you want to enter, and there's some platform participants if you want to enter as a platform, and there are some platform participants you can't access as an entering platform, that's a barrier to entry. It's going to be hard for you to overcome these direct and indirect network effects if you don't have access to important participants, if those are somehow locked up with one platform. That then can affect the incentives to acquire platform participants or create long-term contracts with them or whatever else, because that can be a barrier to entry. And even if you can get them to stop using competing platforms, that can also soften competition between the two platforms, because one of the platforms doesn't have access to key participants. And in principle, if there's some segmentation between those participant groups, then the platform can exert market power over the other side of the platform, which is an incentive to not make those participants available. So this isn't like rocket science. We all know this. We've seen this by now in like lots of industries. There's multiple replications of these fact patterns, but it's still a few steps of logic that can be, sort of complicated to play out. So, platforms can reshape competition in the sides of the market they serve, and that in turn feeds back into competition among platforms. And the competition among platforms feeds back into the ability to change the market structure in the sides of the market that depend on the platform. And this can be particularly important if there are scale economies or network effects or barriers to entry in the products themselves that interoperate with the platform. So if there's some category of software applications, for example, and there are scale economies and network effects in those software applications, then the control of an operating system can really matter. And they can pick winners. And short-term behavior can have long-term effects. So everything I've said is like, every word, every sentence is like, it's classic antitrust, but it's all piecing together in a more complicated way with feedback effects and more complicated incentives. But at the same time, like, we're seeing this out there. We're seeing these fact patterns across lots of different sectors, lots of different types of platforms. And we want to just, start with the basics, make sure we understand that logic, and then be able to dig into the facts of a particular case, understanding that there are very common fact patterns and incentives that are not just a one-off, but that are systematic across these. Another place that we've thought about, making sure we spell out clearly and then make sure that the economic logic is clear is in monopsony and monopsony power. And we've had already discussions. There'll be more discussions tomorrow about this. We have leadership by our principal Dag Doamecki, our principal economist Ioana Marinescu. I won't go into all the details there, but maybe just one kind of thing to remind any sort of skeptical economists in the room is, of course, economists generally want markets to work, and if they're not working, if there's lack of competition, that has effects not just in the short run but in the long run. So if you suppress the demand for nurses, that affects how many nurses go to nursing school, and then when we all get old, there's nobody to take care of us, and we're going to whine about it. Where are all the nurses? Why aren't there any nurses? Well, if you've suppressed the demand for nurses today, we're interfering with the functioning of markets, with the core functioning of markets. And we want markets to work well. We want competition to work well throughout our economy. And the logic doesn't change when they're buyers or sellers here. And the consequences are equally impactful. Finally, I just want to, coming back to like market realities, market definition is a challenge. And again, that's already come up in a couple of the conversations today about, how do you think about things? Limor mentioned this a little bit. There can be a little bit of a tension between, saying on the one hand, for price competition, like hospital competition might be very local, but she raised the fact that there might be another type of competitive issue that is not geographically local. And, it can be, there can be a lot of risk of confusing people if you start raising these ideas. I mean, the economics are completely clear, like you've got one type of problem and one type of theory of harm. And, of course, if you engage in this behavior, you can raise prices. And, of course, that's consistent with economics. It's just that it's a little bit, it's not fitting into the nice, like, little round hole of like one merger, one market. We're looking at price changes in the short run by, competing for the customer driving to this hospital or that hospital. But it doesn't make it wrong from an economics perspective. And so we need to just make sure that we don't get in our own way of actually mapping the economics into enforcement. So, the 2010 guidelines, we've got Carl here who helped draft them. They were really quite clear. Like, it's sort of like, how are people so confused? Like, the 2010 guidelines were clear. They said that, Antitrust markets don't need to have precise metes and bounds. That's showed up in court cases. The idea that there should just be one true market, that's not that's not an implication of how the whole process works. It's not an implication of the hypothetical monopolist test or anything. But somehow, we can still find ourselves getting stuck in this idea that, well, it's simple, it's easy just to have, one true antitrust market. It just sounds like a very appealing idea. When in fact, what economics can help you do is figure out, is the market too narrow or too broad? It can help you make sure you shine the light on where the competition problem is. And of course, there could be different mergers could lead, even in the same industry, could lead to different markets. And the hypothetical monopolist test is absolutely, consistent with that. There can be many markets that satisfy the hypothetical monopolist test. So, but given that people do seem to keep getting confused, there's maybe some benefit to making sure that the logic is clear. For example, if you're going to define a market towards some threshold, right, that there's some continuous characteristics of products or their location, and you're going to pick a threshold and a cutoff. Well, we already know this. The courts have acknowledged that markets don't have to have precise metes and bounds. But wait, why is it again that it makes sense that the cutoff could be fuzzy? Well, probably the things right at the cutoff, are not creating as much of a competitive constraint on these merging parties as things that are in some way closer. So there's a clear logic to why that boundary, may not make that much of a difference. So just making clear, not just that, of course, as sophisticated people understand that there can be more than one relevant antitrust market, but making sure that people can understand why, so that we're not afraid to use the tools and logic that we have, but that we do use the right tool for the setting. So those are just some of the things that I've been learning about and thinking about as in approaching this problem. And it's a complicated scenario of trying to make sure that we get the economics right and in these complicated settings. But I believe that that's something that we can do. We shouldn't be afraid of doing. And I'm hopeful that we can do an even better job going forward in these more complex scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you so much. Great keynote. A lot of questions I'm sure everybody already has. I like the message where you said that ultimately economics and business strategy need to work hand in hand with the ultimate goal of explaining facts. Okay? That's very simple. It's difficult to disagree, but also very powerful as a direction. I may ask you later on, how do we do that? That's a different question. But I will start with a question that may sound personal. It is actually personal, but it's always interesting. So you are a very accomplished scholar. I mean, that's an understatement. You're a stellar scholar, stellar by all standards and definitions. So you could choose to do whatever you want, basically, at this stage of your life. So you were working with industry. You had a long relationship with Microsoft. I mean, you could have continued that. And instead, you decided at some stage to join the DOJ Antitrust Division. I'm sure, that's my guess, but I'm sure you had a substantial pay cut, to the horror of the economists in the room. So it's really asking you about the motivation for doing this and doing this now.
Thanks for that question. And maybe I'll back up a few years to what I was starting to do before I came to the Antitrust Division, and it seems like a very natural continuation. So in some sense, I always felt like I have been so lucky because I've gotten all these experiences that taught me things. I got to see a search engine when nobody knew how it worked. I learned about what machine learning and AI were when most of my economics colleagues were telling me I was wasting my time and like data mining wasn't interesting and this wasn't important. And, so there was really like quite a bit of negative feedback. And actually a lot of the platform antitrust ideas were also, initially not getting as strong a reception, at least with really broad audiences. And so, But over time, I just was very fortunate to learn on the ground, to be one of the first economists to really understand how a lot of this technology worked, which then got me interested in many, many problems. Like, it got me interested in the news industry. It got me interested in manipulation of information, all sorts of topics that are very natural consequences once you understand what's happening behind the scenes. But I was still trying to figure out how to actually translate that into both research, and impact. And so I tried my hand at a couple of things. I tried to help build up the infrastructure at Stanford Business School so that my colleagues, I knew it was coming. They were going to be working with big firm data sets, and they needed infrastructure and they needed support, different kinds of research assistance just to get their work done. Firms had that problem. Our researchers were going to have that problem too. I could forecast that people were going to work in bigger teams and interdisciplinary teams. Then I worked at Stanford to help found our Institute on Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence, which was also an interdisciplinary group. And that was also trying to get ahead of all of these changes and think about hopefully having some thought leadership ahead of time. And that was partly responsive to my experience in the past when a lot of this technology and tech firms came in. And frankly, we were not prepared as academics. We didn't have the right frameworks. We were not ready to embrace the full complexity of what was happening to us. We had the tools, but we hadn't put the tools together to really find the conclusions. And then I also started a lab more recently that was trying to use what I call the tech toolkit to work with social impact organizations to build things. And so if you think about the theory of change of all of this, with the tech toolkit working with an ed tech company or helping a training company, that's helping low-income people, this is really in the weeds on the ground, building stuff and trying to make it work. And that's wonderful. And there's a theory of change that other people learn from it, and you can kind of help this whole technology diffuse and its general purpose technology ideas. But it also feels like it's really one little thing at the time. And on the other side, of course, economics can do regulation, it can shape incentives, it can create incentives for innovation, which has been another part of my research. And, so how does all of that fit in? When this DOJ job came up, it felt kind of like the natural bringing together of all of these ideas, because we in these different theories of change, because on the one hand, each merger comes in and what happens is going to change next year how much you pay for healthcare. It's going to change next year whether you have flights to your cities and how much the tickets are going to cost. There's this really direct, immediate impact going from really deep understanding of the facts of one scenario. But on the other hand, the fact that we have gotten, more proactive is changing incentives economy-wide. And there have been a lot of reports of people saying that mergers are not getting brought, especially mergers that have competition concerns. You can choose to acquire company A or company B, and company A is going to have a long, risky process, and company B is, less of a competitive concern. And if you're steering people to make deals that are bringing less competitive concerns, that's really an outsized impact well beyond your cases. Another thing that we have going on right now is actually a once-in-a-generation opportunity that Biden had this executive order for a whole-of-government approach to competition. And this administration has been really serious about that. Some of it you see, some of it's visible, some of it's behind the scenes. But all throughout government, there are regulations and policies that are focused on one purpose, like safety of something. And the competition implications are not always as beneficial. And figuring out how to fix some of those problems was just really inspirational to me. And that's kind of a long-lasting shaping of the economy. So that's been really exciting to be a part of. So all of that together, it's we're bottom up, we're in the facts, we're in the weeds, our hands are dirty. This isn't just saying, please change this policy and maybe in 10 years Congress will pass a law, but maybe not. We're doing stuff right now, but we are also shaping things more broadly in a way that I think could be beneficial. And then a final thing is that actually, just like I've done in a couple of previous jobs, my lab and at the GSB and at the Institute for Artificial Intelligence, we're actually building human capability. And that also can have a lasting impact.
So on building capabilities across fields which involve data, technology, economics, can you elaborate a bit more? What does it involve at the DOJ? What are you doing in that respect?
Yeah, so I mean, I think one analogy to think about is we're studying businesses, and later in my career, I went to a business school, and one advantage of being in a business school is you're surrounded by people who are still using the same tools and frameworks, but are often more specialized. They understand corporate finance, they understand venture capital, they understand in much more detail marketing and how it works and what the impediments are, customer acquisition, how that's a challenge for businesses. So this type of whole of business approach is actually understanding business strategy. It's really important for predicting and understanding what firms are doing and why. So of course, a core discipline in a business school is economics, but there's also behavioral science, there's operations, statistics, now a lot of machine learning. So the core sociology, all of these disciplines are present, and they inform the business disciplines. And so as we're seeing today, both academics and firms are also putting together multidisciplinary teams, especially like the technology firms. They're hiring economists, but they're hiring psychologists. They're running behavioral experiments. They're hiring ethicists to try to understand the implications of what they're doing. And so that type of interdisciplinary approach, it makes sense in academics, it makes sense in business, and it makes sense for those studying businesses. So we've been trying to expand our capability through a variety of tactics. One is just visiting professor experts who have expertise in maybe operations research or AI. And another is we have a chief technologist who is a postdoc in computer science. And following on that success, huge success from that, and also other agencies around the world bringing in chief technologists, we're going to be building out a team on technology policy of people who have backgrounds in technology. And it's just amazingly useful. Like if you have a merger that involves AI or software or something, to have somebody who really knows deeply how that all works and has actually done that work themselves at some point, and is you just get to the right answers, you get to ask the right questions so much more quickly. Then there's the different business disciplines and experts. There's the technology policy. A third pillar is just the data support. Just like my colleagues, we used to run regressions and stata on a PC with a nice rectangular data set. That's not the world of research anymore. And we've had to get better, cloud computing, scalable resources, and you might hire a master's student in computer science to help you scale up your algorithms, even as an economist. Well, we've got the same issue in enforcement now. We're getting very big data sets. We're studying firms that are using that data in complex ways, and we're ingesting large data sets. And so that requires the computers. Like if your computer can't handle more than 100 gigabytes, well, you're outsourcing that work, and you're going to have more distance from the work. So you need the technology, you need the people, the data engineering, to get the data into the form where it's ready to use. And then you also have additional issues and new opportunities. Machine learning can be used in different ways with larger data sets, and the old traditional things that we did can also be done more richly with larger data sets. And of course, a great side effect of building that capability internally is that as we encounter businesses using data in the same way, we have in-house knowledge and experience about what's possible and what's not, and how it works, and what the barriers are in terms of people, capabilities, and so on. So this is something that's, all of government is having to cope with this. It's really difficult in government to hire. It's difficult to procure technology. There's lots of things that are challenging. But if we build a good foundation, I think it can really impact the work we do in the future. So we're in process with that, and it's been really, really exciting for me. We've gotten a lot of best practices from agencies around the world, as well as other agencies in the federal government.
That's great, thanks. Another question, probably the last question about technology, because you are really best placed to understand technology. We are the economics of technology professor, so I need to ask about...
I didn't choose that title, by the way.
It's cool, I'm so jealous. So what about artificial intelligence? AI is a very big topic, but in particular, since you really understand it well, which issues that it raised from an enforcement perspective? So from the perspective of an enforcer, are there classic issues? Are there new issues? What does AI, how does it change? How does it affect the enforcement perspective?
Well, so it's so fun to talk about this now, because if you said the same question 1 year ago, people would understand you meaning something totally different than what you understand today. So it's always exciting when kind of the world gets flipped upside down, as it has been by the large language models. But I think at least we're in a good position to avoid some previous mistakes we made. I feel like it took quite a while for the antitrust community broadly to wrap their heads around machine learning and big data. People, for a long time, they just threw around the word data, and there wasn't a lot of distinction between, data about users and the ability to run A/B tests versus data that you could buy or data that you could sell. And it really matters on what the type of data is and how it's going to be used, how it affects market structure. Whether you have unique access to data or unique access to users or a larger set of users versus this is something that you can potentially buy. So these are, I think, slowly over like 20 years of regulating technology companies and just everybody getting more familiar with this in their life and understanding what the stuff means, we're in a much better position to think about this. I mean, I remember having to explain, like, what is an A/B test? And people like, I don't know what you're talking about. I would say, well, did you know these companies are running 5,000 experiments a year? They're like, what? I thought only medical doctors ran RCTs, So we've really just come a long, long way in understanding the vocabulary and the conceptual framework. I think ultimately, like, the same old, just like, I think it's sort of like the answer with platforms. Like, the concepts were there, but there are a few steps of logic to come up with useful taxonomies that really highlight your focus on fact patterns and common competition concerns. And luckily, we've got a lot, I think we're a lot farther along that journey when this new thing comes out. So, what are a few things I like to think about? Those of you who haven't dug into how this works, although probably everybody has because you just read the newspaper and you can't avoid thinking about the large language models. But something that you might not have as much exposure to just from testing it out is how important something called fine-tuning has been. So the last couple of years of AI conferences, you'll see hundreds of papers taking the latest large language model, which has been trained on publicly available data usually, and it's like a big, in order to get so good, it needs to use just all the data it can find, and that's how it got so good. And remember, the way it's trained is just by predicting sequences of words. You see these first 3 words, and then you predict what words comes next. You see these first 5 words, and you predict the next 4 that come next. So that's all these models do. That's all it is. Just predicting, but it just turns out if you put in a couple 100 billion parameters and you have a whole lot of data, predicting what words comes next takes you quite a long way. So once you have these big general purpose models, though, you can fine tune them using another data set that might be more specialized to make sure that that model does well on your particular data set. And so before all this broke, I had a little baby version of this in my research. It might be easier to understand for an economist. I was looking at sequences of jobs, and I got this big data set of millions of resumes, and I applied the same methods, the same general purpose methods to predict which job comes next after a sequence of jobs. So, but that's on a big non-representative data set. But then I took it over to a government data set, representative surveys with really reliable demographics, and you train it there to kind of fine tune it. And so then what it does is then after you fine tune it, you predict well on that data set. And the fine tuning process is actually super simple. Like when you're trying to estimate parameters of a model, you're just finding the ones that fit it the best. And then at some point you stop. And with fine tuning, all you do is you just keep doing more steps on a smaller data set. And so you can do it on a smaller computer with a smaller data set, and just magically somehow this really works well. And so there are hundreds of papers each year kind of doing that kind of fine tuning. And why am I telling you all of this? Well, when you think about what's going to happen next, one thing that is going to happen is that these things work generally pretty well, but then you try to use them and they make up references. Like if you ask it papers I've written, it sounds so good. Like it's got the journal name right. The title sounds sensible. Maybe one of the people is my co-authors, but it's actually nothing that I've ever written. And, so that's what you get when you're just predicting text. And if you were a lawyer, you would actually want to get, or an academic, you would actually want real citations. And to make it worse, it's like a mix-up of real citations and fake citations. So and if you ask it, are those real citations? You'll say, oh, yes, go look on Google Scholar. And you go look on Google Scholar, and it's not there because you didn't write the paper. So it would be really useful to have something that's like actually accurate. And so we're seeing already lots of companies trying to solve this problem in different ways. It's like using this as a foundation, but then either layering something on the training, like fine-tuning on a specific data set, or layering something afterwards, post-processing it, to make sure that you get reliable results. And so that kind of, the businesses that are going to go around this are going to be sort of needed to make this really like the best use, like application by application. So then that leads us to like, wow, what is this competitive market? What is this market going to look like from a competition perspective? How many of those big models are there going to be? How many of them are going to make use of proprietary data, like your private text messages, or your internal review databases, or some other proprietary data that you have access to that can make your model better than other people's models? That's like one set of questions. How important is the fact that you serve lots of people in the same industry going to be for making this post-processing kind of work well? How much of it ultimately gets integrated into the main system? These are all things that we don't really know how this is going to work out. And the scary thing is that even at Stanford, we started a big project on foundation models a couple years ago, but people just don't know. Like, they don't know how they work. They don't know how to make them safe. They don't know how to make them private. Like, there's not really good ways to know whether it's going to spit out some particular string of input that somebody put in. If you write the story of your life into it and then ask it to answer a question about it, or write in your style, is it memorizing something private about you that somebody could hack the system? And of course, we've seen all these examples of it getting kind of hacked by like trying to make it, make it your girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, and you start confusing it. So it's clear that it's really difficult to make guarantees for the people interacting with these things, at least, without more work around it. So these are all things that, everybody is all in the same boat. The people making it, the people analyzing it, the people doing scientific research, everybody trying to figure out all at the same time, how is this going to work? What are its characteristics? And how can we make sure that it's safe and beneficial and competitive? And the thing that makes me cautiously optimistic, though, is that we've seen the consequences of being really slow to figure stuff out. And so I think there's a lot of energy to educate ourselves quickly.
Great. So I'm going to ask a last question, and then get ready with yours. Get ready, not yet. The last question is this. What did strike me in your keynote is that you mentioned a lot of times the word complicated theory of harm, complicated patterns, complicated economics. Recently, Jonathan Cantor, you're working with, said, I may be paraphrasing, but this was the spirit. He said, too often we feed data to models, and instead, so basically we feed data to models, and instead we have to make sure that models fit reality, fit the data. So the other way around, which to me, but this is my interpretation, I didn't ask Jonathan what he meant. To me, this is a criticism actually of the way we do in economics. In economics, in policy especially, we basically converge sooner or later on a little model, and then the various parties try to feed data to that model and see where the model goes, irrespective as to whether the model then predicts the reality or not. It becomes a discussion on the model. So I would like to know your views on this more complicated stuff, and at the same time making sure that we can fit reality rather than discussing models. So is there a contradiction there? Because sometimes it seems like you want to bring even more sophisticated economics, even more complicated economics in policy. I'm not talking about research. Research is a different thing. The timing for research, so in the time frame that we have in a policy, where does it lead us to? So what kind of economics is going to be helpful with these complex environments?
So maybe I'd start by saying that there's nothing more complicated to work with than the wrong model that leaves out the most important things. And I think that's true in academics and in business and in policy. If you have just square peg round hole, you can spend hours in conference rooms going in circles because you don't actually have the right framework to discuss the needed complexity. Of course, I started my career as an economic theorist. Oliver Hart, inspiration and role model, is here. people like Oliver and Jean Tirole and others, Patrick Ray is here. They, in some sense, the beauty of applied theory is getting just the right level of abstraction that captures what's important. And these, brilliant role models all know that you can't put everything in every model, and you have choices. But, sometimes actually economic theory has been too simple to be useful because there's a lot of incentives to focus on one thing at a time. I'll give you an example. Like with platforms, a lot of the literature still today assumes that either that participants exogenously use exactly one platform, or they exogenously use all platforms, but they don't model the choice that participants make about how many platforms they should participate with. Well, if you go out and try to operate in one of these in a competitive environment, well, that's what it's all about. The whole thing is about affecting people's participation across multiple platforms, about if you're small and growing, making it easier. If you're big and entrenched, making it harder. It's not rocket science. Now, I have theoretical research papers that try to deal with this, and the math got messy. And if I had been better or stuck to it longer, I would have come up with both beautiful math that captured everything, but I didn't. But just leaving it out, then people use this shorthand and they forget the assumptions they make. They say, oh, well, in this setting, of course, we all know X, Y, and Z happen. And they forget that there was an assumption they made that killed all the interesting economics, right? So, it's the right level of complexity is the answer. But you can go so far wrong and waste so much time, again, across all of the three domains, policy, business, and research, with the incorrect model that leaves out the core of the matter. You just can't even have the right conversation. So I think the challenge, this is why it's hard work, is to figure out what are the common fact patterns, what are the things that are important over and over again, and then have a framework that does incorporate the complexity that's driving the behavior you're interested in, but is still something the brain can wrap their head around. But that can take, that writing, as our applied theorists here know, writing a beautiful research paper in applied theory can take years, sequences of papers, to really get it crystallized so that, yes, in one paragraph, your students can understand it. And so it is hard work, but hopefully the output is not complex to the reader and to the listener. It's just a lot of work to boil it down to make it so that it's not complicated. But when you get it right, it all makes sense. You just tell the story and you're like, oh yeah, of course. That's why that company did that. Sure, duh, right? That's success. But achieving that success is challenging intellectual work.
Very good. So it's very difficult to disagree with you. Let's see now if from the audience we will get lots of challenging questions. I'm also asking Filippo, we started 5 minutes later. Do we have until 5 past, or do you want to finish on the dot? Okay. So the first I saw Barry there, and then, yeah. So if you, 1, 2.
Oh, hi. Susan, I saw. Just wanted to start off by talking about a presentation you gave probably around 2010. I saw it at the American Antitrust Institute spring meeting in June in Washington, and it was a really powerful description that you presented. This is when you were working for Microsoft. It was a really powerful critique of the Google business model, which was based on sort of a combination of having a platform with monopoly power, a platform that has a monopoly on certain types of data, and then also a license to discriminate in its treatment of each individual company and each individual person, hence to manipulate each individual company and each individual person. It was kind of a hellscape that you were describing in this description of the Halverian business model at Google. So, it was a really fantastic presentation, and it blew the people in that room away. So my question, I have actually three intertwined
Barry,
questions.
one question because
no, it's
very,
all
very quick. No, honestly,
Isn't it a failure? Isn't it a failure? Is it the failure to apply non-discrimination to Google and Amazon a main source of the complexity that you see in the world today? Is this not why Congress established the modern antitrust regime on a foundation of non-discrimination in 1887 with the Interstate Commerce Act? And then why is non-discrimination apparently not part of your toolkit today, whereas what you say that the main tool should be economics models, sort of making sense of what corporations want to do?
The three questions were related to each other. Good.
Okay.
Quick answer.
Yep,
So, and
yep.
also the other question, please try to be short so I can give the next one. Yep.
So I think there's multiple answers to that, and of course, there are multiple tools across not just antitrust, but consumer protection, and of course, we're seeing a lot of new regulation around the world. But just within the confines of what we already know how to do, discrimination can be a way to lessen competition, and an acquisition that makes it easier to discriminate can both harm competition within the market that acquired product competes in, but it can also implicate competition between platforms. So I think it does fall under substantial lessening of competition. But it's a little bit complicated, but maybe not too complicated.
Okay. Hi, Brooke Fox, managing editor of ProMarket. You're all getting a little sneak peek because we're planning to do a series on computational antitrust, as well as the flip side, algorithmic collusion, right? So, and Jesse's publication, ProPublica, did this beautiful investigation into rent prices being fixed using algorithms. And so I guess as an enforcer, I'd like to hear your comments on both sides of that coin, both algorithms colluding to raise prices, as well as how enforcers may be utilizing algorithms to combat some anti-competitive behavior.
That's a rich question, and I don't want to comment on any particular company or matter, but generally this is going to be a tricky problem to solve perfectly, because the use of algorithms is becoming ubiquitous, and they can have intended consequences and unintended consequences. So coming up with a good framework that sorts all this out, I think this is a great place for more research, more writing, both on the legal side and on the economics and algorithm side. I certainly I used to not be as concerned, but I think as we've seen research and facts play out, and as algorithms use gets much more common, there's a lot of ways they can lead to higher prices or other kinds of either tacit or explicit collusion. So that's something to be thinking about. It's exciting to see this becoming more of a good topic of research and conferences and writing. I think in the race between enforcers and the world, the enforcers are going to be somewhat behind. We're trying to catch up, but it is very hard to just in general, we've had this, detection. One of the first topics I worked on when I was 17 and working for Bob Marshall at Duke, we were trying to think about detecting collusion in auctions, and you can make a lot of progress on that. But if you have very sophisticated firms on the other side, they also have a lot of ways to evade it. And so now at some point you might have thought, well, maybe people aren't that sophisticated, they don't figure things out. But this combination of it's actually the algorithms and the fact that the firms are doing a lot more explicit optimization and hiring sophisticated people to use sophisticated software to do sophisticated optimization, really anything is possible. So yes, so Stigler, please keep sponsoring work on this.
Great. Question up there?
Hi, I'm Eduardo Peruzzi, graduate student in economics. Thanks for the talk. I would like to ask you, I think there is some evidence that courts sometimes have troubles in understanding relatively simple economic models. And you were stressing a lot this stuff of being accurate, embrace complexity. I would like to ask you, how can you be complex but also simple enough to be understood by judges and jurors which are not specialists in economics? in court litigation? This is kind of my question.
I would just
Thank
come
you.
back to like it's really confusing if you have gotten some idea of what's going on and you see business documents and business executives talking. If the economist is talking about something like completely different, that's confusing, and it may not be credible. So again, I think that it's of course business documents can say all sorts of wild things that don't align. So we have to be very careful about how we interpret them. Like, everybody thinks they compete with, the big tech company or something, even if they're doing something very different. So you have to be a little bit careful. But at the same time, if your narrative is not aligned and the economic logic just doesn't account for the most important facts that seem to be driving behavior, I think that's confusing and that's complicated because now you're trying to keep two worlds in mind, the world that you think you understand and this other weird world. So it can be hard to accomplish, but when you do accomplish it, it makes sense. Like, and I've told this, I teach, MBAs that don't have a lot of technical background, but they can get, like, if they're trying to start a marketplace business, like solving the chicken and egg problem, thinking about strategies to get the buyers on board, the sellers on board, like they get that. That's not complicated. They would think it's weird that we had a hard time naming it. Like, that's just, of course, that's how the world works. So it's like, what's the definition of complexity? It's like it's in the eye of the beholder, and things that make sense and are correct are often not complex.
I still have two questions, maybe three. One is there, and then also from the right. I always take question from the left. How's that?
All right. Hi, David Dan. So you mentioned the competition order, and one of the facets of that was interagency cooperation, not just on specific cases, but also sharing of information, industry data, designing remedies, investigations level. I'm curious how that looks in practice. I mean, you can't tell me everything, obviously, but how wide and deep does it go? Is that at the level of economists? Are you talking to the other economists at the agencies? Are you engaging in many of the things that are articulated in the order? Are there talks about what industries look like? Are you sort of imparting that information into other agencies?
Yeah, all sorts of things. So, I mean, there are details back and forth between different agencies, both by antitrust lawyers and antitrust economists, and as well getting people from agencies that have industry knowledge to come in and work with us. I think part of it is picking people. Some of the top leadership of organizations just have had, or there's a little bit more attention to how the government is affecting the end consumer, rather than just the industry that's being regulated. So I think it's leadership, it's passion, and it's a lot of commenting and behind the scenes conversations. It's making priorities clear, and it's almost like just asking the question. I mean, some of the things you can leave behind in all of this is just like if there's a checklist of something some agency looks at, like if you put competition on the list, like it might not have always been on the list. And so again, this is kind of just a little bit of framing to make sure that, if you're a specialist in safety of some kind, whether it's safety of banks or safety of airplanes or, something else, like it might, some of these other ideas might seem abstract or like something that you don't really connect the dots between the decisions you make and those things. And I think it's been just a lot of energy from people in the White House to kind of make it happen. Like if there's a problem, there's the idea that the leadership is there to help break through log jams. So it is real. It's real and it's exciting.
Johannes.
Hello, Johannes Dennis from the Atlantic Competition Commission. You mentioned before the difficulty of defining markets and maybe challenge a little bit the idea if we need to define markets. You mentioned that we need to have more complicated, more sophisticated, I would say, economic analysis and a more case-by-case assessment. Now, my question is, when you draft guidelines, obviously you need to have some form of generalized principles that will apply to all possible cases. And in the US context, I would say that you probably have to draft guidelines in the absence of case law from the Supreme Court. So in a way, you'll have some form of important guidance to give to the enforcers. What, in your view, will be the performance indicators of these? I mean, what will make successful guidelines? Is it possible to draft guidelines in this much more complex environment that you're describing? Because guidelines are usually a simplification, isn't it?
It's hard. Yeah, that's. I mean, it's a challenging task. But I mean, I think coming back to like the principles are common. It's just that sometimes people get confused along the way, and again, some of that confusion can be created intentionally in the adversarial process. So I think it's sort of heading off the places where things could get confused and just making clear that these general principles really do work, even in more complex situations, that you don't have to put the square peg in the round hole in order to apply the principle. The principle also applies to the square peg.
I will allow for one last question.
Thank you. My name is Ernesto. I'm a graduate student in business. And I have a question very similar to David's, but particularly focused on the coordination with regulatory agencies that also act as gatekeepers. And in your experience, there is an obvious connection between competition and those kind of agencies. Has the focus been on making the people that act as gatekeepers just understand and, as you said, connect the dots? Or is it that they have maybe more complex problems or like different priorities? And like specifically, like think about financial regulation and stability. Like how has that work been done?
I mean, I guess I could just say, like, without commenting on anything specific, like what I think success looks like, what success might look like, is just that sometimes there's low-hanging fruit. Like you can accomplish the primary objective of an agency in a way that preserves competition rather than hurts it. And sometimes there are trade-offs, but like we're not really at the frontier between competition and safety. Like poorly designed regulation can be inside the frontier. And so you're looking for those opportunities to push out the frontier. And that's the lowest hanging fruit. And then sometimes you may have to make trade-offs too. But like first, let's just make sure that we even have a good definition of the frontier. You can't make the trade-offs if you don't have an analytic framework and the conceptual framework and on your list to think about the trade-off.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Susan Athey for this great conversation. Thanks a lot. Great. Could have gone for another hour.
Please take your seats. We're about to get started. Thank you.
Simcha, long time.
How are you?
I'm good.
Wearing a jacket.
For a conference, I always wear that.
אני זוכר שב-2017 כשהייתי כאן, פגשתי לך עניבה, אז לא הבאתי עניבה, הסתכלתי מסביבי, ככה נשם שאנשים שהציעו, גם הייתי צריכה מגניב מה נכנסתי לחנות, חזרתי תוך 25 דקות עם עניבה, השנה החלטתי אני בבוסטון.
חשבתי שאתה זהו, שאתה בלונדון.
הייתי בלונדון.
We're speaking in Hebrew, nobody says. Good point. We should start.
I'll be here for the whole conference. I might be tomorrow at 5.
Okay, let's catch up. All right, everyone. Let's make sure that everyone's joining us. So welcome to what in the conference business we call the graveyard slot. This is the panel right after lunch when our blood flow flows not in the direction of the brain. But I assure you we are armed with the best weapon to get people's attention, and this is, of course, Elon Musk. And Elon also decided to help us this morning, and he blew up one of his starships, as you have probably seen on the news. So everybody is interested in Elon. So to get people's attention, I just like to start our conversation with a show of hands. How many of you are on Twitter? Okay, 95% market share. That's fine. How many of you have a blue check? Not anymore. Okay, that was a trick question, David. I know. Blue check as of yesterday. Okay, how many of you think you're going to pay Elon $7.99 to get the blue check? Oh, you met. Okay. All right. So welcome to the Elon Musk panel. All the participants are here, and you are more than welcome to tweet throughout this panel. So although this annual conference deals with antitrust, competition, and concentration, ever since the first conference we started in 2017, we included panels about the news media. And I was looking at the title of the panel that we had here exactly 6 years ago in the conference in April 2000, the inaugural in 2017. It was Information in the Age of Concentration. Can media hold powerful actors to account in the age of huge digital platforms and business? And I think this question is relevant, of course, today. But looking back to what has changed in the last 6 years, I would say that mostly it is the way that the news media and also academia, of course, covers big tech and monopolies in general. The sentiment has changed markedly. Less than a decade ago, there were only, believe it or not, handful of investigative journalists that were seriously scrutinizing big tech. Now, it's probably one of the most covered issue in the media. There was exponential growth in this particular beat. But the power and influence of big tech companies, and especially social networks, on news, on journalists, on politics, and public discourse has definitely grown dramatically and is growing all the time. And indeed, if you're following testimony of some whistleblowers, the internal documents from Francis Haugen, the whistleblower of Facebook, showed that European political parties told Facebook repeatedly that they were being forced to take more extreme positions in their platforms and their rhetorics because of the platform's algorithm tweak. So since 2020, 2021, There has been many initiatives in the US and, of course, in Europe to rein in the power of big tech and regulate social networks. But one issue is not yet part of that discussion, and I think that it became more salient only recently, and this is the question of the ownership of social networks. So many people agree on some regulation or a very aggressive regulation, depending where you come from, of digital platforms. But the question is, should ownership be included in this conversation? And this is where we're going to start our discussion today with experts in the panel. So I want to quickly first introduce our esteemed panelists, not in the order of their sitting, but Rosalind Clayton is an economist from Aalborg University of Copenhagen, and she works with policymakers on communication and technology policy. Dina Srivenisan is a researcher, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, and a fellow with the Thurman Edelman Project at Yale University. And many people in this room are aware that Dina's research provided the foundation of the government enforcement antitrust laws and lawsuit against Facebook and Google. Anat Admati is a professor of finance and economics at Stanford and the faculty director of the Corporations and Society Initiative. She's the author of Banker's New Clothes that she wrote 10 years ago, and we might go back to that theme of this book, although it's on finance, and see how it's relevant to today's discussion. Cory Doctorow is a science fiction author, an activist, and a journalist. He's the author of many books, most recently Red Team Blues, a science fiction crime thriller, and Choke Point Capitalism, nonfiction about monopoly and creative labor markets. And last but not least, of course, is the old-timer of this conference, Matt Stoller. He's the director of research at the American Economic Liberties Project and the author of Goliath, The 100 Years' War between Monopoly Power and Democracy. So we're going to start off with 2 or 3 questions that I'm going to throw in generally to the panel and then to each specific panelist, and then it's just going to be a lively discussion. So the first question to the panel is very simple and straightforward. Do we need to be worried now that Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Sergey Brin, Larry Page have total control, sometimes with special voting rights, on the 3 largest media platforms in the world? Rosalind,
Yes.
please. Go ahead.
Yes, I say yes.
Yeah.
We're just going down the
Okay.
panel.
All right. So please elaborate. Why?
Well, I'm gonna put it up on a slide. I don't have my answer ready. I'm gonna go to Cory.
Okay, Cory, shoot.
I mean, I think that there's a kind of split among people who are worried about tech, and there are some people who are worried that the tech barons we have are the wrong tech barons. That the problem with Mark Zuckerberg is that he's the wrong person to be the social media czar for life of 3 billion people. And then there are other people who say that that job shouldn't exist, that we need to abolish Mark Zuckerberg and everyone like him. And I fall in that second camp. We saw an incredible slide this morning about the percentage of enforcement action that involves enforcing consent decrees, which is less than 1%. I think that asking these guys to behave themselves and then handing them just effectively unlimited amounts of power is inadequate. I mean, one of the realpolitiks of enforcement is that the larger your adversary is, the harder it is to enforce against them. I was struck this morning when we heard enforcers speaking that among the evils that they cataloged of monopoly, consumer harms, and so on, we didn't hear much about the fact that when a sector dwindles to just a few firms, that they can resolve the collective action problem of mobilizing their capital to securing parochial advantage in law and policy, right? America doesn't have a privacy law. It doesn't have a privacy law because anytime someone tries it, billions of dollars are mobilized against it by 3 or 4 people who all know each other and are godparents to each other's children and like walked each other down the aisle and are executors of each other's estates and never have to explicitly collude to emerge a consensus about whether or not America should have a privacy law. If there were 150 firms, irrespective of the other advantages or disadvantages, they wouldn't even be able to agree on how to cater their annual meeting, much less whether we should have a privacy law.
All right, thank you. Anat?
I think just thinking about the ownership of the media is kind of, proxy for maybe other things that we might be worried about. So what are we really worried about? What I'm worried about by now is just the discourse, the political discourse, and exactly how it takes place, and the place and the power of truth in that world. And the question is, do the people who control media care about that at all? And if so, it's a very tricky concept. So legacy media, as the description of the panel says, was also controlled by magnets. Murdoch was in the news recently, and he controls, and Catherine Graham controlled the Washington Post, and now it's Jeff Bezos who controls the Washington Post. So it's a question of what way you said is it the wrong person, and I think a little bit it is about whether it's the wrong person, because Elon Musk is a particular character that is more likely than others to use his power in ways that would fight over Substack and things of that sort, and so we see more of this conduct that is illegal. Now, obviously, I don't want concentration of power of any sort. But the question is then, what do we do about it in the world with these economies of scale and all this stuff? So I am concerned with the bigger problem of political discourse. I read recently a book that I actually have here with me called Amusing Ourselves to Death, which is a book about the media written in the 80s. And in that book, the author is concerned about discourse becoming too much of an entertainment and people's attention spans to any kind of discussion waning. And this was in the 80s, in the age of television increasing, and far off from the world of cable news, which evolved a little bit later than that. And he was worried about Huxley's Brave New World, not as much as Orwell, Ministry of Truth, that we willingly will just lose the plot and get too much into sound bites and entertainment. So I'm worried about political discourse in the age of overwhelming amount of information.
Thank you.
Including nonsense.
So should we be worried that Mark Zuckerberg, Larry Page, Sergey Brin are in control of the tech barons, essentially, is the question. Okay, so some of you probably heard, I've said this before, that it's a quote from de Tocqueville, who said that there is scarcely a hamlet in America that does not have its own newspaper. This was in the 1830s, I guess. Newspapers in America are older than the nation. And I think that that's the way that I think about the problem. So one thing that happened today, aside from the blue check, is that BuzzFeed announced that it's shutting down. And BuzzFeed is not a local newspaper. It's not a paper that, there's a traditional argument, the news media didn't adapt to the internet. BuzzFeed was born native to the internet, had very innovative CEO, tried a lot of different business models and couldn't make it work. And that's because of monopolization and the specific regulatory schema that we've chosen for these tech platforms. There's a lot of ways to go into that, but I think we've seen just a radical centralization of media power that we've never seen. We are going into a new experiment of an America without newspapers. So if someone had asked, if someone had said Donald Trump is going to shut down 2,000 newspapers and fire 30,000, 40,000 journalists, I think people would have been outraged, just as if Joe Biden said it. But because Google did it, through monopolization or through certain business practices, call it privacy or but essentially centralizing advertising revenue, it becomes this kind of narrow technocratic issue instead of a core democracy question. So when I think about the question, should we be worried that these people are running these centralized institutions? I don't think that the personalities are that important, but I do think that the centralized nature of these institutions has really launched us into kind of this new period. So just to give you a quick, this was a couple years ago, so it's probably worse today, but 2,000 out of 3,000 American counties have no daily newspaper at this point. Never had anything like that. And I guess the last thing I'll say is it leads to a series of, I think, unless we can change the frame, the way that we think about justice and market power, we're going to go down a path where a substantial number of well-meaning people who see an increasingly a population that doesn't know itself because there are no newspapers to form a public. The instinct is to go for things like mass content moderation, right? Disinformation, and you saw it doesn't come up in liberal circles, but you've seen this with reporting from the Twitter files, which I think a lot of people disrespect, but there was important information there about networks of nonprofit institutions, government institutions, and big tech firms that are trying to shape narratives, that are trying to engage in forms of social control because they see a centralized society that's kind of tearing itself apart, and they're trying to purpose the tools that exist to do what they think is to save it. But it is that very centralization that I think is both un-American, outside of our traditions, a radical experiment, and I think a fundamental problem. So that's how I think about the issue. There's a lot of policies that we can talk about that where we're attempting to address this problem, but fundamentally, there are fewer and fewer and fewer people who have the ability to finance speech.
Dina?
Thanks. You guys hear me? How do we turn this on? Oh.
I think you're good.
Is it good? Okay, great. I was thinking about sort of this question, and maybe I'll just make a few points that are very high level and obvious, but that I nonetheless think are the most important. The first is that it's really hard to imagine and grasp how large these platforms are when we think about them from a power perspective. So if we're thinking about old magnets versus new magnets, and Bezos owning the Washington Post, I mean, we're talking about Google being able to reach 4.3 billion people just like that. We're talking about Facebook being able to reach 3 billion people. I mean, if you think about that, Twitter, a couple 100 million, but if you think about that from a power perspective, we're probably all familiar with like an Amber Alert, but can you imagine one human, one person being in control of being able to send an alert or a piece of information to billions of people around the world at the same time? And I think that that is one point that really distinguishes the power of old media versus the power of new media. I live in the Bay Area, and there is very little respect for institutional media that we would respect, like the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, because the sentiment is they just don't have any power, and so they're irrelevant. Another point that I would make is that it's also just incredible how dangerous really these platforms can be because of how fast information can spread. So just in the last weeks, we saw how a little piece of information spreading on Twitter could take down a top 20 US bank just like that within hours, or play a very large role in that. And I think that, you know, we haven't seen all of the different ways that power can be expressed with these platforms, but this is just a really important issue and question for us to think about and to predict. No regulation is, we can, I'm sure, debate whether we need regulation, what types of regulation, but the fact that there's no oversight in the face of that types of power, I think is fascinating and concerning. The last point that I would make is that I think that these are substantive concerns from a national security perspective. So the markets get a little bit complicated if you dive into the weeds, But basically, all of these social media platforms make money by selling online ads and auctions. And in those auctions, user data is exposed to anyone in the auction with a seat to bid. So you could, for example, have foreign actors that are sitting in these US auctions supposedly to bid, that don't actually bid, but that are just collecting user data that they can then use against US interests. And so it's just also a lot of power that has massive implications to US national security.
Okay, so Anat already brought up the Murdoch question, and Matt talked about Tocqueville, and I wonder. So Tocqueville was enamored with the role of the newspapers to democracy, and he said only a newspaper can drop one thought to 1,000 minds. To believe that they preserve democracy is to underestimate them. They maintain civilization. And the question I have is, what would Tocqueville said if we presented him with the way that Rupert Murdoch runs a newspaper? So Rupert Murdoch agreed to pay $787 million yesterday to Dominion. It's probably one of the biggest payments of someone ever paid by someone that just wants to avoid testifying in an open court. But even without him testifying, the documents that court forced him to reveal left no doubt that Fox lied knowingly and perhaps helped foment the January 6th events because it didn't want there to anger its audience. It was part of the business model, actually. They were forced by the business model of Fox. Now, Fox News is not run by an algorithm, but, and this is the question to the panel, the editorial decision there in those important days after the 2020 elections were not very different than those of social network algorithm. Whatever maximizes addiction will be promoted aggressively. So here is the question, another way of phrasing the question that I opened with here. What's the difference between ownership of social networks that are pretty powerful and ownership of a network like Fox that is part of a global empire of a man that his nickname was and still is the man who owns the news. Perhaps, Rosaline, you want to start? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so thank you. I'm going to go into this in my presentation, but for me, there's some huge challenge with the regulatory asymmetry. If you're going to be in a broadcast media, you will have, Federal Communications Commission oversight. But that's not the same if you're an internet media. You will not have that oversight at all. So, the example I give, we talked about, to me, it seems like a double standard. Elon Musk can buy Twitter. There's no sort of gatekeeper for that. He can just buy it. But if you're a guy like Sue Kim, who wants to buy 60 TV stations and revamp their business model to compete with big tech and advertising, you have to go to the FCC to get permissions to transfer the license. So now you have the longest ever hearing at the FCC for transfer of a broadcast license. And instead of taking the vote, the FCC has sent it to the administrative law judge, the FCC. Now, you could say you want, like or dislike the merger, but take the vote. So the point of sending it to the ALJ is so the FCC doesn't have to take the decision. And the sort of scuttlebutt of all this is that Sue Kim is not the right Democrat donor, that Nancy Pelosi wants to have Byron Allen instead of him, even though Sue Kim, a Korean American, would be make this the largest minority-owned, woman-led media company in the country. It would seem to support the Democrat Party goals, that President Biden came to office on. So, for me, the point of this is that companies exploit the regulations that were created to protect the public interest, to protect us, the people. They're exploited through the merger process. They're exploited by wealthy people, donors. They're exploited by big tech for their benefit, not for our benefit.
Yeah. So I want to I want to slightly object to the way you framed the question, because you talked about addictive media, and I think that it is a huge mistake to take these guys at their words when they tell us that they're evil sorcerers who hacked our dopamine loops, when there's a much more parsimonious explanation, namely that they have a monopoly and they get to decide what we see, and not that they figured out how to bypass our critical faculties. Mesmer lied when he said he could do it. Rasputin lied when he said he could do it. The MK Ultra lied when they said they could do it. Pickup artists lie when they said they can do it. I don't think we should believe Mark Zuckerberg when he says he can do it, and that's why you should pay him a giant premium for his ads. I think that if you want to contrast what's going on with Fox and the big platforms, I think the way to look at it is how they shift the distributional outcomes of the money in the system. So Fox, it's not a broadcaster, right? Fox is a cable operator. That's the most important thing about Fox, because the cable companies divided up America like the Pope dividing up the New World. And that means that Fox negotiates with every cable company, of which there are only a few, for a carriage fee. Fox's carriage fee is like 10x what anyone else's carriage fee is. And it's not because it's popular, it's because it's popular among a segment of extremely vocal people who will destroy the cable operator's customer support lines if they ever drop Fox in the lineup. It goes ESPN, Fox. We all support Fox. That's why Fox has got all those crappy ads, because they don't make any money from ads. They make the money from us paying for our cable in a monopolized cable environment. Now contrast that with tech, right? There's a story that the problem with Facebook and its relationship to the media is that people talk about the news on Facebook and they link to it and so on. If you're not allowed to link to the news and talk about the news, it's not the news, it's a secret, right? There's not a problem with people talking about the news. And that's not what Fox is, or what Facebook is stealing from the news. What's Facebook and the rest of the tech companies stealing from the news? Well, they get 51% of every ad dollar, right? Compared to 10 to 12%, which is the historic level. They get 30% of every subscriber dollar, because the App Store tax, and we've made it a felony to reverse engineer an iPhone and add another App Store to it, which means that what would normally be a 2% processing fee is now a 30% processing fee. If you have a bunch of followers on Facebook as a media company, followers that you got because Facebook, they're sort of fishers of men, right? You post some stuff to your Facebook wall as a media company, and they go out there and they dangle it in front of other people. They say, I know that you signed up for Facebook to hear from the people that you value, and you even articulated that social network for us in a very explicit way, but we're not going to show you what the people you like have to say. We're going to cram stuff from media companies in your eyeballs in the hopes that you will subscribe to some of them. And when the media company transitions to a Facebook first strategy, they turn to the media company and say, we're not going to show your updates to the people who explicitly subscribe to you unless you paid a boost. So this is another form of extraction from the press, right? It's Danegeld. So you have a 50% app tax, a 30% subscriber tax, you've got Danegeld being extracted, and all of this combined means that Facebook can do to the media companies what Fox does to the cable operators, which is appropriate a share of the income due to a combination of law and technology that is not its by rights and can therefore call the tune. And I think that this is why, as when we talk about antitrust being a technical matter, it really matters what the underlying mechanisms are by which this extraction happens. And it's why it matters that we be precise when we talk about how Facebook and other firms influence us, not by hacking our dopamine loops. But if Google told you that the Brooklyn Bridge was 320 feet long and it was really 328 feet long, you would probably never discover the difference unless you took a tape measure out. That's not mind control, right? That's just having control of the main means by which we get information.
Anat?
So I actually, you might say there's a disconnect between the previous, I'll get to this particular question, the previous panels and then this one, but just as being kind of one of fewer than the previous panels, economists on this panel, I want to make a little bit of a connection because, the way the morning panels were and the way we would probably proceed in this conference, is to talk about merger guidelines and the Sherman Act Title XYZ, and somehow it was presumed in the first panel that this was all about efficiency. So I kind of was curious and went back to the Sherman Act, and actually, as some of you know in this room, had nothing to do with efficiency, but it was about. It didn't mention it at all, and neither did the 1950 amendment of it. When did efficiency come into the game? This is about the little battles we saw about economists versus other people and what is good economics in this context. and whether we need more big data or what do we need to discuss power. But it was the word that appears 7 times there is conspire or conspiracy. That's what it was about. So it was really about power and the use of power more than it was about economic efficiency, which somehow it transformed itself into starting, 68 and especially 96, where you can find the word efficiency splashed over the entire discussion of merger guidelines. So just to sort of connect a little bit of the dots. In other words, when we talk about practices and competition, we really should go back to the original titles and see what they were about. And they were about the use of power. And in this case, because we're talking about media, it's the use of power over the narratives. And the difference between legacy media and other media, as was mentioned, is some accountability for the content, where the content is produced by legacy media, but is not produced and there's no liability for it in the social media world. And so they just can say, I'm just sharing, I'm just curating, I'm just doing this and that, I'm not producing any content, therefore don't come back to me. And so there couldn't be any kind of libel suit against Zuckerberg because he doesn't ever produce it. But does that mean that it's not a problem? Well, it's a huge problem that they have the power, and it manifests itself in various practices. So I think our media environment got corrupted and contaminated by a lot of this way in which power is exercised in this domain, and we lost, and democracy has been suffering as a result of that.
So everybody, almost everybody here in the panel agrees that the problem is concentration of power, and when you get media into that, that exacerbates. So Matt, you spent many years on the Hill in the Senate. And who has, in the eyes of politicians and policymakers today, more concentrated power to shape the agenda, how we think, what we think, how politicians give incentives to people? Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, or Rupert Murdoch?
I don't know that that's an answerable question. It sort of depends who you're talking about. These are just political impressions. I think they all have different forms of influence. They all have different goals, some of which are complementary, some of which are not. Is there something? Do you have another way of phrasing that question?
Yeah, let's go back to my original question. Okay, where some people said they are worried with a concentration of power in the hands of digital platforms, in the hands of only a few players. And the question is, how do you differentiate between the Murdoch phenomena or the...
So I'll just try to distinguish between, I think Corey talked about you got to look at how these companies make money, which is, I think, a core element of it. So you started by asking who pays for Twitter, right? And I raised my hand, okay? And most of you have better taste than I do. So you didn't. Man, that was a pretty good joke, but you guys didn't. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Randy. I appreciate that. I'm just going to talk only to you now.
I don't know.
All right. Stop. So I pay for Twitter. And the reason I pay for Twitter is because I think of it as a communication service. And I like to pay directly for communication services. I pay for my mobile phone. I pay for my ISP because I believe that is the most ethical way to have a communication service. It's really weird that we pay for our communication services with advertising now, that we transition to that in sort of the 2000s. It's a weird way to do communications. So we have been paying for our media with advertising for hundreds of years. And we all recognize it's a conflict of interest, right? I mean, the advertiser is not supposed to have influence over the newsroom. The advertiser always has influence over the newsroom. But there are debates. There are supposed to be firewalls. There are ethical arguments. And most importantly, there is diversity and competition. So if one newspaper won't say something, maybe another one will, right? So that's the point of these of having a diversity of media is to overcome this ethical problem, which is well understood. Now, we have a similar ethical problem when you finance communication networks with advertising. When the people who are paying or who are consuming the service are the product, we also pay directly. I mean, I know you've said we're not just the product, and we also pay money. But there is something conflicted, like Verizon or T-Mobile. They're just trying to charge you a little bit more with some ticky-tack administrative fee. They're not trying to keep you on the phone, right? They're not trying to get you to have certain kinds of conversation. They're not trying to put a third party in between you and the person you're talking to get you to do something. They're not selling a manipulation, the ability to manipulate you to some third party. But that is what advertising is. And so we've decided to finance our communications infrastructure with advertising that has a bunch of consequences that I think are all broadly negative. But that's the way that I would distinguish between something like a Fox News or MSNBC or CNN, which are all terrible, and are bad because of the collapse of diversity of media systems since the 1980s. And a communication network like Google or series of communications like Google or Facebook or Twitter, they're structured differently, and so the same conflicts of interest manifest differently when you use them.
All right, thank you, Dina.
What are we talking about again?
Media, I think.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Murdoch Musk.
The difference between
right.
the Murdochs and the owners of the platforms. How do they differ? If we're worried about platforms, should we be worried about players like Murdoch? Or Matt puts in the basket of Murdoch also CNN, MSNBC.
So I'll repeat a few of the things that I said before. One, I think, is just reach, right? So at the end of the day, a Facebook is going to cut across party lines and just reach a much larger portion of the population, young and old. And so I think reach is a big difference. The second is global scale. If you think of, let's say I see a message on Facebook, but then a bunch of friends and family see it in a bunch of other countries abroad, and they echo the same message, that's going to influence me even more. So I think the global scale element matters a lot. The third, and maybe this is the most important difference, is that every piece of information that you see on social media in the online world and every ad that you might see that's paid for by a political party can be individualized to your SSN based on your personal information and the history of your information. And so that makes the ability to persuade much, much stronger. Those are the three major points. One thing in response to you, Matt, is I would love to think that a Twitter is allowing you to purchase a blue check, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, and not sell out your data, but I'm sure that they're doing it nonetheless. Pretty sure Verizon's doing it too. So I think a major problem that we have with respect to that is just how it's also invisible, and we don't, as consumers, see what is happening from a privacy or data perspective and what the true cost of the product is.
All right. Corey, I want to turn to you. So in a prep conversation that we had last week for this panel, Matt summarized the problem like this: the social networks made us all want to kill each other. Okay, so you have a list of remedies that you propose. Some of them around the interoperability, to break the power and the choke points of social networks. So when you hear how Matt and Dina describe the way that now communication works with the incentives of advertising and so on, do you think that your remedies that we hope that will bring more competition will create a different and less polarizing and higher quality information ecosystem?
So Chad made a really interesting point this morning where he said that the thing that drives superior technology to the fore is when switching costs are low and people can move from one platform to another. And that general purpose technologies, moreover, are the source of enormous foment and wealth and progress. And I think that to understand these remedies, you have to understand the relationship that they have to those two principles. So I agree, right? I'm a pretend computer scientist. I have an honorary degree in it. And in computer science, we know that there's only one kind of computer we know how to make. It's the general purpose computer that can run every program we know how to write. You can't make a computer that can run some programs and not others. This is why your printer can get a virus, right? Because we don't know how to make a printer that just prints. It can also get viruses. What that means is that you can always make an interoperable product or technology that unlocks whatever it is keeping people shackled to a platform. Like if you're stuck on MySpace, as everyone was when Mark Zuckerberg started Facebook, and as Dina reminds us in her absolutely magisterial paper, pitched MySpace users as the privacy-forward alternative to that service the crapulent Australian billionaire owned, where we will never mine your data. The way that they were able to solve the collective action problem of everyone you love is hanging out on MySpace so you can go be in the better Facebook alone is they gave you a bot, a scraper, right? You gave it your login credentials, it went to MySpace, it scraped all the messages waiting for you, put them in your Facebook inbox, let you reply to them, push them back out. No collective action problem, right? Low switching costs. Now, what all of the firms that benefited from this, Apple, who made iWork and cloned the Microsoft file formats, Microsoft, who made lots of their own clones and compatibility layers and things to embrace and extend and so on. What they've all done is they've gone up the ladder and kicked it away, right? Every pirate wants to be an admiral. And so today, they use a combination of anti-circumvention law, patents and copyrights, tortious interference theories, and so on, to create this thicket that you could think of as like felony contempt of business model, right? Where it becomes illegal to build the technologies that they themselves once built to enable these switching costs. So to get to like how this lock-in happens and how the extraction happens and what you can do about it, you have to understand that this is the lay of the land as we have it today. So the platforms, on the one hand, benefit from not having any competitors. Apple buys more companies than you and I buy groceries. Mark Zuckerberg wakes up in the middle of the night and sends an email to his CFO saying we should buy Instagram. It is better to buy than to compete, right? We know why there's no alternatives. That's not sectoral specific. Everyone's in this problem. We all know that. But then there's like this digital stuff. And the first thing is that they can alter the rules on the back end really quickly, right? They can twiddle the knobs. So they can change whether your stuff reaches someone else. They can change whether you can put a Mastodon link in your bio. They can change what you see and what you don't see, right? They've just got this endless twiddling. They've got these knobs and they can't keep their fingers off their knobs, right? So to remedy that, we constrain their twiddling. We have privacy laws that restrict how they can use your data. We have laws that mandate interoperability or prohibit blocks on interoperability. We can create laws that require them to deliver messages from willing senders to willing receivers. Maybe they're not laws, maybe they're policies, maybe they're remedies, because none of these guys are going to want to go through 12 years in antitrust hell like AT&T did. When they cry uncle, maybe we say to them, all right, here's your remedy. You're going to have to deliver all the messages from people who sent them to the people who received them, provided they have a mutual relationship, and you can't extract Danegeld. So that's part one, right? We restrain their twiddling. The other thing we do is we restore user twiddling, right? Ad blocking is the largest consumer boycott in the history of the world. If you try to ad block on an app, you have to reverse engineer. To do that, you violate Section 12.1 of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. That's a felony punishable by a 5-year prison sentence and a $500,000 fine. Why are app ads terrible? Well, because there's no countervailing force. You can't make a counteroffer. I'm not going to see any ads because your ads were too obnoxious, right? So we could restore some defense in law for reverse engineering, for bots, for scraping, for all these other things, and cabinet not by whether a firm says we shouldn't do it, because to Matt's point, even if you're paying for the product, you're still the product. Like Apple blocked all of Facebook's tracking and then secretly went ahead and did all the same tracking for itself, right? Firms are not reliable proxies for their users' interests. You are the product to the extent the firm can treat you like the product. So we restore self-help remedies. We deputize new market entrants, cooperatives, individuals to represent users and give them tools that allow them to modify how the services work. And rather than saying to Apple, Facebook, or another large firm, you get to decide when someone's gone too far, we say you've gone too far because you violated a democratically accountable privacy law or a democratically accountable consumer protection statute. So rather than relying on these people to be constitutional monarchs who wisely represent the interests of the peons in their digital fields, we ask our democratic leaders to put limits on everyone's conduct, new market entrants and incumbents alike. So those are the sets of remedies. And do I think it'd make a better media environment? Yeah, because I think the media environment that the bad media environment is downstream of the bad stuff, right? Like, why don't people trust the FDA? Well, maybe because the FDA slept on the opioid epidemic and said that they were safe and went ahead and said everyone should take opioids. I got chronic pain. I saw a doctor 10 years ago who told me to take opioids every day for the rest of my life. I did my own research because I'm an opioid denier, and I decided I shouldn't take opioids for the rest of my life. Now, if you ask me epistemologically, as someone with no background in virology, cell biology, or vaccine science, why I trust them on vaccines but not on opioids, I couldn't tell you. I mean, I got 5 jabs, but honestly, the epistemological basis for not believing in vaccines is exactly the same as the epistemological basis for not trusting your doctor when he says take opioids for the rest of your life, namely that the regulators are in collusion with a highly concentrated industry that doesn't care who they kill, provided they make a lot of money.
Corey, you certainly covered a lot of ground. Okay, Rosalind, I want to go back to your comment.
I had prepared the slides for this.
Go ahead.
Is
go
that
ahead.
Okay to?
Yeah.
Can I?
Go ahead.
So I just first want to start to say thank you to Stigler and to Guy to put the presentation together and, to give a little provocation after lunch. I hope I can help a little bit with that. I know we've covered a lot of things already, but I do have a very simple data slide I want to show to help put some of these things in perspective. And when we talk about social media concentration, of course, the owners, as you will, but I think there's a couple issues we need to think about: conglomerates versus pure plays. We've got to think about private versus government ownership. Those who are interested in this topic, I suggest you look at Elie Noam. He's been working on this decades. He's got teams around the world who are measuring concentration in the world's media. In my own case, my own PhD, following in the inspiration of Stigler, I spent 5 years studying the impact of net neutrality rules across 53 countries and measuring different, what was the before and after of the imposition of rules, and found that countries versus hard rules, soft rules, and no rules, interestingly enough, the countries with the hardest net neutrality rules have had the least amount of local content development, and the countries with soft rules actually had a good outcome. And then, interestingly enough, countries with no rules, like China, have been the only ones would have been delivering competitors to America's largest tech companies. So if we talk about TikTok and Tencent and so on. So a lot of our theories of innovation and are kind of really being challenged in this environment. But I do want to share, I think there's some important global developments going on that could possibly be some consumer welfare and apologies to Eleanor, who I think was saying we don't have consumer welfare, but maybe these are pseudo consumer welfare actions that are being proposed in Congress now, in Korean legislature, in the European Union, in the European Commission. So just in a very simple way, I did my PhD in data science. It was involved with looking at analytics platforms and measuring rankings of different apps, revenue, downloads, and so on. It's very simple analysis, but a couple of things will just jump out. And thanks to I think it was Martin this morning, he was talking about BlackRock and Vanguard, again, also own the major positions in the largest US tech companies. So I think that adds another layer. But one of the thing that sticks out to me, which I saw in the data in 2016, was the rise of Chinese platforms. And if you look at today, if you look at TikTok, world's most visited domain, these are owned somewhat by Chinese companies and Chinese government. We don't really have good transparency to who owns these. And we have essentially U.S. government has no oversight to that. Whatever acquisitions they're doing and those apps are being deployed in the U.S., really no oversight at all. And these are some of the fastest growing platforms in the U.S. today. What about the whole issues there, which I think we've not been able to deal with at all? And then in the same vein, we were talking about Elon Musk. If I could just say one thing on his defense, that in the sense Twitter is a pure play, Pinterest, Snapchat, Telegram, these are still those kinds of garage style, those archetypal startups, they're just a one-off app, if you will, versus like WhatsApp is, or let's say YouTube, it's one of 200 apps in the Google universe. It's a very different thing. So interestingly enough, even though we have more networks, we have more bandwidth, more users, the world of what we go to is increasingly concentrated. So we have a 99.1 rule in internet traffic. We're all kind of going to fewer and fewer destinations because the apps are living on one particular platform. But now with the exception of the Chinese apps coming into the picture. So, interestingly enough, we'll look at like a Pony Ma, owner of Tencent. I mean, Tencent is something that we would never be able to do in USA. Essentially, there's Twitter with an Amazon attached to it and a Google and all the things all around one communication platform. We probably couldn't, no one has had thought to do that in the US. It is an even larger entity than anything that we can think of in the United States, and it's perfectly legitimate in China, and it's promoted by the Chinese government. So, I just mentioned this guy, Sue Kim. Whatever you think about him, he's just trying to follow the rules and, take over these 60 stations. Can't happen because of, let's say, atavistic rules in our particular system. So, it's just something to think about. Worldwide, there are now sort of the externalities that we're looking at with big tech. And I think Corey makes a great point about the kind of garbage or the traffic. And we can see 80% of the internet traffic, it's entertainment, it's movies. And talk about ad blockers, 25% of the data coming over our mobile phones is advertising. We're paying for a mobile subscription, 25% of the data is advertising. Like, that's totally wrong. The advertising should be subsidizing our mobile subscription, and yet we've not evolved our policy to allow that to happen. So the point here that I sort of want to leave with you is that we have additional problems now. Even with high-speed networks, we still have digital divides. We have 14 million Americans on the Affordable Connectivity Program because of inability to afford broadband, and we need broadband at the same time because of the upward mobility, because of the social benefit services. So even if you take a fiber to the home network, and I've studied 50 of them across the USA, that they are now being challenged to get the social benefit apps and services on those networks because of the explosion of the garbage or the entertainment. And that's something that governments are now increasingly concerned about. And what I want to suggest to you that has now been reintroduced in the Senate, it's the FAIR Act, Funding Affordable Internet with Reliable Contributions Act. FAIR Act. This is an idea to bring big tech companies into the Universal Service Fund. So we can have a sustainable, if you look at, we have a program to support broadband. How do we support rural hospitals, telehealth, libraries, the poor to get broadband and so on? I'm not optimistic that our antitrust efforts are going to work to create market entry, that it's going to tame big tech. Certainly hasn't worked in the European Union. But what we can at least do is to recover funds from the tech companies and distribute them to the social programs and the social benefit programs that we support or we believe in. So this is something that's on the table, could bring many billions of dollars a year, support our various existing programs. Instead of today, you pay for universal service through your mobile bill, through your telephone, and this could actually instead be borne on the tech companies. And just to say, this is also a challenge in the European Union. We have 300 billion euro shortfall in networks because of this inability to recover the revenue from tech companies. And the regulatory efforts taken on the European Union. Today, 10 years ago when I started my studies, there were several European tech companies in the top 20. There are none today. And European Union overall only accounts for 1 to 2% of the world's total internet market value. And that later this year, Africa is going to surpass the European Union in internet market value. So I think the takeaway here is the regulatory efforts adopted in the European Union to promote the digital market, they haven't worked to create new European internet enterprises. And so this is a concern. South Korea has looked at this. They're one country that actually does create platforms that compete with big tech. And there, they actually force the 5 largest companies to negotiate with the ISPs to make sure that the costs are recovered. And the benefit there in that case is that you've got highest level of broadband adoption of next generation networks, both in wireless and wireline. So, and you also have a high degree of export of Korean content. It's a major export. It's the world's 7th largest content economy. So there's something to be learned there. South Korea typically takes a third way approach on these things. And I would just put this on your radar that this is an increasing issue. And failing that the antitrust efforts are not working to create market entry for new firms or create competition with big tech, that there could be ways to at least get some benefit back to the public, back to consumers, by having tech companies participate in the broadband ecosystem.
All right, thank you, Rosalind. So Rosalind showed us, comparison of the size and power of some of those big tech companies. So a quick question for the people that are interested specifically in antitrust on this panel. We bandled together in this conversation and we use interchangeably Facebook, Twitter, and Google. But while Facebook and Google are 2 of the most profitable companies in the world, actually Twitter is a company that is basically on the verge of bankruptcy. And it's not clear what's going to be the business model going forward. So does this, perhaps let's hear first from Dina and then from Matt, this changes the fact that it's not that Twitter is not really a very profitable company or a company that actually loses money, changes the way that we should think about regulating it or thinking about the ownership of it and so on. Dina?
Gosh, that's a good question. It wouldn't really change or affect my thinking because when you think about sort of market and market structure, you're really thinking about it from the framework of, well, what do users use it for and what do they use interchangeably with it? So from that perspective, I'm not concerned that Twitter might be having money problems in the short term. And also just from a big tech perspective, these are problems that you generally just solve in different ways. I'm sure Elon can solve it efficiently if he wants to.
The only way that he found to solve it is selling shares of Tesla so far.
Selling blue checks or, I don't know, I can think of a million different ways. I'm sure he has lots and lots of ideas and he's not concerned about it. But one of the reasons Twitter would necessarily be having problems from a money perspective is because it sells advertising and it sells its ad space on exchanges, and that market is monopolized by Google. And so any company that sells ads that doesn't own the plumbing in that exchange traded market is having major issues making money selling ads.
Yeah, Matt, you want to chime in on that or not?
Yeah, I mean, so Mark Zuckerberg figured out how to be a social media company, convince the advertisers that it's really a good idea to advertise on Facebook. And, I hear that he may have exaggerated just how much value they get from that, but they paid him for the ads. And so he's profitable. Elon Musk managed to alienate some of the advertisers. So he's been less successful in being sort of a social media company, pure social media. Obviously, Google has a different business model because it's mostly search. And then, alongside the search, you get targeted ads, and that's the way they are able to be so dominant. And of course, they have YouTube on the side, which has its own kind of more social media-like recommender / ad business model. So, all of that is in the sort of how do you, get your stock price to go up? How do you generate, shareholder value in the usual way? I think what we are concerned with in this conference and in this panel is the way the power, however it manifests itself, which is market power or other power, is affecting the rest of us, and therefore, if there's a problem, what to do about it. So we had some ideas for policy since we want to look in the future and all this. So let me just chime in there, which is something that came up also in this conference last year, which is really to be even more modest, to start more modestly than even was suggested before in terms of asking our democratic institutions to do something about these platforms. And the first thing I would want them to do is to be less opaque about what they do and what people do see there, so that we're able to analyze and discuss, economists and others, what it is that they're actually doing to our society. And to our democracies in terms of what kind of information gets spread and how are we able to increase any level of trust or any level of understanding of what's going on, so that we do increase trustworthiness in this, so we can actually have a functioning society.
I want to bring into for a second two remarks made by Dina and Anat that I think are connected. Dina, you mentioned that in Silicon Valley, in the West Coast where you reside, actually decision makers, industry leaders don't pay attention anymore to traditional media because you're not powerful anymore. Why should I listen to you? Why should I be able to let you shape a agenda or norms? And so on, and Anat, from her experience, writing very critically about the financial system and financial regulators. Initially, in her book 10 years ago, she started to be interested very much in the role that media played in the financial crisis, and now. Anat, we were talking yesterday, and I said that when you look now, and you're now rewriting your book, a new edition, and actually say that the ability to, from your experience when it comes to the financial industry, the ability of people to speak truth to power actually has eroded in the last 10 years. And the question is it, what Dina is describing, why the power of media has eroded, and you are not saying that this is why you think this is one of the reasons why we have failing regulation has to do with this the dynamic. So the question is, what's happening? Is it just the business that news outlets don't have, like Matt says, a business model anymore? Or actually, what Anat, you mentioned Neil Postman amusing herself to death. For the better part of the last 200 or 300 years, we were mostly worried about free speech and how to ensure it. Now, with the rise of the digital platforms, we are in a world that suffers mostly from overloads of speech. And junk speech drowns quality speech. I always remind people, some very smart thinker when it comes to media and the usage of media by politicians, Steve Bannon, that famously said that in this era, the media strategy is that one should adopt is to flood the zone with junk. And by the way, he didn't use junk, but another word.
Barnyard epithet.
Sorry?
A barnyard epithet.
Yeah. Okay. So how do we? if this is really the situation, what can we do here if we have an information system that is flooded with junk, like Bannon said? How can you hold the powerful players to account, Dina?
I think we need a lot more transparency. The first thing that came to my mind when you asked that question is, I think literally people in the Bay Area would just say, well, they just don't get retweeted or liked very much, right? And you see, you know, how much Elon's tweets are liked or retweeted just from a count perspective, or any person that is conducting journalism that he respects. And the differential of power is astounding. Now, why does that happen on those platforms? We don't even know, because the algorithms that drive it are non-transparent. So I think as a starting point, transparency around the data that they're using, but also how these algorithms and amplification algorithms work would be a great starting point.
Guy, I
Yeah,
have a very
go ahead.
simple solution I think economists would appreciate, and it's called pricing. I mean, presently we have the status quo it's not the law, but the status quo is, you know, when the users can't control necessarily the data they ask for, but the sort of presumed assumption is, you know, you'll watch a Netflix movie that can come into your broadband subscription and into your to your home, and that expands and that fills that particular connection. Presently, there's not necessarily an incentive to make Netflix make that more efficient, that stream. And part of what a pricing model would do, if the tech companies actually paid for the traffic that they send into networks, they would have more incentive to be more judicious or more efficient about the data that they send in. So, for example, there's already about 30% of efficiency we could improve with the exploding data that we have today, because there's no price to force the tech companies to send less garbage, to have more, to have less, because there's no price there. We just pay our broadband subscription, and the tech companies have de facto a cartel, in my opinion, of a price of zero that they can send sending the traffic into the networks. If in fact there was better negotiation, because the companies that I study are rural broadband, they have zero market power to negotiate with the tech companies for what gets sent into their networks. And there's a de facto agreement that you can't block what goes into the network. You have to have everything. That a price mechanism could actually stop a lot of the traffic that you don't want, or at least force the tech companies to be more efficient or more judicious about what they send.
Anyone want to
Yes.
respond to that
I want to
notion
respond to
of
that.
And I'd like to hear
price
from you
and
as well.
quality? Yeah.
I doubt that pricing will get rid of garbage. I mean, the Fox media, they wanted to have the garbage because that's what their audience wanted. So I don't know that any kind of charge would take care of that problem. I think the problem of junk media is just a clutter of our brains that makes it more challenging for us to sort out what's going on in the world, and that's a huge problem. So just how to, speaking truth to power. When we were thinking about for the upcoming new edition of the book, we basically came up with a challenge to society of giving truth more power. And that's really what our problem is why truth does not have power. It kind of has to compete with the garbage. And that's tough. So, but at least if we define the problem, we might come up with more solutions. And so I think, in fact, transparency is the start of that. And if we had more transparency on what goes on behind the scenes, we might exert a little more shaming, at least, on Fox and how they lied so willingly. That would help, but we were deprived of that. Money paid to get rid of that Tucker Carlson testimony.
So I would like to respectfully dispute the factual account of what Netflix does. Not that I'm a fan of Netflix, but I think it's wrong to say they don't pay for the data they send. They assuredly do. There is no such thing as a tech company that isn't paying millions and millions of dollars to send. When you say they're not paying for the data they send, what you mean is they're not paying for the data we request, right? They're paying to put it out at their end of the network. we're paying to receive it. We pay a flat rate. Now, we can quibble over whether that rate should be flat or not, but it is indisputable that the firms that transmit the data pay for the transmission. And so this, gives rise to this question, like, is there anyone who's calling out for a carrier that rather than giving you the bits that you want most, gives you the bits that are most favorable to its shareholders or its cash basis? Right? I'm skeptical of that claim. And places where we've tried it have not promoted diversity and quality in our media landscape. The Facebook Basics experiments all over the world, when Mozilla went and studied them because they had been partnered with them because they wanted to get the 0 rating benefit, because they wanted to bridge the digital divide, found that instead what happened was that when Facebook was able to use its access to the capital markets to exclude rivals by subsidizing its own products, that it made Facebook and its hand-chosen collection of sources synonymous with the internet for users, and that the major beneficiaries of it weren't the poorest people in countries where it was rolled out. Rather, it was professionals in the middle class who, when they were on the train using their mobile phone, would get the Facebook Basics, and then when they were at the office or at home on their Wi-Fi, which was unmetered, would flip over to the normal service. I don't think that a regime that says firms with deeper pockets or more access to the capital markets get preferential access to you, irrespective of your preferences, is a regime that produces the media diversity and quality that we're looking for.
Okay, so I want to bring it, before we move to questions from the audience, I want to bring a couple of issues to the panel. So the first one is, Paul Romer wrote a couple of years ago a piece that actually says one of the best ways to perhaps deal with what we're talking here is to thinking about banning targeted advertising. And I believe our friend here, David Diane, probably was one of the first people to raise it many years ago. And the second thing that Paul Romer, you had a conversation with him about it, says about social networks and tech monopolies. He says, well, let's just start with making sure that Zuckerberg and Musk, the law applied to them, because he says basically the law in this country is not applied to the most powerful and rich people. And if we get that right, perhaps some of the problems that we're discussing here will be easier to solve. So do you agree, and do you have any thoughts on how do you remedy that? One, applying the laws to everyone, and two, banning targeted advertising. Who would like to pick? Yeah, Matt.
Ad tax with Paul Romer. And in fact, his proposal has got quite a bit of traction in the telecom world, looking at a way to reform the Universal Service Fund. And particularly because if you look at, let's say, Google and Facebook, there's not a financial relationship with the end user. If you tax those two firms, you would get enough money to cover your Universal Service Fund in perpetuity, and the cost would not come back on the end users. So, that has had a number of economists have looked at that, presented it to the FCC. There's been a report to Congress last year entertaining that model, and the FAIR Act would actually have the FCC study that one model and sort of talk about pros and cons. So I think that there's certainly it's worth looking at for sure.
Matt?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. So one of the mergers that's happening that I think the FTC is considering is the Kroger-Albertsons supermarket merger, which most people think of as are people going to be in the same region? Are they going to be able to shop they'd have multiple options for shopping, or are vendors going to have multiple options to sell their goods? But one of the strong rationales for the merger is they want to build a bigger advertising business. And if Walmart's CEO has said that the advertising business that Walmart has engaged in is the highest margin thing they've ever been into. And Amazon has more ad revenue than the entire global newspaper industry. So what we've seen is, and I don't know if this is like what you would consider traditionally advertising, which would be brand exposure or direct response, or if it's paying for shelf space, so trade spend. they're kind of merging. And so one of the ways that I think about targeted advertising is that it's sort of a form of price discrimination. And something that the Clayton Act Section 3 that Shaul talked about, that applies to commodities. But the same rationale, the same sort of significant problems in consolidating power that Congress wanted to address in 1914, I think still applies today. So that's how I would think about as we're seeing more and more targeted advertising. I forgot what your second question is, but I have something written down.
Rule of law. Rule of law.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, so I want to address a kind of basic assumption that I think is underpinning some of the conversations here, which is like the sad sack, oh, nothing can happen. It's all going to be bad. Everything is run by the powerful. And I don't understand why people have that view. It seems bizarre to me because I've seen Congress has held more hearings on antitrust in the last 5 years than it probably did in the last 30. Seeing exciting antitrust cases, partly based on Dina's work, which frankly I resent. But if the political system were totally locked down by powerful interests, like why would any of this be happening? And I think that's why I really believe that obviously we're in a moment right now where laws are kind of suggestions for the powerful, which is a huge problem. This is something that CFPB director, when he was at the FTC, Rohit Chopra, said about consent decrees. But I think the reason for that is ideological. And there's been a 40 or 50 year left and right rejection of the idea of public institutions as legitimate entities that wield power. And that part of that is disbelieving in the rule of law itself, right? There's just an attack, a belief that the use of authority through government is illegitimate. And I think there's a profound sense of that among the citizenry, partly for reasons that Corey mentioned. To make people respect the law, you have to make the law respectable. And the law is not respectable right now. So I don't think that there is, obviously the powerful are doing what they do and it's a bad situation right now, but I'm also seeing this incredible mass learning that's going on, where the judges are being confronted with these questions for the first time, and they're ruling badly, but they're being confronted by it. And all you can do is make the case, talk to more people about the notion of the rule of law, which I think everybody agrees with, right, left, center. We all talk about that as a binding principle. And so I'm not a pessimist about this. I just think we were in a really, really bad spot, and the relearning just takes time.
Okay, so let's talk about two bills that did go through in two countries, in Australia and then in Canada. I know some.
Guy, before the can I comment?
Yeah, sure. Quickly.
I just want to say I agree that the key and why you're seeing all the hearings about it is because there was something that entered the public kind of perception of what's going on, and and that's where you see Congress beginning to respond, maybe. And the problem that I see in some of the areas that I know about, like banking, is that you can really get people super confused about what's going on. And in which case you will not get what you want because you will be successful in confusing them. So, you wanted the law to be worthy of respect of people, and that's not the case because it's not worthy of respect. So what I know about is just the power of people to control the narrative and the public perception of what's going on, say in banking, and obviously I can go on that, but that's not the topic of this panel. But it's just where I learned the importance and why I am on this kind of panel as opposed to others, because I've learned how important that is. So I think the key is to make the public understand more where the rule of law fails us, and in which case we will have better rules of law, better laws, and better enforcement of the laws.
So, Guy, before we move on, I'd like to talk about ad tech and specifically about banning ads and the distributional effect it would have. So the behavioral advertising industry, right, they spend billions of dollars, they collect these non-consensual dossiers on us, they inflict lots of harms that are incidental to the advertising industries. You have breaches, you have police and military access, the national security questions that Dina mentioned earlier, and so on. But in terms of the press, they shift power in a really important way, because historic advertising was contextual, right? It was you're doing a big spread on shoes, you talk to some shoe manufacturers to see if they'll run some shoe ads next to it. Media outlets know more about the context of the work that they're publishing than intermediaries. But ad tech intermediaries know more about your readers than you ever can. And so how do we get to a world where 51% of every ad dollar is being captured by the intermediary? It's because the intermediary kind of transformed the ad business into one in which they themselves always have the informational advantage. Now, the claim of these intermediaries is that this process is legitimate from a human rights perspective because we all opt in, because we all saw some, garbage novella of legalese that said by being dumb enough to use this service, we can come over to your house and punch your grandmother and wear your underwear and make long distance calls, and we clicked I agree, so now they can spy on us, right? What we know is that when we create genuine affirmative consent regimes like Apple did, right, where they had the button, one button, no tracking except by Apple, which will track you from asshole to appetite. When they put that button up, 96% of the people click the don't track me button. The other 4% worked for Facebook or were confused, right? So we know that there is no legitimate basis for it. If we had a privacy law, if Europe would enforce its privacy laws, which would first require that Ireland have the rule of law and stop being a tax haven and sucking up to the tech companies. But if we had real privacy law and real privacy law enforcement that required consent before there was tracking, there would be zero behavioral ads displayed, right? What we know is that in a fair head-to-head comparison in the literature, we see about a 5% difference. So behavioral ads perform about 5% better than contextual ads. That is completely erased if the number of behavioral ads that you can lawfully serve is zero. Right? And so if we restore contextual ads, maybe the total income to the ad tech industry drops by 5%. But the distributional efficiency would have advertisers spending 20% less, publishers making 20% more, and the corrupting power of the intermediary shattered, right? And we would also not have these dossiers on our behavior being leaked to spies and spooks and stalkers and every form of scumbag and predator.
All right, thank you. So last question before we go to the Q&A with the audience is, what do you think are the results of the experiment done in Australia and now in Canada, forcing Facebook and Google to negotiate deals with the publishers? Was it a good initiative? This is just sharing letting the newspapers share the rents with monopolies instead of dealing with the root cause, or this is a way to balance the playing field? Corey?
Well, I mean, this is an area where Matt and I disagree, and though we're friends, this is an area that we disagree about, and he and I have been having a vigorous discussion, Nima, about the factual basis for it. I'm going to talk about the Canadian context, because that's the one I'm more familiar with. I'm a Canadian, as you can tell by my accent. In Canada, this news bargaining code that has come in, as with other jurisdictions, as a prelude to the actual passage of the rule, you saw the largest media firms and the largest tech firms striking voluntary agreements. And there's a basis that we can call that a success, right? You dangle, you say, like, don't make me turn this car around. We're not going to Disneyland if you kids don't stop fighting. And the kids figure out how to solve the problem themselves. There's a reason to like that answer. But one of the things that we have to consider is that the firms that were able to strike these bargains early on were the largest firms, specifically the very largest one, Torstar, which is the largest media company in the country. And the striking of that bargain was accompanied by the mysterious discontinuation of their excellent Defanging Big Tech series, in which they had been doing excellent investigative material on it. So, there's always this question, right? When I lived in the UK, I worked on the BBC's charter renewal, and I'm a believer in public media. There's always this question, which has come back again, thanks to he who shall not be named, about the relationship of media to the state when it gets a state subsidy. And I think we should be asking the same question, the same question we ask about advertisers and the press, as we do about direct subsidies and grants from tech firms to the press. Canadaland, which is a small independent podcasting network in Canada that has broken some very big stories, nearly brought down the Prime Minister in a scandal involving a corrupt charity called We Charity. They have opted into this. They've said that they're going to go along with it, but they hate it. And they said they feel they have to because all of their competitors are going to get a subsidy from the tech platforms and they can't. And they're worried about their ability to cover this. Jesse Brown, who is the proprietor of Canadaland, is very frank about this. And so I think that it's a mixed bag. The joke goes, if you wanted to get there, I wouldn't start from here. It would be much better.
It's better with a Boston accent.
Yeah, or well, I was thinking Irish, but yeah. If you're gonna resolve this conflict, the best way to do it would be to eliminate the 51% ad tax, the 30% app tax, the ability to hold users to ransom, the behavioral ad marketplace that shifts power from publishers to intermediaries. And that is like a very distant second best are these antitrust exemptions that allow for this bargaining. And the second largest media company in Canada is Postmedia, which is owned by American vulture capitalists who bought the press and merged all of its newsrooms and laid a bunch of people off and are now doing terrible far-right reporting. They're going to be the second largest recipient of this bargaining money, right? I can hold my nose and like it, if only to make Matt happy. But I don't like it because I think that I don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good, but I don't want but I think it's okay for the perfect to be the enemy of the terrible. And I'm not convinced that this isn't the terrible.
Okay. Thank you. And Canadaland, I meant to say Canadaland, but I think I almost said Candyland. But anyway,
which common mistake.
Okay. Well, that was I think there are serious problems with the news bargaining code, but it is starting from the premise of if you wanted to get there, you shouldn't start from here, right? Which is a less eloquent way of saying exactly what Corey did. The basic problem, so if you look at, there's a couple of ways to think about the problem of the death of the publishers due to the consolidation of ad revenue in big tech platforms. And one of them, I think most people would say that the acquisition by Google of DoubleClick in 2018 was 2007 was sort of the original sin. And that consolidated the ad intermediary market. And if you look at ad revenue, you can see that online ad revenue was fine in the 90s, was going up in the 2000s, it was going to newspapers. And then in 2007, it went off a cliff. And that's because of the financial crisis. And so newspaper publishers were thinking, well, this is a financial crisis problem. And it continued to go down as the financial crisis got worse. Sorry, the last financial crisis. I remember to specify it at this point. But it didn't come back up. It's not that advertising didn't come back up. It's just that advertising had been redirected to big tech firms, largely because Google controlled the plumbing, the software plumbing under the internet. And the reason that newspapers couldn't bargain for better terms with Google, or I say newspapers, but I mean publishers, is because you couldn't not accept access to their ad software and their ad system in general. Because if you didn't, they didn't care. Google doesn't need any one particular publisher, but every publisher needed Google at that point to get both distribution and ad revenue. And so they became a price taker, not just on ad pricing, but data and all sorts of other terms. Now, if it's not that Google didn't need the news, if all the newspapers and publishers had gotten together and said, or even a substantial number, and said, we want to bargain together for different terms, Google would have had to listen. But that would have been a violation of antitrust laws or anti-cartel laws. So Australia looks at this problem and started to do an investigation in 2017. And this was part of a digital markets or digital platform inquiry. That's exceptional. And they've done analysis of lots of different parts of digital platforms. And they noticed this bargaining asymmetry is a real problem. And there are other ways to look at it. So the antitrust case, which is largely because of Dina's work on ad tech, is another way to look at the problem. It's saying the consolidation into the hands of one or two entities of ad markets is leading to the degradation of publishing revenue, that 51 cents on the dollar. And breaking that up would be really helpful, right? You can do that with the America Act. You can do it with an antitrust case. There are other mechanisms to get there. The other way to do it, which isn't ideal, but is the idea behind the News Media Bargaining Code and then other legislation like the JCPA in the US, is to just temporarily remove antitrust liability for newspaper publishers that are trying to get together and bargain collectively. So basically allow newspapers to form co-ops and bargain with a consolidated intermediary on the other side. It's not ideal. There are significant problems with that. But what has happened since Australia effectively put a legal regime in place to facilitate that is that you've seen about $200 million of I guess they're Australian dollars, so that's about 140 million US dollars or more has gone into lots and lots and lots of different Australian media outlets. 90% of journalists, places where 90% of journalists work. Apparently, it's hard to find someone to be a journalist intern in Australia because there are so many full-time jobs, right? Which is maybe not the best way to save your newspapers, to create this kind of revenue stream where it's coming from Google and Facebook going to these newspapers because of all of these deals. And they're all voluntary because just the law existing has made it so that nobody needs to actually use the arbitration mechanisms that are built into the law. Google and Facebook decided to negotiate. But it is the only place in the world where we've seen a reversal of the death of newspapers. And so as Canada is exploring doing this law, and I think they're going to probably put something forward in June, that's what they're looking to. And Europe has a different regime. They've tried doing it through copyright, and it didn't work. Because the fundamental problem here is an asymmetry of power, and you can address it in different ways. The JCPA in the US is slightly different because of First Amendment concerns. It's also a sunset. It's a 6-year time limit. So the idea is, you're able to deal with ad tech through ad tech consolidation, but that's the only thing that's worked anywhere. So that's kind of why I'm into this model.
Okay, let's take a few questions from the audience. Let's start here with Benjamin. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You're Benjamin? Okay.
I just want to note that the newspapers whose death we're mourning here today were largely terrible. They were dedicated to, making their communities happy. They did not offend their local political structures. They were dependent on local businesses and certainly never said anything bad about them. And I guess my question is, how sure are we that the current world is worse? I mean, we valorize those instances of speaking truth to power that happened from time to time in the olden days, but I would wager that there's more of that in the modern media environment than there ever was in the older one. Are you guys sure that you want to go back to something like that?
Yes. I think you make a great point. And I think if you want to have a free market for media, there's going to be newspapers that die of their own accord because people don't want them. I think the concerns I've heard today is that we don't, I think many of the speakers on the panel don't feel that there's a fair chance, that there's larger forces that systematically disrupt their ability. Now, at the same time, we haven't talked about emergent media. There's a Politico guy here. Politico came out of nowhere. It is a garage newspaper that has become extremely successful. I think it's a fantastic story. So we've talked about a lot of the bad things, but there are many new emergent media. Perhaps they don't rise to the level of Google, but they're significant nonetheless. We also was chatting with before about all kinds of other organizations have become media in their own right, think tanks, nonprofit journalism, It doesn't, to us, it doesn't move the needle in terms of the capital markets, but nonetheless, you can see that people go to those things because they feel those media are credible, they subscribe to them. That wasn't so much what we were talking about, but your point is well taken.
I just want to, so the best study that I've seen on this is one that showed that when a newspaper goes bankrupt, that borrowing rates in the municipality that it covers go up. So there's just an anticipation by investors that there's either more corruption, more waste. There are just no eyes looking at the political figure. So even despite all of the like conflicts of interest that you see in local newspapers, there still is an important monitoring effect.
I just want to say that, our first moderator was from a nonprofit media, ProPublica, and, there are some initiatives to just bring basic, minutes from the municipality or the school board or something like that, because otherwise we really have no local governance anywhere. So we do need that. I'm not sure it's from a for-profit media that depends on ads, but we have to figure out somehow how to get media for all governments everywhere.
Okay, Luigi, you had a question?
Yeah, I think there is an elephant in the room nobody wants to talk about. Since Anat talked about conspiracy, the Sherman Act, I think that my reading, and I might be wrong, and I'm open to be wrong, but my reading of the Twitter file is that there is a pretty active conspiracy of the large social media to actually coordinate on who they shadow ban and who they don't, very often with the help of the government, and sometimes even with the help of some academia. So why are we not talking about this as a major issue? Because it's bad that Google or Facebook or Twitter individually have all this power. But if they conspire together, I actually don't understand why there is not an antitrust investigation. Because agreeing on who to ban or shadow ban, if that's not some form of price fixing, I don't know what it is.
I just think that when you've got a sector of like 5 firms, that that kind of conspiracy kind of falls out automatically, right? Because the upper echelon of those firms are all going to be people who work their way up through the ranks on their own. They never even need to meet to collude. I mean, I think I read this in Tim's paper about the telecoms industry, that the long coziness of it was one of the reasons it was running circles around the tech industry in the 2000s. And you have... So like my kind of example of this is Jean Legere, right, who is the un-CEO of T-Mobile. So he takes over T-Mobile and he says, like Reagan declaring himself not to be an insider, Jean Legere takes over and he says, I am not like any telco CEO. I merely have 15 years at Sprint, 10 years at AT&T, and I'm going to merge my company with another one. But we're not running it like those other guys. So, again, this is like, the question is the conspiratorial nature or the convergence on policy at the platforms, is it a standalone phenomenon, or is it an inevitable epiphenomenon of the concentration, right? In other words, if Sheryl Sandberg goes from Google to Facebook, like maybe we can believe that like Google and Facebook really are the Montagues and the Capulets, and that she had this sort of love-struck secret romance with Facebook that she finally consummated, or maybe they're like entirely indistinguishable in their outlook, because with 5 firms, you just get a monoculture. And then that monoculture begets these choices. And so, yeah, we could try and impose conduct remedies, but I'll remind you of the slide we saw this morning that said that less than 1% of the enforcement actions are to enforce consent decrees, or we can just make it harder for them to enact the harms themselves.
No, I understand, but if I understand correctly, in this case, we have evidence that they talk to each other. So in general, it's difficult to nail it because we don't have evidence. But now we have evidence. Yeah. Where is the antitrust here?
Can I?
And the government was coordinating those talks in a way.
I was just going to say.
So are you are saying that
Luigi,
the antitrust is in cahoots with the Department of Defense?
No, it's this. It's that IBM outspent the DOJ every year for 12 years and still didn't run out of money. So that's why we can't punish them, right? Like if we wanted to get there, we wouldn't start from here. The first problem was allowing them to amass a war chest that makes them too big to fail and too big to jail. And now what we have to do is figure out how to deprive them of that war chest so that we can do that stuff. But how many people on the stage today have said, well, all we need is more budget for enforcers because we can't afford to go after these guys, right? Like that's why.
I have I think it's an important question, and there's a lot of things that one must not say in sort of polite liberal company. And that's one of them, right? You can't bring up the Twitter files without like massive eye rolling. So everybody Look at him and roll your eyes.
I'm used to that.
Yeah, no. I think there's a broad relearning of where justice in America lives, right? And my view is that justice lives in the marketplace. And the way we write rules for our society is centered on the marketplace. But that's not where people have been focused. That's not the locus of politics for our political establishment, and hasn't been for a long time. It's changing. We're learning. But when I look at the problem of the Twitter files, right, and the attempt to engage in social control through centralized platforms, I see a bunch of people in big tech, in the intelligence community, in various parts of government, in nonprofits, who are well-meaning. Some of them aren't, but you get that everywhere, and are trying to deal with a centralized apparatus and a society that's kind of like tearing itself apart. And they aren't thinking about the centralization itself as a problem. They're thinking about the centralization as the solution. It's very similar to how the Democrats thought about Obamacare, where they were like, let's further consolidate and put a regulatory overlay. It's the same thing with Dodd-Frank. It's a philosophy that you consolidate power and put experts in charge to fix things, right? The people who are on the other side of the Twitter files, right? I just did this, like, as if it's not a thing. It is a thing. Why did I do a sarcastic air quotes? Like, it's a real thing, right? Real stories. The people on the other side are largely conservatives, Republicans, who I think, are making legitimate points about social control, but they're not sure they want a government, right? And so, okay, you have a network of nonprofits and big tech and intelligence agencies that are colluding for social control. How are you going to deal with that? And my view is you have antitrust enforcers who come in and take apart these networks, and you put public utility rules to make sure that you neutralize the power so that nobody can engage in that kind of control and manipulation and censorship. But you need a government to do that. You need an administrative state to do that. And I think that the critics right now have not thought through what that means. And they are aligned with people who are trying to undermine antitrust enforcement itself. So that's kind of like where we're in, and it's changing. They're learning. People are trying to sort of discuss this. But I think it's really healthy to talk about the Twitter files like it's a real thing, like it's a real problem, and to talk about how the marketplace and centralization in the marketplace facilitates that and what to do about it.
Right. Okay. So one last question. Dasha, please. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I actually have two quick questions. The first one is, we saw the split up of Alibaba in China. Is it possible to do the same in the US with Amazon or Google, and would it work and be effective? And the second one about interoperability, how realistic and practical is it? I can imagine streaming services become interoperable because they share similar content, they have similar interface, but social networks, they are totally different. They have different encryption methods. They sell different content, except for when Instagram is trying to be TikTok. And the main thing, most of tech giants, they are based in the US, but in Eastern Europe, Telegram is the most popular messaging app. In Japan, it's Viber. In China, WeChat. So does it mean that we should make social networks interoperable just within one country? And what does it mean for competition in other countries? Thanks.
Yeah, briefly on interop. And I'll note, I have a book coming up from Verso in the autumn called The Internet Con about interop and interop remedies. Imagine that you are Mark Zuckerberg and you've woken up this morning to discover that Power Ventures is making an interoperable overlay to Facebook, right? So you walk out of your headquarters and to your left is a building full of lawyers and to your right is a building full of engineers. Now, if you go into the building full of engineers, you could say, block the interoperator, right? But he never goes into the building full of engineers. He goes into the building full of lawyers and he says, sue the interoperator. And the reason for that is we only know how to make one kind of computer, the Turing-complete universal computer that can run every program we know how to write, which means that blocking interop is a fool's errand. For them to block interop, they have to design a system that has no errors that can be exploited by an interoperator. For an interoperator to interoperate with them, all they need to do is discover one error and exploit it. In fact, they can discover 20 of them and exploit them in sequence every time they're patched. They can create a completely unquantifiable risk for Facebook or any other large platform in that they will have to task a completely unknowable number of engineers to try to fight guerrilla warfare. What we've seen historically, when a firm commits to interop and when the rival is deprived of legal remedies, as happened with Apple when it cloned Microsoft's file formats and built iWork, is the belligerent gives up, right? They sue for peace, which is why like every Office file you have now ends in X, docx, XLSX, PPTX, because they're XML based. Because like the minute that iWork, that Steve Jobs committed real money to iWork so that every time they changed the file format, Steve Jobs would ship an update, they just stopped changing it because it wasn't worth it. The benefits were exceeded by the costs. And once that happened, everyone jumped on board. So you're right, there's Viper, there's Telegram, whatever. They're all using XML, right? They're all using TCP/IP because the benefits that arise out of the network effects of having a single standard are once they reach a tipping point, are unstoppable.
Rosalind?
I know we're out of time, so I can take it one-on-one.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Great panel.
can remind people.
It's not-
Remind people after here is break and drinks.
Pardon?
After here is break and drinks.
Okay. So I know this program is very intense. At the University of Chicago, we work very hard. But I promise at the end there will be drinks and food. So I think it's worth it. And I think this is a phenomenal panel. So I think you are going to hold on and restrain from the drinks until we finish this panel. I want to be very clear that this panel is about the present, not the future. Tomorrow, there will be plenty of opportunity to discuss what the future has for us. Before we move into the future, we want to understand the present. And in particular, I want to understand what the consumer welfare standard is and what the implication of the choices that this definition has as for the world as we live in. And for this, we have a phenomenal panel, and we have decided on an order. So I think that Randy will go first on that.
Great. Well, thank you so much. What a great conference. I watched it home this morning. And you can do screen grabs at home. So I have all of you in screen grabs. So I want to talk about, I guess, more the past than the present, in the sense that I want to give us a sense of the roadmap as to how we got to where we are. So there was an invitation in the last panel to go back to the history. That's what I want to do. This is the very first draft of the Sherman Act presented by Senator Sherman in 1888. It's noteworthy for a couple of features, I think. It's solely focused on joint activity. So the language that we know in Section 2 on monopolization, that appears much later in the process after Sherman has completely lost control of the legislation that bears his name. But the thing that is visible here that I like so much, I guess, is he's concerned about two things. Making sure that there's full and free competition and worrying about anything that would advance the cost to the consumer. There it is. We're at the beginning. And that's what Sherman is focused on. That language about the consumer doesn't make it actually into the the legislation that eventually bears his name. So that transformation is interesting. But he's got a pretty clear view of what he's trying to accomplish. And then he's got this clause about damages that they says, okay, if you get harmed, you can get injured or damnified, whatever that means. It sounds like you've been sent to hell, which is a different kind of antitrust remedy, I think. But that's the language there. That language turns out to be interesting, so I highlight that. Okay, where do I want to go from there? Where's the what? Well, this isn't working quite the way I expected it to. We're now Bork, 1966. So Bork, graduate of the college at the University of Chicago, graduate of the law school, publishes his paper in the Journal of Law and Economics. He says something that I think turns out to be quite controversial, but here's what he says. The policy the courts were intended, he says, only the value that we would today call consumer welfare is what Congress intended the Sherman Act to accomplish, consumer welfare. To put it another way, the policy that courts were intended to apply is the maximization of wealth or consumer want satisfaction. You sort of want to go and say, Bob, pick a lane, right? So those are not the same formulations, right? So part of what I'm going to do here is sort of take you down a path of where we don't find the answer as to what consumer welfare is. And my colleagues on the panel, I hope, will then tell you where we do find the answer. So he talks about consumer welfare, so he's crystal clear about that. That's 66. But then he talks about the maximization of wealth. That suggests consumers. That word consumer has no particular salience to the framework. We heard this morning the idea that wage price fixing is per se illegal. Absolutely, right? I think there's no doubt about that under current U.S. law, even though it's hard to spin a consumer story there. Maximization of wealth, well, that's a different undertaking. So even in the beginning when Bork is talking about this in 66, he's a little all over the map. He comes to this in 78, right? 78 is the Bork Bible. And here's this famous language the Sherman Act was clearly presented and debated as a consumer welfare prescription. Okay. Publishes an epilogue in 1993. And then he says, let me explain just so you get it. And he says, look, competition must be understood as the maximization of consumer welfare, or if you prefer, economic efficiency. Again, you go, those don't seem to be the same thing. So that's fine. Maybe those are fantastic values. But if you're telling me that this is about consumer welfare, then exactly how I get to economic efficiency, I don't know. And then he says, you know, what economic efficiency really means is to make us as wealthy as possible. This is where you would think you would find the answer, I think, and you don't. Okay, now I want to go to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court case, oh my God, I'm out of time. Am I out of time?
No.
No, okay,
2 minutes.
2 minutes, I'm gonna go fast. Supreme Court confronts this question in 1979. Are consumers eligible to actually get damages under the Sherman Act? Are they even within the scope of it? And the argument there is this language, business or property, in Section 7 of the Sherman Act, Section 4 of the Clayton Act, excludes them. Supreme Court says 8-0, no, that's wrong, with a citation to Bork. So Bork now appears in the Supreme Court. There you have it. This runs forward. I'm going to go fast. Frank Easterbrook argues the NCAA case for the NCAA and loses. Once again, now we get sort of a conception of things that I think we recognize as key points in the consumer welfare standard as we think of it. Output, prices. Again, the citation to Ryder versus Sonotone. They've dropped the citation to Bork, but of course that comes from that. Anything that interferes with consumer preference, that's the problem. As you spin all of that forward, the Supreme Court sort of takes this as a given. Traditional concern for consumer welfare is how they talk about it in the Brook Group case. In Ligon, they now confront a possible conflict between trade laws, state trade laws, and what those might mean for small producers. And they say, look, divorce from competition and consumer welfare, the protection of competition, not competitors. So again, they've assumed this to be the case. Now they face a choice maybe between consumers and small producers. They say it has to be consumers. Now I am almost done. All right, we'll get there. I'm happy to talk in a second, Tim, if you want to talk. Finally, and there's more cases, but most of them are in concurrences and dissents. You get to this in Alston. Alston's decision that obviously, in some sense, is not focused on consumers at all, but yet, once again, they talk about consumer welfare. The takeaway, and I will stop, I guess, are two. Bork talks about this in 3 or 4 different ways, none of which are necessarily consistent. The Supreme Court embraces that in a case where they probably didn't need it. It's an 8-0 decision. They sort of carry it forward. But if you ask to what extent they've designed and developed it in an extended way, I think the answer to that is almost certainly not at all.
Wow. Okay. Thank you very much for having done it on time and actually quite interesting. And Eleanor, I think in your piece on ProMarket, you call the consumer welfare standard an elastic concept. So we want to see how much you can stretch this elastic.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you for being here. So first of all, I have 3 points. I'm sorry, but I'm going to get a little past the current. Number 1, that there is no such thing as the consumer welfare standard. Number 2, that meanwhile we have a huge problem, which is not what the consumer welfare standard is, but it is what anti-competitive means. And number 3, we need reform and how to get there. So on number 1, is there a consumer welfare standard? And here, I'm sorry, I don't have a slide, but I want to, picking up from, or coming off Randy, I do want to say that Robert Bork never apparently believed that there was the consumer welfare standard. And I mean, as of course, you said, he also says efficiency, and he famously used consumer welfare to mean total welfare. But I want to read this that people never seem to say, and it's Robert Bork, and it is, in his article, the role of the courts in applying antitrust economics, 54 Antitrust Law Journal, 21 in 1985. Robert Bork said, in looking at the legislative history, one discerns repeated concern for the welfare of consumers and also for the welfare of small business and for various other values, a potpourri for values. As far as I'm aware, Congress never understood that they could come into conflict and always assumed that they would always be compatible. So we don't get consumer welfare standard from Congress. We don't get it from Robert Bork. We don't get it from existing law. So my problems with saying that there is a consumer welfare standard are two. One is that there is a huge tent. And in this big tent, there is neoliberals, post-Chicagoans, also bleeding into progressives. And this is huge. And in this tent, most people, I think most, say there is the consumer welfare standard, that is the standard, but they mean something totally different by it. What they do mean by coming together in this so-called consumer welfare coalition is we do not want non-market values in our antitrust law. Unbundling, and where is this next camp that has some non-market values, sometimes called neo-Brandeis? So it turns out that there's a consumer welfare coalition against neo-Brandeis when, as a matter of fact, the big issue is not, is there a consumer welfare standard? The big issue is, what do you mean by anti-competitive? And our first group, the neoliberals, shrink it, and so does the Supreme Court, and they have so far won in the Supreme Court. And the second group believes that there is a lot of market power that is not accounted for even under our current standards in the Supreme Court, and a lot of conduct that is anti-competitive and should be proscribed, but the Supreme Court doesn't proscribe it. And this group of post-Chicago progressive actually has a huge amount in common with outside of the tent for neo-Brandeisism, and let me make that a little broader and say Biden administration today, which I think is comprised in leadership of people who either identify as neo-Brandeis or progressive, are very much in a real harmony with that big group in the big tent that shouldn't be in the big tent of consumer welfare. So one of the big takeaways from my work is to say consumer welfare coalition actually obstructs the thinking about where a real coalition should lie. And I want to say further, lest I be too rigid, there's really a continuum along the whole thing. It's not always just camp 1, camp 2, camp 3. There are continuums, but there is a huge tightness of progressives and what, say, Biden administration is doing, which is almost all pro-market. It's not fuzzy little non-market aspects, and this seems to go unrecognized. So now I've almost used my time.
Yes,
Luigi?
2 minutes.
Okay, 2
One
minutes.
for
Okay. I believe that there is a huge problem. And the problem is, as I said, what is anti-competitive, and that our Supreme Court has shrunk it so much. U.S. has no teeth. It used to be the leader in the world in competition, and now it's lost its resonance. We need to change the basis, the music, the concept behind the analysis of what is anti-competitive. It actually needs legislation, which is extremely hard to get. Absent legislation, we really need, as I think Jonathan Cantor has articulated, argue the facts, get good facts cases. Steve Salop said this earlier today. I think Carl Shapiro has said it too. Get the good cases with the very best facts and just run with it and hope not to get obstructed by our very conservative Supreme Court case law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and very timely. So, Christina, not only you are European, like I am, but you have been working on antitrust in Europe for too many years to say. You started as a baby. But, now, for a long time, Europe has been dependent on the US in terms of antitrust ideology, but now not anymore. So can you tell us how the so-called consumer welfare standard was received or interpreted in Europe, and how things have changed recently?
Great, and thank you for the opportunity. I will start by saying that I'm an economist. I've worked all my life as a consultant, and I think it is incumbent on people who work in the private sector to start with disclosure, although I don't have anything specific to this panel. I've worked on probably 250 mergers for merging parties and complainants. In the digital space, I work consistently against Google, sometimes for government, against Meta. I've done work for Apple, for Amazon, for Microsoft, Netflix, News Corp, and others. Disclosure, by the way, is something that no one ever does, and I do it religiously, and I don't know why they don't, but that's a different story. Now, as you say, I'm a European, and so in a way, I'm a bit of a curio in this panel, but it is a privilege to be able to be here. And indeed, as you say, I'd like to offer a perspective. I'm certainly not qualified to make any kind of observation on the evolution or the history of the consumer welfare over here. But indeed, I want to give you a little bit of a perspective on how things have been received, adopted in Europe, and where we are. And I think it is incumbent to just start by saying that, of course, in Europe, we have had a very different trajectory. The history of antitrust enforcement in Europe starts from what is known as the ordo-liberal tradition, which really comes from Germany in the 1920s, where the animating principle was the idea that the purpose of antitrust was to preserve decentralized decision-making, freedom of economic agents, and in that framework, structure mattered. The dispersion of market structure mattered, so you had presumptions that were structural. And there is also therein is the origin of this very European sort of fondness for the idea of fairness, because if you think that is what matters, preserving dispersion of market structure matters, then there is a particular obligation which is imposed on dominant companies ultimately to behave fairly. In other words, to do things that do not eliminate that residual competition that is necessary to preserve some form of rivalry. So then we came to that, and then rather abruptly, in the mid to late 90s, there was a sense that we were watching. And when I say we, and I say it for you, Steve, I was there. I was one of the economists who was saying, gee, we are so behind in Europe. Look at this kind of very sort of blancmange of enforcement. We care about things like the public interest. We care about things which are so unsophisticated. We have a structural presumption. Look at the US. They really are doing super, super sophisticated things. They can measure. They have tools. They pursue the consumer welfare. They pursue a notion of efficiency. And then we really did push very hard as economists, and indeed I put myself in that group, for a shift, for what was known as the more economic approach. Forget all we did before. Forget all this ordo-liberal fairness nonsense. We really need to just do things scientifically, like they do them in the United States. We need to do all of these methodologies. So we started developing this world in which two is enough. You know, monopolies aren't bad unless they kill people. We started thinking that vertical deals were not problematic, but in fact presumptively good because you eliminate double marginalization. Exclusivity is all about ex-ante competition for the market. Exclusive are necessary to induce relationship-specific investments. It is very much a language that has become very much central in Europe, very much as in the United States, based around this idea of efficiency and consumer welfare since then. And although we never did go as far as embracing market definition as a fetish, which appears to me the case over here, we just certainly did embrace all of this other reasoning that put effectively consumer welfare and efficiency at the center. And this is really what happened in this sort of 2007, 2008. We had guidelines produced by the European Commission that were the vertical guideline and a guideline on exclusive conduct. And it's kind of like, you know, the expression, there's a nap for that. You cannot name a single form of conduct that we haven't developed an exculpatory narrative for. We can tell you absolutely a pro-competitive efficiency story about anything under the sun, and that is based around the notion of consumer welfare and efficiency. So what does it mean in practice? It meant that there is almost a cartoonish phrase book that is used in every single case. The lawyers have learned it, the economists use it routinely, and it's always that a merger is pro-competitive. It's pro-competitive because it's pro-competitive because it vertically integrates, or because if you combine some cartoonish margin and some cartoonish diversion ratio, you come up with a number which is called a GAPI, and that tells you the price increase is going to be 3.577777 period, and that is before you take out the efficiencies, right? And anyone who's been in the room when those margins have been calculated knows that they are a combustion of alchemy and creative accounting, okay? Because the margins are where the lawyers say economists need to cook the margins a little bit more because we have margins that are too big to generate a price increase of 5% or less. So the margins at 30% go slice it off. We go, sure. This cost is a little bit too fixed. We take it out. So this is the practice that has developed in reality. So then at the more sophisticated end, you have the modeling. I'm a little bit lost. Susan was listening to you with interest this morning when you were saying that these models help us understand what's going on. Where? I mean, I know that in every single model, in every single case, we produce a little toy bargaining model, a little toy differentiated Bertrand or Cournot model with a little bit of tweaks to just pretend to adapt it to the case. And sometimes, if one is really lucky, one calibrates it with 3 numbers. And then you say, well, this is, what kind of insight and finality is that giving me? So, as you can tell, I'm a little skeptic. And so the reality is that, and I conclude, in Europe, we've been watching this kind of insurgence here in the US against the consumer welfare with interest, because we're not quite so steeped into the concept, and we are a little bit more still kind of aware of our ordoliberal tradition. So that's still kind of there. But we've kind of settled down making cooing noises amongst ourselves and saying, well, we don't just mean price and output. When we talk about consumer welfare, we mean quantity and innovation. And I say, good luck to you. How is that going to be coming into the model exactly? Another version of a price and quantity, innovation, a cost reduction, or an increase in the variety. So the models in the end are fairly often, I'm talking not about what is done in academia, I'm talking about what is done at the cold face in the trenches in cases, are pretty toyish. They're not going to give us great insight. They're mostly defense tools to say, oh, look, my model predicts consumer welfare goes up, and so the merger is pro-competitive. So the thing, and I conclude, is that in Europe, we kind of not quite as animated by the sort of the death of consumer welfare as you all seem to be here, because we kind of look at things in a slightly softer way. But it is kind of curious that over there we still think, well, kind of we got it right. We got it about right. Let's see where the US is going, and then we'll take a view. Now, I want to single out the CMA, Sorka is here, and the Bundeskartellamt as being agencies that are much more progressive, but in general, things are relatively sedate over there. I'll just stop here.
Thank you, Christina. So Carl, help me out here, because I'm an economist, but I'm not an IO economist. And I thought that the consumer welfare standard was kind of an objective way to administer antitrust. In fact, one of the criticisms that I thought was more to the point of the Chicago school was that unless you have something that is easy to administer, judges will make up stuff, and this is not what the rule of law is about. So we should have a rule that even, with all due respect, idiotic judges, not that all the judges are idiotic, but even the one idiotic can administer without any problem. So you have been working for a long time in the area. So give us what it is, because I'm completely confused. That even Randy says, basically, we don't know what the consumer welfare standard is. So what is the standard? Whether you call it consumer, you call it Bob, but what is the standard that applies in the US today? So if I am a honest producer, maybe they're out of fashion these days, but if I'm an honest producer and I want to know what is legal and what is not legal, what rules should I follow?
Thank you, Luigi. It's great to be here. It's fantastic what you and the co-organizers have built over the last number of years, so I congratulate you for that. I think given Christina emphasized disclosure, I should not skip that. I maintain disclosure on my website in detail. I think there must be some ratio about disclosure time to speaking time. So I will say, so far as I know, for the last 25 years, all of my testimony in federal court has been for plaintiffs, almost all the government, and maybe one or more private cases. I do work for companies, sometimes defendants, and as my critics seem to like to focus on, I give antitrust advice to Google. Let me first respond to Christina a little bit, Christina, because she's so entertaining, and I can't be as entertaining, but hope to keep your attention anyhow. It's very instructive for me to hear from you what it's been like working on the coal face in Europe. I've been working on the natural gas mines here in the United States. And so it's really quite different, because when you go to court and there's cross-examination, a lot of this stuff, yes, there's a lot of nonsense that gets put forward. And like I said, I've been testifying on the plaintiff side, on the government side. So a lot of very bad economics that I see on the other side, some good economics, but it gets sorted out, you know. So I think what you're describing is not what I see, because so far as I know, you're not referring to or haven't testified in federal court in the United States. So that's a little bit different. So I want to focus on the United States and answer your question, hopefully, Luigi, about what does it mean in terms of the actual law and the practice of the economics here. So, and I really don't want to get hung up on labels, because I totally agree with Eleanor. It's not one label. I also totally agree with you. The key question is, what is anti-competitive? Okay, and how are we going to distinguish anti-competitive from, you know, benign, neutral, or pro-competitive conduct? Okay, and how are the courts doing that? And since we're talking about the present and the United States and the law, we're talking about the courts. And Randy gave us a good background, you know, in terms of where the Supreme Court's been coming from. So I think the consumer welfare standard as a term has been useful. Again, all sorts of problems. I've written about this. All my stuff's on my website at UC Berkeley. But I think it conveys the critical idea that the court should be looking to see if challenged conduct harms trading partners as a result of disrupting the competitive process. And most of the cases, and so we don't have to keep talking always about upstream and downstream, the trading partners are the customers. And then people use the word consumer when it could be a business customer. So I like to use the word customer. If you look at the merger guidelines, I think it never says consumer. I think it always says customer for that reason. So that's the are they harmed? That's extremely useful for helping the court sort things out. And I think there was a lot of confusion until the court started to use the consumer welfare standard as a phrase and talking about the impact on consumers, lower prices, higher output, which they talked about long since, as Herb Hovenkamp reminds us, you know, but they started summarizing that as consumer welfare. That's been very useful. So let me just, and whatever we do next, tomorrow and beyond, let's not miss that. And it does relate to this point that I thought was not disputed, but I'm not so sure anymore, that when we're talking about protecting competition, promoting competition, we're conduct that harms competitors may be very competitive. Obvious example, introducing a much better product. That doesn't make it anti-competitive. If it harms the customers, that's a much better thing to look at, okay? And that's a key point. And the courts did not get that right before. Let me give a couple of hypotheticals. And I think the way to do this, and I hope we'll spend time on this tomorrow, is to talk about hypotheticals, fact patterns, how do we want to evaluate them, and what standard will apply, rather than get worried about labels. So here's a hypothetical. Small firm has 65% share in a local market. Some larger national firms who produce the same product but only sell it in other geographies enter the local market. There's a price war. Nobody claims the prices are below cost. The small incumbent firm's share falls from 65% to 45% over a period of a couple years. The small firm is very worried, can sue. It says these big firms, they're pricing lower in my local market than they do elsewhere, in other markets where they sell. So this is illegal. So is that anti-competitive? Again, their shares falling from 65 to 40%. Is that anti-competitive conduct on the part of the larger firms who've entered the market? As an economist, I would say absolutely not. It's competition. And then then the question would be, has there been violation of antitrust laws? If you look at the effect on the local firm, they got hurt. You might think, oh, this is a problem. If you look at the effect on consumers, you're going to say, no, the consumers benefited from the lower prices. Well, the court got this wrong. This was Utah Pie case, 1967, and the court found that this was illegal conduct by the big firms, Utah Pie versus Continental Baking. And there's a very extremely short dissent that I like by, where I get this right here. Is it Potter? Stewart? Stewart, yeah, by Stewart. Lower prices are the hallmark of intensified competition. I cannot hold that Utah Pie's monopolistic position was protected by the federal antitrust laws from effective price competition, and I respectfully dissent. Okay, so that's 1967. Okay, so if they looked at consumers, they probably wouldn't have gotten to that erroneous, what I would say is an erroneous conclusion. Okay, one more example, and I only have a few minutes. Manufacturer has a national market share of 10 to 15%. They decide they're losing share to other companies. Their distribution doesn't seem to be doing well. They decide to sell through exclusive, they give wholesalers exclusive territories and sell only to franchise dealers in those territories. Okay. As a result, the trial court finds that this actually helped the company promote its sales and grow back its share. Okay. A problem or not a problem? Okay. The company prevented its distributors from competing against each other. It was a territorial allocation, so it's a limited competition. If you don't think about the consumers, you're going to get the wrong answer. Court got this wrong in Schwinn. This is the Schwinn case, 1967, and then overruled by GTO Sylvania later. Okay. So, can I have 1 or 2 more minutes? Okay. Okay. So, when you evaluate what conduct is anti-competitive, it's really useful to look at the effect on the customers. And if you don't do that, you can get led astray. Okay. We do this in mergers. We look at the effect. Of course, we all know the standard is substantially less than competition or tend to create a monopoly. We tend to think if 2 of the smaller firms merge, if they're going to be efficient and gain share and lower prices, that's good, even though that's pro-competitive, even though the concentration might go up as a result. Or if it all will go up, we can adjust mechanically. So again, looking at just market concentration, you want to look at the effect on consumers. Now let me close with, I'm concerned that people were trying to see somehow efficiency is not counted or in the law, or that the Consumer Welfare Standard is forcing us to look at efficiency, and that's all wrong. Commissioner Bedoya, in a speech last fall called Returning to Fairness, said, if efficiency is so important in antitrust, why doesn't the word efficiency appear anywhere in the antitrust statutes that Congress actually wrote and passed? And my answer is that one of the primary benefits of competition is it forces firms to be efficient, and you have lower costs, improved products, and that benefits consumers, their customers, trading parties more generally. And that is very much what we want to promote and what Congress wanted to promote when they talked about a competition. I'll close with a quote, mystery quote. about the antitrust laws, written by somebody very well known in this area. What ought to be emphasized in the law is not the evils of size, but the evils of industries which are not efficient or do not pass efficiency on to consumers. No, that's not Robert Bork. That's Thurman Arnold, 1940, in The Bottlenecks of Business, Efficiency and Consumers. Thank you.
Barry, when Eleanor were talking about the tent, I think that you were outside of the tent, right? You are the ultimate person outside of the tent.
They wouldn't let me in the yard.
So I would like you to, first of all, give you a perspective from outside of the tent, but also, if you can, and maybe you can later, address some of the issues that Carl, I think, raised and say, look, somewhat the antitrust before was confused, was getting it wrong, and the consumer welfare standard, whatever you want to call it, let's call it the economy standard, has been useful in clarifying this. So do you want to go back and confuse that things again, or what is the alternative?
Okay. It's great to see you all, and thank you for hosting this really important conversation again. 6 years ago, we came here to Stigler and we said to the High Antitrust Academy, but democracy, but liberty. Our point being, in essence, there are more things in heaven and earth, Robert Bork, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. To a large degree, we have fought the anti-monopoly battle on this ground ever since. Defenders of consumer welfare claim their approach provides an objective way to measure the benefits of any particular merger or economic activity. Democratic Republicans, in turn, say, but your technocratic approach has ignored democratically established law and blocked citizens from having a democratic say in structuring their own society and their own lives. Worse, the great concentrations of power, wealth, and control, especially in Google, Amazon, and Facebook, have reached a point where they threaten democratic institutions and balances and the most basic liberties of the human person. Further, your tools are actually deeply flawed, and your approach is, in fact, highly arbitrary, depending as it does on the capacities and whims of the all too human enforcer and the all too human judge. I believe that today this debate has largely been settled. 4 reasons why. Number 1, the President of the United States called consumer welfare a failed experiment. Number 2, what Christina said. Number 3, the rising generation of lawyers and economists in their 20s and 30s for whom the idea that anti-monopoly must protect and promote democracy and liberty is the foundation of their thinking. Finally, we see industrial policy on a scale we have not seen since the 1950s, and much of this should properly be viewed as anti-monopoly. Both the IRA and CHIPS Act use money to break choke points. Yet the old guard remains active in the DOJ and FTC, in DG Comp, in the courts, and the academy. So perhaps today we can settle the matter once and for all. And to start that effort, I'd like to remind you of why I first took up the battle against consumer welfare and against the economists on whose tools and capacities this approach depends all the way back in 2002. I will start by asking, in the vein of the first Stigler conference, and the engineering of systems, and national security, or to make my points more specific, what of the fact that many of our most vital industrial and transportation systems are geared to collapse, to break down, perhaps in catastrophic fashion, as has been proven to us repeatedly over the last 3 years? And what of the closely related fact that our industrial systems are now structured in ways that give the Politburo in China an opportunity to force the US and our democratic allies to accept truly debilitating political compromises in exchange for not cutting off the export of the things that we need? So my first challenge to anyone whose aim is to restore consumer welfare to any role going forward is, how do you explain why you and yours did not see these threats? And what is your plan to fix them? Because it strikes me, after almost 25 years of studying these threats and this philosophy that not only did you, the consumer welfare theorists, entirely miss the biggest revolution in industrial structure in history and all the revolutionary political and economic implications, you also played a key role, perhaps the key role, in creating these existential threats. Let's be clear. All of this was foreseeable. All was foreseen. I'll provide an example. In 1999, a 7.5 earthquake in Taiwan killed 2,500 people. It also resulted in a matter of days in the shutdown of factories in California, Texas, and around the world. As we soon learned, this was because the quake had broken the flow of semiconductors from a single city, Hsinchu, in Taiwan. That event, almost 25 years ago, provided blunt proof of a simple, terrifying fact. Up through the mid-1990s, almost all keystone industrial capacity was distributed widely around the world. By September 1999, all capacity to build at least one fantastically important item was concentrated in a single place in the entire world. This is from an article I published 21 years ago. We now live in a world where a single earthquake or terrorist attack or embargo could in a moment bring our economy to a halt and, if played right by some smart state, might well threaten the very fundaments of our national wealth and power. I was not alone. Others saw the threat, especially many industrialists. And yet we did exactly nothing. And so the process of extreme concentration of capacity continued. And the reason we did nothing was the influence of the consumer welfare philosophy and the economists who were preaching that idea. Which leaves us today in a world where we can lose access to almost all our drugs and antibiotics tomorrow, suddenly. In a world where we can lose access to vast swaths of our industrial food systems tomorrow, suddenly. In a world where every manufacturing system on which we rely can be shut down tomorrow, suddenly. I could go on, listing almost every vital system on which we depend. So, to reiterate the question to the economists and to those lawyers who like to hide behind the economists, how did you miss this? Which brings me to my response to the prompt. We at Open Markets have led the way in promoting simple, bright-line, structural, and behavioral rules, in large part because we believe regulating our economy via duels between economists wielding faulty models has carried us to the precipice of political catastrophe, economic catastrophe, and war. Which means it's a damn good thing that we, the Democratic Republicans, the Neo-Brandeisians, are winning.
I thought that economists were responsible for the great financial crisis, but now they are responsible for everything wrong in the world. So I'm glad to know that I belong to such a great category. No, I belong to that category. But
and actually, I want to say something. There's John Quokka. I don't know if he's here anymore. 2006, John Quokka at Northeastern hosted a conference that was about supply chain vulnerabilities. John Quokka's been, so this is not all economists by any means.
Anyway,
2006.
Randy, help me out here because I think that I thought it was very helpful what Carl said in terms of what was wrong with the existing structure before and to what extent the economist's intuition helped. Okay, and certainly we don't want to go back on that. We don't want to lose that. But on the positive side, you documented very well the malleability of this standard. Can you be more proactive and say what it is today, or if you want to retain a standard today, what should the standard be?
Yeah, so sorry, I should lean forward. So I did want to, since you invoked Carl, I did want to go there. So briefly, so the Utah Pie case, that was such an interesting description of it. So when I teach that case, you're always struck by how much pie they were eating in Utah. They marched down the demand curve over 4 years at numbers you cannot believe the scale, but they are eating pie. Morning, noon, night, pie. Okay, so Carl's description of that is completely fair. I hope I beefed it up just a little bit. But it's critical to note that that is a Robinson-Patman Act case. Okay, look, I had a student come up to me the other day, one of my conservative students. We have those, thank God, at Chicago. We have a nice range of students at Chicago. He said, I didn't know you were a textualist. What I said about Robinson-Patman is Congress passed the statute. We have ways of getting rid of it. Congress gets rid of it. Until they do, it's sort of the law. And so you can say you don't like Robinson-Patman, right? That's a different discussion. An economist, and we've got economists in the room. I look at other people, and you can say we should get rid of it. But it's the law, and that's what they were doing in Utah Pie. And okay, so I just want to, you want to respond to that first, and then I'll
just very
answer the
briefly.
question.
I'm aware, yes, it's Robinson-Patman. The question still is an economic one under the statute. Did that conduct might lessen competition? And I don't think there was evidence that it would lessen competition, had not, or would not.
I'm with you on that, right? But okay. I don't want to see it as a Section 1 case.
I didn't say it was. No,
okay,
no, absolutely agreed.
No, but sorry, if Congress decides to
that's democracy.
Maintain small producers. Imagine that they said it's important for this country to have small producers or small retailers.
Great.
Is inefficient. As economists, we might think that this is inefficient. But if Congress said that, that's what democracy is about. We take it. It's not, we shouldn't ridiculize because the Supreme Court did something that economically was stupid. Because a lot of democracy thing or things that might be stupid. This is being moral is economically stupid because it's basically not taking advantage of an opportunity.
This is why I always look for my wallet after I've been near you. So I just want to make sure I'm okay. So
Luigi, if the statute said we're supposed to protect small companies, if a big company comes in and picks up share, that's illegal, then of course the court would be right. That's not what the statute says.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The statute says if it lessens competition.
No, the Robinson-Patman. I'm not a lawyer, so here I sort of.
So Robinson-Patman Act doesn't stop there, though, as you all know. It says lessens competition among the favored and disfavored companies, among other things. And the Supreme Court read that out of the statute about 15 years ago. So now the Supreme Court has substantially overruled Utah Pie as Robinson-Patman. But so...
Okay, I'll just say I go with the dissent on that case as an economist.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Secondary, yeah. Yeah, that's right. The Supreme Court only read to...
You're right, substantial lessening of competition was the test. Eleanor, you're right, in a secondary line case, it's effect between the favored and disfavored. Sorry to interrupt.
But I think the Supreme Court, it was dealing with primary, but I think its philosophy was such that if it goes up again, it would go to secondary.
To go to look, I think there are a lot of people in this room think, and I think Barry, I hear you say we should be doing more so that we have more deconcentrated industries, let's say smaller firms, and not so the big firms. Congress could say that. They could say they do a lot of things to favor small firms in the tax code and whatever, regulatory rules, they're carved out. If they're talking about competition, then I'm going to tell you my view as an
Congress
economist.
did say that in the statutes repeatedly.
I think they talked about competition, Barry.
Okay, let's go back, Randy. What can we salvage of all this mess, if anything?
Well, so I thought you go. Go ahead.
No. You go
No. I thought what you said was really interesting because what I heard from you is the idea, don't get focused on the formulation. Focus on what tools have we created and how do we use them.
Exactly.
Right? Okay, so that was great. So and then the question, then you go, is do we like those tools or not? Okay, so I'll stop.
Well,
Carl says they work in the United States. You say they don't work. They don't work in Europe. That's what I heard.
There's different views. Carl's view is they work. I think many people think they don't. So yes, I think exactly right. I think that the discussion about whether it is rivalry, process of competition is a semantic discussion that interests me zero. The question is the tools. What has come across in Europe, and again, I talk about the European experience to be clear, is, for example, the all-present as efficient competitor test. Now, this has become a stalwart of European enforcement. We use it in margin squeeze tests. We use it in any kind of enforcement against conduct. And if you think about it in a way that is direct, the as efficient competitor test is a deeply pro-competitive, pro-defendant test, because essentially you're saying to the small guy, unless you are as efficient as the incumbent, you deserve to die. Okay? This is what we're saying. And it is all jolly to have the cost of the incumbent as the benchmark, but I mean, if there's no one left standing to compete with the incumbent, I don't care that much that it's got lower costs. And I cannot say this publicly, but over dinner, I will regale you with the funniest story about the nadir of my consulting career around the as efficient competitor test and ice cream.
La bomba.
La bomba. Leave it to the side. I can't say that on a live stream. But think about other things. Price discrimination. The knee-jerk reaction of economists in Europe now is price discrimination is good. Output expanding. What's the problem? Defendant economists. It might be good. In some circumstances, it can expand output, but it is by no means the go-to. This is what I call like the dance moves that we've learned, and we do them routinely because this explanation is a exculpatory story that we come up with all the time. Mergers is the ultimate. I mean, we have assisted to the serial concentration of markets, one after the other. And yet what we do is give us the last 3 years of data. We look at market shares. We do a little bit of concentration. We do a little bit of a toy model, and we let it through. And I mean, this is really the practice of it, because we think that vertical is presumptively okay, because we think that horizontal, unless there is something really which is a 3-2 or a 4-3, is not going to be terribly problematic. And finally, I mean, we can no longer do things like it's 2005. I keep saying this. I mean, the political economy has changed fundamentally, and we need to rethink what we do with the tools. These tools are not Moses tablets that have been kind of sent down to us because we can only apply those. We need to update and adapt. I think that concentration that in many markets has become very problematic is something that we need to look at. And we can't continue to say, well, next merger in PVC is as good as the one 10 years ago. We use the same tools.
So for us, a little bit older, not you, but would like to be 2005.
Yeah.
Carl, you wanted to say something.
So first, I think it really should make sure we distinguish what is our standard, what are we trying to look for, harm to customers, reduction in competition, versus what are the evidentiary standards, what are the tools we use, and what are the burdens of proof. Those are completely separate issues. Okay, and let's try to keep them straight, please, everybody. In terms of the tools, Christina, I don't know how far apart we are exactly. I mean, because I agree with you that there's a lot of crap that gets thrown up there. Like I said, I've been mostly on the plaintiff side, so I'm seeing that on the defense side. But I think, let me give an example. I testified in the Steve's Doors case. It was a private case challenging a merger involving inputs to doors. The merger was around 2011. They sued a few years later, so it was a consummated merger. So I testified how the market concentration went up and the prices went up as a result of the merger. Okay, so and there's a lot of quantification here besides market shares. The cost didn't explain the price increase, so there was quantification to be done. I don't think really very sophisticated, complicated stuff works very well in court. It's usable to agencies much more. So, okay, just maybe again, we may be closer on that than our interchanges indicated. But here's an example of the crap. So the other side's economist, the defendant, says, oh no, the merger was fine because after the merger, output went up. I said, okay, output went up. Of course, I had just shown that prices went up and they went up more than cost and more they would have gone up otherwise. I did this, and person, I don't remember if they disputed that, but I think but he was saying, well, don't look at price, look at output. So why did output go up? Turns out output went up because these are doors, and doors are used in housing, and how's the housing boom after the Great Recession? Okay, so I explained to the jury, it was a jury trial, well, look, the fact that output went up, here's why. It wasn't because it's a merger, right? In fact, it would have gone up And also, by the way, the demand for doors is pretty damn inelastic because you're building a house. The door costs an extra $10. Well, we don't need a door to the bedroom. So I dealt with that. Okay. What I'm looking for, what I'm hoping we'll all do with the law and the standard is give the court some guidance so we can get rid of some of the underbrush when we don't need it, and so they can focus on things through, maybe some bright line rules, Barry, or I've favored rebuttable presumptions of various sources, some more structure, because if it's a widespread rule of reason with all these exculpatory stories being told, with the courts, particularly the way the courts are, they're going for the defense way too much. They're missing the story. So how do we shift that? I think as a practical matter, we shift it through strong cases, putting them on with economic evidence, and getting the courts to see that old rules may be out of date and they should have some more presumptions in favor of the plaintiff. How far we go towards simple bright line rules, Barry, we can talk about it, okay? So long as there's some economics, I guess we won't talk about that part.
But Eleanor, you said that basically what all economists agree is to keep no market value out, okay? Which seems to me a bit of, first of all, self-serving, because we're good at measuring market value. So we're basically saying the standard is that we rule, and if you don't follow our rules, you're out. But the second is no market value are important. In sense is very often is what makes life worth living is at no market value. So why do we want to necessarily exclude them from any consideration? And most importantly, was sort of the Sherman Act or the Clayton Act excluding those market value, or this is we economists are imposing those values into the legislation?
So I want to answer, but I think that Carl probably should answer after me, because I think Carl believes more strongly than I to keep non-market values out. I think there is a reason why so many people in the Big Tent say market values only. When I say market values only, it's actually a synonym with consumer welfare standard, because consumer welfare standard, when you put it to any expert, almost any expert, they say, oh, we're worried about labor markets too. So consumer welfare actually usually, by most people who use it, mean preserving the market, preserving the market forces, preserving market process from across a huge spectrum of people who consider themselves conservative to people who consider themselves progressive. But then, as I did say, a lot of people draw a sharp line and say, oh, but if it's non-market values, keep them out. The argument is that non-market values will muddy antitrust, that there's no good way to put them into a model of making the market work better. I do not think that's correct. There in other places in the world, non-market values are very much incorporated and with rules of law. I also think that there are a couple of values that some people will call non-market values that I think are equally market values. One of these is democracy, that I think there is a at least to the extent that there's a significant link with having open markets and a lot of competition with preserving democratic values. And so I refer to the panel that was on before. You don't have to say, well, I'm going to solve this problem by thinking about what democracy demands. You can solve the problem by thinking about good standards, such as Carl might be proposing, or Steve Salop, or Andy Gavel, or Bill Kovacic might be proposing. And you don't have to say, oh, but I blind my eyes to the fact that this open market paradigm, which brings in a lot of competition, also is very aligned with democratic values. That's number one. And number two, but this is trickier, is small business opportunity. That there is an extent to which concern about entry and opportunity to grow of small business without being confronted by abuses by dominant firms is very pro-competitive and a market value. You can go too far. So that was Carl's point in his examples. You can go too far and protect small business from competition itself. In other countries like South Africa, and I'm not saying the South Africa model fits US, but a lot of African countries put an inclusiveness value in their analysis of what is good competition law, which means that instead of a paradigm which goes under the Big Ten, that antitrust never intervenes unless there's output limitation, that the authorities will look at inclusiveness and entry conditions and will care when a dominant firm uses power to block the market.
So, and I will give you but I want a quick response from Carl. So what is the brush you want to keep us away and what do you want to allow in?
First, look, we live in a democracy. It's not for me or other experts to say what this statute, the Congress is supposed to say what this body of law is doing, and the courts have to interpret it. So,
wait, no, that's a second. The statutes are incredibly vague, and you just criticize what the court did. So you don't defer to the court. No. You're telling what the court should think. Right. So tell me what you think the statutes say that they should apply.
Okay, what I feel I can speak to as an expert is what increases or decreases competition, effects on competition, and that's what I'm doing. In my lifetime, I think that's what the courts have been doing in antitrust cases. They've been looking at competition and whether a merger increases or decreases competition, et cetera, whether conduct is anti-competitive. If somebody says to me, oh, Carl, the court's got it all screwed up, they're supposed to consider small businesses or democracy or the freedom of the virtuous entrepreneur, I'd say, okay, well, that's not what I'm told when I get in these cases. That's what I'm testifying to. I probably don't have much to say about that. I don't think that as a citizen, I don't think that would be a good move. I think it would confuse things and make things hard to work out. It makes the cases even more complicated. The Schwinn case was 70 days of trial, by the way. It wasn't because of economists, okay? So I think I have my views as a citizen, but I'm not offering those views as an expert.
No, but when you say competition, so electoral competition or competition in lobbying are important dimension. But in the past, and maybe I misheard you, but I heard you saying this is somebody else's realm, is not the realm of antitrust. Am I right in interpreting that I consider competition, but you consider that belongs somewhere else?
I consider that if you believe that having a lot of concentrated markets means these companies will have tremendous political power and set up rules that favor them and so forth, then you should have some laws about campaign finance reform and other than that. And it's a reason to be more aggressive with antitrust, but still I would say when you adjudicate a case, you're not going to say, oh, this company gave a lot of money to members of Congress, so we're not going to let them acquire somebody. I don't think that's a good way to go.
No, but imagine that two competitors merge, and for whatever reason, they can promise slightly lower prices. But you know that now that these two competitors are merged, Congress is going to hear only one version of the fact, because in lobbying there will be like a united front. And as a result, from there on, all the laws will be more captured than they were in the past. Should we consider that in a competitive analysis or not? That's competition in lobbying, but I don't know why it should not be. But should we consider that in a competitive analysis of a merger or not?
I don't think that's part of a competitive analysis of a merger.
Could I ask? I'll ask Carl to follow on that.
Help.
Yeah, okay. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Big cement mergers. The big cement, they got their big merger through Holcim Lafarge, but this is my particular example. We know that big cement, and you can look up Lafarge on, I hate to say it, Google, and you will find that it is one of the biggest lobbyists for anti-dumping laws. So that could you consider that after a merger, you will have, assuming you have the evidence for it, that you will have a stronger lobby for anti-dumping laws in cement?
Sure, I think of course that could well be true. I think some of the biggest power. We just had a panel on medias and moguls. I mean, it's more concerning sometimes when there's an individual who has so much power necessarily than a company. It may not be related to market power, but I think that would be a reason again to go with a tighter structural presumption. But it's not based on competition in the market. It's based on some other value that could inform the standards we set. because because there are errors, right? We don't know where to draw the line. We don't have perfect information. You say, let's draw the line in a tighter, a more assertive line because of these other values. That's fine. I'm all for that.
But Carl, what I don't understand is why you distinguish between competition as if it was a self-standing thing and anything else. What is being said is that concentrated structures are bad in multiple ways. They're bad in terms of certain outcomes we can measure, price and possibly output. They're bad in terms of broader concerns. And so the notion that we need to dial up antitrust arises from the totality of these views. Nobody says we need to dial up antitrust because we need to somehow directly undermine the lobbying compound. But it is part of something that goes together with concentrated market structures. So I don't understand how you can sort of see competition. What is competition then? Exactly.
Okay,
which is distinguished from all these other values.
because it's been left alone.
Just because
Tell us what is competition.
Well, what is competition? Actually, I mean, I think that a couple of points I wanted to make. I mean, competition. I think the term competition policy actually helps us understand what we're trying to do here. It's not just to make more competition. It is to determine where competition should take place, how competition takes place, and to what ends. We structure competition to achieve certain ends, certain political ends, certain economic ends, certain national security ends. And in certain cases, what we do is we actually limit competition in order to achieve these ends, and in order to ensure that the competition is taking place in places where we want it and not in other places. So so I think it's one of the, there's this misunderstanding about what we're aiming at here. It's not just wild competition. It's really competition where it's going to promote a good society, a safe society, a more fair society, a more open society. Now, what I wanted to actually, this issue, this is an important thing that Carl raised, which is the issue of bright lines. What kind of bright lines? And it's like, I've often spoken of the need to create a rule of 4 for large industrial firms, both domestically and internationally, in order to ensure the distribution of capacity that would actually eliminate a lot of the risk that I was talking about in my conversation before. But actually, probably the single most important bright line is non-discrimination by powerful platforms. We can trace non-discrimination by rules back to Babylonian times. In the modern era, the purpose of non-discrimination rules, I'm talking about since 1624 in the Anglo tradition, the purpose of non-discrimination rules is to ensure that the powerful intermediary does not have the ability to pick winners and choose losers, to favor certain producers and disfavor others. Because whenever the middleman has the ability to arbitrarily choose who gets to walk through the gate, that means that the middleman controls every single person who wants to get through that gate, every single company who wants to get through that gate. If the middleman has that arbitrary power to open and close the gate, they get to extort everyone. They get to fleece everyone absolutely forever. They get to manipulate everyone absolutely forever. That is what we see right now with Google and Facebook. And Amazon especially. Google and Amazon are manipulation machines. They are extortion machines. They are fleecing machines. And they are destructors of the rule of law. Rule of law is designed to protect the personal property of individuals. When the middleman can steal your property, that means you are afraid. That means you will do what the middleman wants you to do. That means that you do not have a democracy. Human liberty stands on the security of your personal properties. From that liberty comes democracy. If you're not protecting people's properties, if you're letting the middleman steal the properties, manipulate the properties, then you have tyranny of an absolute sort. And that is where we are heading right now, today, in this country, because we have failed to apply non-discrimination rules to Google and Facebook. And this is the only time in American history that we have failed to do this with powerful intermediary platforms.
Okay, so I'm about to open the floor, but I want to ask one last question that always puzzles me. It is the following. Imagine for a second that we agree that the goal of antitrust is efficiency. What I never understood is why in this efficiency consideration, there are not rent-seeking costs. Because if you start thinking about rent-seeking costs, they're very large. Carl, you were mentioning about days and days of trial. So at some level, we want to reduce that at the maximum. And bright line rules are very often much more efficient from that point of view than stuff that is left to the discretion of economists. Now, we might lose because our services are less in demand with bright line rules, but that might be inefficient to do. So why economists in efficiency don't consider the rent-seeking cost? Anyone want to answer?
That's a good question for Carl.
Well, see, people are looking at me like it's my job. This is the when did you stop beating your wife question. I mean, I think right-thinking economists would certainly consider rent-seeking costs.
Pardon?
Right-thinking people, including economists.
Correct. You don't mean locational on the political spectrum.
I meant
correct.
Correct.
No, I'm just understanding.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I think
but sorry, in the antitrust debate, and I might be wrong here, in the antitrust debate, when we talk about efficiency, when Borg talks about efficiency, and he's certainly right-wing, so there is no doubt about that, but in that he does not bring the efficiency, the rent-seeking possibility in determining the line. And when he creates 3 different standards from today, we learn from Randy that basically there are 3 different interpretations of what Borg says, and that clearly maximizes the opportunity for rent-seeking. So now, you might say he's a lawyer, and lawyers are really in bad with rent-seeking, they're the definition of rent-seeking, so he's maximizing his own utility, which maybe is fine. But if we take the perspective, one thing that economists are good at is thinking in general welfare term. And in general welfare term, rent-seeking is an important component. So we should think about lines, bright lines that are efficient, including rent-seeking costs. And I've not seen any analysis, and maybe it's just my ignorance, please give me the references of antitrust rules that incorporate this.
So I think there's 2 dimensions. One is bright line or simpler rules make for easier trials, lower cost of litigation, including the lawyers, the economists, whatever. So I think a lot of law and econ has considered that question, between a more accurate rule that's more costly versus a less accurate one. So that's not ignored. I think we are in a place, argument I've seen over my career, these expert reports have grown to be hundreds of pages. I mean, it's a very costly enterprise, and we need to think about, people are thinking about, does that exclude, how does a small firm even bring such a case or defend themselves? Is the government outmatched by these huge companies? Those are serious issues, and those all point towards simple rules. Okay, so I'm all for that. So there's kind of simplifying the cost, and then rent seeking is more like, is there one side that can really take advantage of it? And I think that goes more to Christina's point about throwing up all sorts of crap when you've got the burden of proof on the other side. Does that lead to bad outcomes? Those are both very serious questions. I don't think economists I talk to would ignore those.
I mean, just to add one point to this, the reason to consider bright rules, and this is something that Maso really ought to be talking about because it is one of the things that he has been pushing for, is that we have been hypnotized by the type 1 era of terror. Because we who have grown up in this world think that if you over-enforce once, this is going to kill incentives for innovation, for creation of new things, because, God forbid you get it wrong once. And this is, again, in Europe. We've had literature on type 1 error, the horror of type 1 error, the hell that's going to be falling on us if we pursue things that have a risk of type 1 error. My question is, well, suppose we just kind of think, I don't care that much. What if I block 3 more deals a year? Who's going to die? Are we really saying that the animal spirit in Silicon Valley is going to die because instead of 1 deal a year, I block 3? I just think, and what even if I'm wrong on 2 of them? Alas, we've gone that way for years and years. We are where we are. Let's kind of correct it a little bit. So I think bright rules would be beneficial because they would avoid the crap that you talk about. Defendants throw crap, and absolutely they do. That's the job of the economists on the defendant side, and everyone who works on them, and the lawyers. You know how it works. And so this is not good. We've gone to a point where this has gone beyond parody, and I think I don't see the downside of something sort of slimmer and more drastic.
Eleanor.
And then me.
And then Randy.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
You're up.
So I want to answer the question about simple rules, but not necessarily put it in terms of believing that efficiency is the reason for competition law. I think competition is the reason for competition law. And not necessarily in terms of rent-seeking. I think we absolutely need simple rules. I'm not sure how we're going to get them. I think part of the U.S. problem is the presumption that what a firm does, even a monopolist firm, is efficient. I think one source in the U.S., if you're looking for simple rules, is take a look at the cases where you have a dissent by Stephen Breyer. And for example, in California Dental, where the dentists had required all dentists in California to be in a dental association that said you may not advertise a simple discount. And the majority thought, oh, this is very difficult and has to go through a rule of reason because maybe the dentists control deception by preventing the dentist from advertising simple rules. If you take a look at Breyer's decisions generally, he cuts through that. And he says, of course, if you let dentists advertise, you get lower prices. And deception's controlled in different ways. That's one point. One source of looking for where. Another is I'm very concerned about the big tech problem and controlling abuses by big tech. In the United States, you first of all have a huge problem of proving that each one, the separate firm, whatever it is a monopoly. And it may not be, according to what the Supreme Court says is a monopoly. That's hard. And then proving that what it does is anti-competitive, which is extremely hard. And if it's doing anything, including squashing a competitor on their platform, the defendants have a lot of room to argue Supreme Court case laws. I think it would be extremely useful to have rules, except they're not going to happen, but rules that are somewhat like what the other jurisdictions have adopted or are thinking of adopting for controlling big tech, maybe with defenses that EU system doesn't allow, but something to bypass all of these thickets that are not called for by efficiency and are against competition. I want to put a rule against employers insisting on employees not competing, not going to another firm, non-compete clauses is in that category of we could have a simple rule, you could have some defenses, simple rules better, clearly lessens competition, no question.
So I'm giving a talk Tuesday at the law school as part of Chicago's Best Ideas. And the conceit behind this series is not to walk in and say, let's talk Chicago's best ideas, and those are mine. Rather, you talk about one of your colleagues' ideas. So I'm going to start with Frank Easterbrook's paper, The Limits of Antitrust, 1984. I think he does exactly what you want there. So you ask him, Filippo, you ask him about it tonight, right? You'll have a chance to. So just tease that up. So he's very focused on the costs of running the system, has 5 simple, in his view, filters that he thinks would diminish those costs, very concerned about all the issues you're talking about. Frank had the answer in 1984. Okay, I don't know if that's right or not, but you'll ask him about that tonight. But people have been pursuing this a long time.
Fantastic. Operating under some very faulty assumptions about how the markets work.
I'm not here to defend that. Right.
Okay.
Wait, you just said it was a good idea, but you're not defending it?
I'm going to set it up, and we're going to see how it's worked out over time. That's the talk. Stay the weekend, come Tuesday.
Let's start with Steve.
Mike?
Wait.
First, Luigi, in terms of rent seeking, you should read your former colleague's work. Posner teed up the rent seeking issue. He was the first person to identify it in antitrust. It had previously been identified by Gordon Tullock and others. And Posner actually has a fight in print with Bork about the relevance of it, because Bork dismisses it, not Posner. All of my work on exclusion is all about rent seeking. That's what raising rental costs is all about. So it's not like we economists have ignored it. Secondly, sitting here, this attack on economists is ridiculous. It's not the economists, it's Frank Easterbrook that's caused the problem, and the courts. You'll see if you read the back end of my pro-market article, I have about 50 citations to economics articles, post-Chicago economics articles supportive of plaintiffs' work. So it's not what the economists did, it's what the courts did. Now, maybe what you mean is what Chicago economists did, including your namesake, George Stigler. But it's not all economists, okay? And,
so before I open the floor, I want to have Matt, because Matt strongly disagree on the same point. So let's talk.
What I said in a more articulate way.
I completely agree. We're all, thank you. This has been a wonderful debate. I've really enjoyed it. And I have a question I wanted to ask you, Carl, for quite some time. So I'm going to read it and make sure it's clear. So there were no Section 2 monopolization cases filed from 1999 to 2020 by the Antitrust Division. And you headed the Antitrust Division's economics thinking from 2009 to 2011. And you wrote in 2017 about this choice by saying that the reason the division brought no Section 2 cases is because you found precious few cases that warranted an enforcement action based on the facts and the case law. So effectively, there were no monopolization, attempted monopolization, or monopoly maintenance cases in 20 years. One might argue that I know. No, but that's what he wrote about his 2 years. Okay.
Let him finish.
So effectively, and I think this is the way that some of us look at the debate, enforcers de facto repealed Section 2 of the Sherman Act, not for everything. The FTC did a few things here or there, but for large swaths of the economy. So what happened? Can you justify this track record?
Thanks for the question, Matt, because I've noticed in your public statements you've said a number of incorrect things, such as I said there were no monopolies or some such things. So you've mischaracterized and misstated it with inaccurate. So I appreciate the chance to clear this up. Thank you for that. What I found
that feels so sincere when you express gratitude.
Thank you. We did bring just also, I think even what you just said now, we brought one Section 2 case while I was there during the 2 years. It was a healthcare unit in Texas. I can't remember the exact name of it. So there was one, not zero, just to get that straight. Not that one is a lot, okay? When Christine Varney withdrew the Section 2 guidelines that were put in at the end of the Bush administration, I went out talking, and I told people, look, don't expect a lot of cases. And I looked at the data over 20 years or so, and I said, there's very, very, very few. I don't think your numbers are necessarily right, but very few per year for a long time. And so I didn't want people to have unrealistic expectations. So I wrote that. So what I found, we got there, I arrived around March 2009, is there was no pipeline for starters. There were no cases really under development for Section 2 that were very far along. So we had to sort of start from scratch. I suspect the Biden folks are seeing the same thing coming in after the Trump administration. Obviously, they've got some big cases that were brought, but I'm not sure what the pipeline. So we had a pipeline. So what we found is, believe me, Christine Varney's like, look around. Like, she had some particular ideas. We go to staff. So what I think you're missing is my role. I'm the chief economist. I'm like, okay, guys, what do you got? We're interested in bringing these cases. I don't go out and find the cases. I don't do that. I mean, maybe some of the lawyers do that. I didn't do that. It wasn't my job. I was like dealing with and analyzing the cases that staff was developing. And you might criticize the staff, say, well, their screen was too high, whatever. Okay. So all I was saying, and again, you've badly mischaracterized this in print, is, at least for me, I was looking and trying to find the cases that we would, facts in the law is a way of saying that we would have a decent chance of winning. Okay, because bringing a case that you're going to lose is unhelpful. So it's not a statement about the number of monopolies. It's not a statement about the number of violations of Section 2. It's a narrower statement. When I was there, wasn't presented to me in the front office a number of cases that look, okay, that looks really promising. Oh, but let's drop it. So no, I don't think I can't speak to the Bush administration. I can just, or later and other times when I wasn't there. I think it's a combination of, it's hard to find these things. Complainants are sometimes scared, as you've often write about, actually, how small companies are afraid of this. So it's hard to gather evidence. And then when you bring it up, the staff does have a skepticism about complaints, which I think often is useful. Okay. And then you're thinking, all right, what are the legal standards, which the courts have narrowed those? So it's all those things put together that was frustrating to me, actually, and that's why I wrote that. There were very few that met the bar in 2 years. Now, they were developed more over time. If you go back after Microsoft, I think you started in 2000. The Dentsply case was a win, right? The American Airlines case was a bad loss. So I think what happened is the Bush administration just didn't go there. They didn't want to. And so we were like, okay, the last thing in the Clinton administration were some losses. Let's try to start off with a win and take some time to develop. That's what I was saying.
Tim.
Thank you for this panel. And I wanted to say, people in the room are maybe watching the posts. The various posts on the site are also kind of a really impressive collection of thought on this topic. So here's my question to anyone on the panel who wants to answer it. Do you guys agree that it would be a good thing if we stopped using the phrase consumer welfare and we return to, as I think I've heard Carl say this several times, as Eleanor highlighted, we focused on the real question, the language in the statute, i.e. of competition, protecting competition in competitive process. And I say that because, and Louis, just partially in answer to your question, the consumer welfare standard has a certain attraction to a certain kind of person who is hoping for a kind of certainty. And I can see, in the 70s in particular, it was a strong desire, but it really hasn't delivered that. And the phrase, I just think, is so tainted that it's impossible to drag itself away from being what it is, which is this requirement you show a large price harm in every case for consumers. And it's very hard to get away from that. I mean, Section 2, as Matt was highlighting, what if you have your average Section 2 case, let's say, kind of like Microsoft, where a big company is killing an up-and-coming nascent, a new company or they're not nascent, a coming up and company. It's not clear as any consumer welfare in Microsoft was very unclear. There's no one can calculate it, no one can measure it. So the court, of course, had to just start talking about competition. And in fact, the courts have been talking about competition and protecting competition for more than 100 years. That's, sort of respond to Randy. That is the older standard. The consumer welfare is sort of like an 80s edition that made of vinyl that has kind of like some serious question as to what we should do with it. So I think, and I propose, and I hope maybe the great output of this conference would be if we do, in fact, move beyond consumer welfare standards, start talking about competition, competitive process. Some of you economists maybe don't. Yes, I think you also care about statutory intent a bit, but that is what the statute says. It's become embarrassing to have this thing. And the worst thing about it, just to continue my question, is this case-by-case idea that you're going to try to calculate this in every case when we know so many of the things that matter are immeasurable. It's Section 2 cases, a play case, all these things. It's doing more harm than good. Who disagrees with the idea we should just get past it?
Any taker?
Go ahead.
Well, I'll just say something brief, I hope, which is, of course, much of this notion that we need to stick to consumer welfare because it is somewhat measurable, it focuses on output and prices that we can measure, is, I think, highly dangerous, because what we can measure is often not something we can measure. Many of the things we'd like to measure, we can't. We use proxies for them. And what we can measure is not very interesting most of the time. So I don't care.
Randy.
Yeah, so gosh, I go to teach antitrust and I walk by the portrait of Dick Posner. And yet I would be embarrassed to say that I almost never utter the phrase consumer welfare in class. I thought what Susan said at lunch, how is competition presenting itself? Gosh, I'm good with that. We could go back to Sherman originally, full and free competition. The only caveat to that is in that kind of competition, sometimes firms win. And as long as they compete legitimately, they're allowed to do that.
Go ahead.
Another reason to get rid of consumer welfare is just because the word consumer so falsifies our understanding of the law. It's like, Randy had this quote before from Senator Sherman's speech in favor of his bill, but I'll just read another quick, short part of that speech. It is the right of every person to work, labor, and produce in any lawful vocation and to transport his production on equal terms and conditions and under like circumstances. This is industrial liberty and lies at the foundation of the equality of all rights and freedoms. So when you call it, one of the things that happens when you call it consumer welfare is you lose all focus on yourself, your other half in which you are a producer. It's a way to establish a dictatorship over all producers, really over all of us.
Sorry, I thought that this attachment to the idea of consumer welfare standard was to create a tent in which you could be left out. so now that we've gotten rid of this limit, now he's part of the tent? Is he all equal?
He's always outside all tents, I think. Right? Is that wrong? Did I misunderstand?
Okay, so I agree with Tim and others who have said it's a good time to abandon the phrase consumer welfare, because it's not just about consumers and it's not just about a standard. But don't deceive yourself that it solves a problem, because it's not specified as to what is anti-competitive. So you replace it with something that's more straightforward and less misleading, but then you really have to go the next step to talk about particular standards for particular types of conduct, like, for example, monopoly, abuse of dominance. And in my view, when you get there, there has been a real sharp right turn of our Supreme Court that has to be rectified in talking about what is anti-competitive, and this is mostly about the music, not just the presumptions in the way we usually use it, but the perspective of which is better for markets, having a very strong presumption that what even monopoly firms do is right and good, or maybe a presumption, depending on the construction of the market, that goes the other way.
Thank you.
I just want Tim to get it unanimous, right? It's all five of us. I also have already written about moving along from the term. I like the protecting competition standard, but that's, I think consumer welfare standard is partly confusing because what about labor or input suppliers are not there? So, but I want to be clear. It's so important to ask, are trading parties harmed because of the loss of competition, and not lose track of that in the big yurt.
So you see, Filippo, I was right that the consumer welfare standard was dead, and now we're burying it. The lady in the back, I cannot see, next to Chris, I cannot see. Yeah.
I wanted to try to refocus, I guess, a little bit on the question that I think this panel is addressing, which is what is the consumer welfare standard? Or failing that, if we're getting rid of that term, just what the current standard is that we're debating about. I'm very tempted to get into this legislative history discussion because, in fact, that early bill was rewritten precisely because that advanced the cost of the consumer language was found to, many legislators agreed that this would potentially hurt small producers. That's the reason that bill was rewritten. But anyway, I'm not going to get distracted by that. Let's assume, and Carl, maybe I can pick up a little bit on what you were saying, that but there were many exchanges, I think, that, competition is the goal, right? So I guess I want to ask, because clearly it's not just competition, because then we would be actively seeking decentralized markets as such. I'm surprised we haven't talked more about productive efficiencies in this panel, because implicitly that's what justifies mergers. That's what justifies, right? I mean, the idea is that the big firm, that ultimately, I guess taking a step back, if it's the reason we get into this mess with is it low prices or is it competition is because to just sort of be fair to the argument, I think, that competition is presumed to be one means to low prices, right? I mean, I think this is what legislators talked about, this is what, right? It is also a means to other things. I think this is partly why we get into this conceptual confusion. It's also a means to other things, potentially to deconcentrated political power, et cetera, et cetera. These other things have been coming up in the discussion. At the same time, there are other means to low prices, right? So I think this is the heart of in my opinion, the heart of the conceptual confusion, because then we trade in productive efficiency or just putative production efficiencies for competition. And we use these as sort of synonyms when they're not, right? So I think, I guess I don't have I'm not trying to reach a normative conclusion. I'm trying to reach clarity on sort of what we mean by the current standard, because I think that this then, so should production efficiencies or putative production efficiencies putatively contained inside of large firms count as competition if we're all agreeing that, because it certainly isn't the dictionary definition of competition, right? And then finally, I think important to bring in is something that you've said a couple of times, that trading partners, including input suppliers, that would include small businesses, that would include workers. I think that's gotten a little bit of short shrift in this discussion, because I don't think it's obvious that if competition is a means to low prices, and now we're going to sort of port in other things that might also be a means to low prices, that is automatically not going to harm workers, small input suppliers, et cetera, particularly workers. I don't think we can just assume that there's this perfect harmonious convergence. I'd love to hear a little bit of discussion of that as well.
Thank you.
Well, I'll say something quick. I don't want to see. First off, Steve Sal's been doing some great work lately on the fact that if the workers are harmed and the consumers benefit, say a merger, the workers are harmed. That's an illegal merger. So there's some issues about how the court deals with those sort of trade-offs when they arise. The only other thing I'd say, because I want to be very brief, is there's two words or ideas you were using a lot in your question, if it was a question. One is competition, and the other is concentration. Or you talked about deconcentration. Okay, well, or fragmentation. Okay, so I think one of the key things that I think economics teaching, it's pretty damn solid, is sometimes markets consolidate as a result of competition. And then you have to decide, okay, do we live with that? And that competition led to some benefits. It's probably a good thing we don't have 7 aircraft manufacturers. Just the economies of scale, whatever. Or do we say, no, we have a separate value of deconcentration, more along the lines maybe of what Barry's referring to, but I don't want to speak for him. So to the economist, like if the market becomes more concentrated because of competition, we don't see that anybody did anything wrong. Let's say a single firm conduct, if they were competing on the merits. And if you want to go after that, then you need some other clarity from Congress about what we're doing, because that would limit competition, not promote it.
Sorry, Carl, you really picked the wrong example with the airlines, okay?
No,
because
airplanes.
The fact we have only one airline in this country,
Airplanes. It wasn't
planes.
airplanes, airplane manufacturers.
Yeah,
the manufacturers.
Sorry, airplanes, manufacture, exactly. The fact we have only one in this country that actually produce crappy planes that we have to bail out, and that's captured completely the FAA, so that it's not the FAA that regulates Boeing, but it's Boeing that regulates the FAA, is the result of this merger. And this is exactly...
The result of what? Sorry. Is the result of what merger?
Boeing McDonnell Douglas.
I was the FTC's
exactly
expert on that merger in 1997.
It's exactly why economies only look at the production efficiency and not at the lobbying efficiency, that we are now in a situation in which we don't have a good producer of airplanes in this country. I think that's a problem.
And to add, in Europe, when we went, two is enough, was exactly as a result of that merger. Because we were all like, oh my God, look at this, Boeing McDonnell Douglas. And then there's Airbus, that's enough, fine. I mean...
Okay, Danny's had a question.
Well, I found the discussion fascinating. I thought Elena hit the nail on the head when she distinguished whether you want to have market or non-market values. And just to follow up what Carl said, my interpretation of the antitrust laws is that it promotes the process of competition. Now, why? Because economists think competition produces some desirable outcomes. It's not just low prices, it's also high wages. You know, workers benefit from competition. So promotes efficiency. That's what the competitive process does. It does not, as far as I know, promote democracy, necessarily give money to the people who you think are most deserving and are going to support the causes in Congress, nor to go to something Barry Lynn was saying, does it necessarily take account of the strategic value to the country of having multiple supply sources. Now, some branches of our government do worry about what Barry said. So if you want to have a merger of defense contractors, supposedly the Defense Department will ask, is that good or bad, or do I want to have multiple people? You might want to, I don't see how the antitrust laws are really the right, or economists, are the right agency or the right profession to figure that out. You wouldn't want to have someone separate. The same thing, you can't require the antitrust laws to do something, it seems to me, that competition does not accomplish. You might want to have additional rules on campaign contributions if you worry about someone getting too powerful. But it seems to me the more you burden antitrust judges judging antitrust cases with all these other values that they have to figure out rather than someone else, I just think the antitrust laws are going to go back into the dark ages. So I'd be interested in people's views as to whether there are other government agencies that are better suited for these non-market values.
I think we have to resume this. Thank you. We have to resume this conversation at the bar. Let me say one thing that I agree with the competition. The question is what competition does. If I tell you that competition is one of the things that make it more difficult for a dictatorial regime to take over, and this is the example of the Nazi taking over Germany, is in part because there were cartels. So I don't know why the competition cannot be included, or the political element of competition cannot be included in antitrust. Does it dirty antitrust? Anyway, this is a conversation we're going to have at dinner. But the interesting thing is that Jonathan Cantor was right in saying that if you have 5 antitrust experts and ask what the consumer welfare standards are or is, there are 6 different answers. And we have probably more than 6. But thank you very much for the fantastic discussion. And let's resume it at dinner.
So what did you tell about the Pasky?
Hi, everyone. So we are going to the 6th floor. So take everything with you, and there are drinks and dinner, etc. But it's on the top floor, so take everything with you.
Hello, can I have everyone's attention for just a moment? Actually, for more than just a moment, for like the next hour or so. Hi, my name is Chris Weed. I'm Executive Director of the Stigler Center. We appreciate all of you joining the social experiment of if we just tell a couple people to get in line for the buffet, that everyone else will ultimately follow. A couple housekeeping notes. If you left items such as coats or bags in the storage area on the first floor, they have been lovingly brought up to the 6th floor at the coat rack as you walk in. Also, the bar will be open until 9 p.m. this evening if you decide to continue your conversations. Without further ado, let me turn it over to conference organizer Filippo Lancieri.
Thank you very much, Chris. And good evening from Chicago to everyone watching us from home, and good evening to all of you joining us here. It's truly a pleasure. As Chris said, my name is Filippo Lancieri. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at the ETH Zurich Center for Law and Economics and a Stigler Center research fellow. And tonight I'm truly thrilled to moderate this keynote conversation between Judge Frank Easterbrook and Judge Diane Woods on the antitrust policy in the US and the role of courts. So before we begin, let me please note that we're on the record and live streaming, and we'll also post this video on the Stigler Center YouTube channel later, so we have plenty of time for you to ask questions. Just know that it will be recorded. As usual, the views of Judge Easterbrook and Judge Wood are their own, and not those of the Stigler Center at the University of Chicago. And we hope that you'll join us for more upcoming events, so please check the Stigler Center's website, as well as our publication, promarket.org, and the Capitalism podcasts. And now let me briefly introduce our speakers. So the Honorable Frank Easterbrook is a judge of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 7th Circuit, and a senior lecturer at the University of Chicago. Previously, he has served as Deputy Solicitor General of the United States, and he was the editor of the Journal of Law and Economics, and is the co-author also of the Economic Structure of Corporate Law, among many other publications that we could cite. And the Honorable Judge Diane Woods is also a judge at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 7th Circuit, and also a senior lecturer at the University of Chicago. So this is a U-Chicago affair, let's put it like this. She previously served as the Associate Dean of the U-Chicago Law School, and she was also the Deputy Assistant Attorney General of the Antitrust Division, Department of Justice, with responsibility for the division's international appellate and legal policy matters, among others. And I double-checked, both of them have taught antitrust law at the University of Chicago Law School as well. So we have the full house of judge, former practitioner, enforcer, and now an academic as well. So thank you very much for joining us. It's truly, we're delighted to host you. So my idea is to start with a couple of questions, really, just to get the conversation started. And we have such an amazing room, and I want to leave plenty of time for Q&A and for interactions, and then I may interject a couple more questions as well. So question number one, and is the motivating question for today, no, not for tomorrow at this conference. So how would you define the consumer welfare standards? Frank, we'll start with you, and then we move this way.
The consumer welfare standard was loose language written by Chief Justice Berger in a Supreme Court opinion that didn't involve it. And I think I was in the Solicitor General's office at the time this phrase was penned. It was kind of cribbed from Bob Bork's book, The Antitrust Paradox, which had just come out. The Chief Justice meant it, well, to the extent Chief Justice Berger meant anything seriously, meant it as a shorthand for economic efficiency. But it wasn't it's not in the nature of the Supreme Court to draw graphs and put up a welfare triangle and talk in the language of calculus. And so something simple was used. But it was perfectly clear to those of us who were reading the opinion that it had to be understood as a shorthand. And I've gone off in my career as a teacher and scholar without ever using that phrase, except as a shorthand for avoiding the deadweight welfare loss of monopoly.
Would you agree, Diane? Would this be your view?
I certainly agree that it was a shorthand. I would say from the perspective I gained at the Department of Justice, it was a very unfortunate shorthand because people took it literally. They took it as a signal that the only thing we cared about was perhaps price or choice effects for consumers. And I remember endless debates with the Canadians, for example, who said, oh, well, we have a total welfare standard. You have a consumer welfare standard. And I tried to explain, actually not very successfully apparently, that our law did in fact address, let's say, monopsony. And that had been true since the Mandeville Island Farms case in the 1920s. Yep. And so that isn't really a, quote, consumer welfare application. So I think it was an unfortunate turn of phrase that people who were not immersed in the field took, and it has led to some mischief in understanding exactly what the antitrust laws are supposed to be covering.
Okay. And so I think building on this, so do you think the consumer welfare standard does drive or is a central point in U.S. antitrust policy, and do you think it should be? How do you see this thinking from a more policy perspective on the application nowadays, right, and what's happening on the ground nowadays?
Do you mean by that the consumer welfare standard as opposed to avoiding the deadweight welfare loss of monopoly? Of course, judges, professors of antitrust, and economists talk about such things as welfare laws. Lawyers tend not to do that. And judges are just a subset of lawyers with usually a much broader portfolio than lawyers. So if you're an antitrust lawyer, you're a specialist, you might start talking to judges in language you assume judges would understand. That is, something really simple. And that's about what judges do understand, something really simple. Judges are generalists. But behind the scenes, if you go back and hear an antitrust case and talk with your colleagues, you know, I've just passed 38 years on the federal bench. I can't recall a single discussion with my colleagues in which the question is, well, does this comport with the consumer welfare standard or some other standard? Right? What the judges understand is that we're trying to avoid the loss caused by monopolies, whatever those are. Monopsony cases are pretty rare, and I don't think anybody has any trouble seeing them as the same thing as monopoly cases. But it's not, it may be how antitrust lawyers sometimes talk to judges, but I don't think it's how judges talk among themselves.
Yeah, I mean, judges are looking for ways to decide cases, right? And so if somebody says, so here's let's say it's the unusual case where a merger is being reviewed at the Court of Appeals level. Very unusual these days, but we've had some hospital mergers, we've had other kinds of mergers. And the companies are going to come in and say, oh, you know, this merger is going to lead to all sorts of efficiencies. We're going to be able to have one MRI machine instead of two, and they're really expensive, or whatever other efficiencies they want to point to. And you look at it and you realize, oh, but there are going to be so few hospitals in this area, like you, and with 75% of the market and a smattering of others. And so that's the kind of thing where judges might say, you know, what is going to be the effect of the price that people pay for their hospital services when effective competition has been eliminated by the merger. And so I do think judges are going to talk about, in some ways, it's kind of a bad market for them to do that because it's a market that's so complicated by the existence of third-party insurance.
Third-party payers.
Third-party payers, exactly. But people kind of get it. You know, they get these bills, you know, and the bills are eye-popping most of the time, at least until you find out how much your insurance is going to cover. And so you can say to them, maybe we should stop this merger because when there's more competition among hospitals in the area, this has actually been shown by studies that have been done when mergers were either allowed or not allowed, that the ultimate prices, no matter who's paying it, maybe it's the insurance company who's paying it, maybe it's the employer who is trying to calculate what the premiums are going to be for the on the down the line policy. But I do think it has some utility in that intuitive sense.
Yeah, maybe I should modify what I said. I think thinking about consumer welfare is helpful in the sense that it tells judges who they should be listening to, right? In a hospital merger case, I've never been on one, but I've watched a lot as they've gone by in the federal judiciary. In a hospital merger case, you would want to listen to what the third-party payers are saying because they're consumer proxies. And if Blue Cross is yelling bloody murder, you might think, well, the main effect of this is not efficiency, but an increase in prices. If, on the other hand, some other hospital, a competing hospital, shows up and says, we're against this merger, that might tell you that that hospital is worried that there will indeed be efficiencies and it will drive down prices. You can learn about the transaction by seeing who's against it.
Okay. And I think building on this, something that came out, I think, of the last panel on the consumer welfare standard itself is that maybe something more useful is to talk about how to courts and regulators and enforcers define what is anti-competitive behavior or anti-competitive harm. And I hear you talking a lot about prices and the deadweight laws of monopoly. So would you say that this is the primary focus of antitrust policy because that's what we can measure? And if not, or if yes, like why should it be this way? Or if not, how would you go about incorporating it?
I think it's the primary focus of antitrust policy, but not because that it's something we can measure. Well, in principle, we can measure it. But if you look at how antitrust cases are actually litigated, the parties hire competing experts who perform interesting data collections and regressions, which, if you've actually been a professional like Diane and I have, you can understand, but most district judges and other, well, let's just say non-specialist judges don't grasp as readily. And it makes it very hard, especially when you're trying to make predictions, not about what has happened in this market, but you're trying to make predictions based on propositions like the structure, conduct, performance paradigm. It's going to be more concentrated. Prices will rise. And, you know, remember Yogi Berra, it's always hard to make predictions, especially about the future, right? So if you're in a world of predictions, you don't get anywhere. But it tells you what you ought to be thinking about, right? The alternative is thinking about, well, it was just as Rufus Wheeler Peckham said, small dealers and worthy men. If you think antitrust is supposed to protect small dealers, you think it's then designed to injure consumers by driving prices up. And you want to have a framework for thinking about antitrust law that focuses you on something that is understandable, at least in principle, rather than maximizing 4 or 5 or 6 different things which are incommensurable, and you then don't know what distinguishes a right decision from a wrong one.
But if I get, just come to you, but if I get you correctly, you mean to say that you don't think antitrust should only focus on prices, but ultimately prices is the main focus of the enforcement
welfare.
anyway, so that's what happens ultimately, that's the final.
Prices are important to welfare. Okay. Right, I'm wearing this tie today in honor of George Stigler, whose name this center bears. It was his favorite tie. It's an Adam Smith tie. And Stigler, when he taught occasionally at the law school, had his capsule biography that was handed out to the students, and it said, George Stigler has written this book about prices, and that book about prices, and that book about prices, and more than 50 articles about prices. He is interested in prices. Yeah, well, this is the Stigler Center.
Fair enough. Diane, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, here Frank and I probably have always diverged a bit because there are a couple of points I'd make about the antitrust laws. Certainly we agree entirely that the cases about prices are important and they matter, whether they happen to be monopoly cases or whether they happen to be cartel cases. Those are I think there's been widespread agreement about that type of case, not just in the US, but around the world for a very long time. But there is another branch of antitrust that has waxed and waned over the years. We seem to be in a wane right now, but that is the exclusionary practices cases where somebody is, in fact, taking some sort of strategic action to push a competitor out of the market. Now, that competitor might not be a mom and pop, inefficient, small dealer and worthy man. Notice that it's men who we're talking about.
That's Peckham.
Right. It could be, just another maverick kind of firm in the market, somebody who's annoying, somebody who you think that if you can just get them out of the way, you can raise prices. And I think those cases matter too. And so I think it's entirely within both the historical scope of the US antitrust laws and the policy scope to reach them. Now, what the Supreme Court likes to say is a phrase, ironically, which came from the 1954 Brown Shoe decision, which not many people of Frank's persuasion would put up there on the pantheon.
Certainly
but
not.
in the Brown Shoe decision, the court came up with this catchy little phrase: the antitrust laws are for the protection of competition, not competitors. And the phrase lay dormant until 1977, when the Continental TV against GTE's Sylvania decision came down, and the court resuscitated it in quite a different setting, certainly than the Brown Shoe merger case, and has clung to it since then. You can find quite a few repetitions of that citation. Sometimes they go all the way back to Brown Shoe, sometimes they pretend it began with Sylvania. It doesn't matter. But I've always myself thought it's fine to say that, and I understand that if you had a market with a decent number of participants, maybe the antitrust laws don't really care if it's distributor A who's distributing the product or distributor B, because the ultimate effect of choice in the market and price is going to be the same. So if A isn't such a good distributor and leaves and B pops in, okay. But you are not going to have any competition unless you have competitors. And I think that it is very important to find a way of making sure that the exclusionary practices branch of antitrust law doesn't get lost in the shuffle.
Well, as Diane said, we have some disagreement about this. I think not about that principle. Right? If the taxi industry had figured out a way to dynamite the headquarters of Uber when it was just being created and gotten rid of a very disruptive factor in the market, they would have been much happier and consumers would have been less happy. The difficulty is finding those cases when another firm in the industry screams foul and cries unfair. Because the most vigorous competition, the thing we want the antitrust laws to protect, injures rivals, injures business rivals, injures them seriously, knocks them out of business. And of course, if you're thinking about the discovery in antitrust cases, you will inevitably go into the files and see, we're going to kill so-and-so, right? But of course, that's consistent with lowering the price, producing better products. Right? The question becomes, do we have a good algorithm, something that judges can follow, to distinguish the results of hard competition on business rivals from those things that will actually be deleterious to welfare in the end? And I'm very skeptical that we have a good way of doing that.
And just taking this, so if you take this argument to the extreme, so it would be perfectly okay for a market to have only one competitor if it's the most efficient and there's no illegal behavior specifically?
Well, if it's a natural monopoly, you would expect only one competitor. But anybody who says he's a natural monopoly is almost certainly lying.
But what worries me about that, and maybe we'll get into this in a few minutes, is I think you're in trouble by the time you're down to 3 competitors, to be honest, because one of the things the antitrust laws have been quite ineffective at doing, and it also happens to be something that the people who write legislation in Congress actually can't figure out what to do with either, is the problem of oligopoly. Everything that's been tried has been a flop. And so once you get to that point, you just have natural human behavior to deal with. People can pick up the Wall Street Journal and figure out what their competitors are doing and pricing. They're not agreeing. They're not doing a single thing that the Sherman Act reaches. Let's assume it's at 33, 33, 33 oligopoly, so nobody's dominant or even attempt. So you just can't get at it. So my feeling has always been, again, in my interest in keeping enough competitors there that as a structure of the market, you can have successful competition and all the benefits that we expect to get from it, is you've got to do your merger policy right, because I'm not sanguine about finding some legislation that's going to solve this problem. It was tried during the 60s, it was tried during the 70s, people have been throwing bills in the hopper even now. Maybe I'm wrong, be glad to read anything somebody gives me, but it's been a difficult record.
I remember when I arrived on the faculty of the University of Chicago in 1979, I started attending the Industrial Organization Workshop and the Law and Economics Workshop and some others, populated, often attended by George Stigler and Gary Becker and others. And one of the phrases that was very common in those workshops and backed up by a decent amount of empirical work was that in markets, there were only 4 numbers that mattered: 1, 2, 3, and every other number, right? By the time you had 4, you had effective competition. 3 is risky. 2 is real problem.
That's
I think he sets it too low, actually. I mean, there's a number, maybe it's 7, a bit, but 4, I'm thinking of the number of cereal companies or the number of gas companies.
That's an empirical question. I was dumping on empirical work in litigation, in part because a lot of it is predictive, and in part because it takes time to do good econometric work. But you have, after a merger has been either approved or disapproved, or a given practice has been approved or disapproved, there's plenty of time, right? You mentioned that I was, at least for 6 or 7 years, one of the editors of the Journal of Law and Economics, founded by Aaron Director, continued by Ronald Coase. They specialized, at least in the early years, and to some extent still now, in long-term studies of cases where there had been mergers, or where the court had found predatory pricing, or where, right? And you come back 20 years later and look, what have the numbers told you of what you can actually add up in all that time? And that phrase, 1, 2, 3, and every other number, was a way of summing up what was there. Like any other easy summation, it is, of course, wrong at the edges, and it's, of course, subject to challenge. But it embodies a wisdom that you will never get in litigation as it's ongoing. Because you may all think litigation takes a long time, and we think it does too. But in many ways, it really moves too fast for an efficient, careful study of what's happening in these markets.
So let me build on this. So how much do you actually pay attention to academic debates? Because I think that's something we're discussing today. John Walker introduced some evidence. We can discuss the evidence of that maybe 6 players might actually lead to already higher prices. So let me ask this a different way.
I'm all in favor of more data about that.
No, but what was the last academic article on antitrust you remember reading?
I read the Journal of Law and Economics cover to cover when it comes out. There are always studies, right? None that's standing out at the moment. I read the Journal of Empirical Legal Studies cover to cover when it comes out, but there's less about antitrust. And I read the Journal of Law and Economics and Organization, less about antitrust, but one that stands out, none that comes to mind at the moment.
Diane, what was the last one that you remember reading?
Well, I read the Yale Law article by Sanjukta Paul, and I read some of the books that have been coming out about labor markets and just different things when I find the time. But I want to make an important point here, which I hope that people pay attention to as you are debating what you think the courts can do and what they can't do. Lots of the summaries that I read for this program caused me to think these are fine policy debates, but they, number one, don't really fully take into account that at least Frank and I are not our own bosses. We have 9 other bosses in Washington. And we could be as persuaded as we could possibly be by an article. And if it doesn't comport with what the Supreme Court is saying, the article is just so much intellectual fun. I mean, it's not something that we can do that much about. Sometimes as you read these articles, you realize that there's some play in the joints. You know, if the court has left the door open, for example, for empirical evidence, we think it's very unlikely that a predatory pricing conspiracy could last this long, but if you can show us some evidence, we'll listen, you know, something like that. Okay, that's something that we can work with. So that's one caution I would put out there. The other one is the reason we're talking so much about judges in the United States is because we do not have the same kind of centralized enforcement discretion in the federal agencies that our counterparts pretty much everywhere else around the world have. We have private litigation. We have the state attorneys general. We have the Justice Department. We have the FTC. You know, it's like come one, come all, you know, and bring your cases to the courts. And so you don't have that kind of opportunity to incorporate whatever the latest economic thinking is into your actual final product law. Maybe it's the agencies, if they can persuade a court to do something, that's fine, but the courts themselves in a hierarchical system are going to need either to find some room in a Supreme Court decision to operate, or Congress is going to have to step in and say, we don't want you doing this anymore. And I just happened to be in my law school office earlier this week, and I just got forgotten that I had done this, but I had written a foreword to some little book that was a compilation of all the legislation that Congress had ever passed in the antitrust area up to the date of that book. So it was big things that you know, Sherman Act, Clayton Act, Robinson-Patman Act, whatever. It was things like, you know, the Newspaper Preservation Act and the Soft Drink Bottlers Act and the Webb Pomerine Act and all these like little things that were in there. And so Congress does act sometimes. Whether this is a great thing or not such a great thing might depend on where you stand.
I wanted to build on that. So Daniel Crane has this terrific article on antitrust, anti-textualism. Sorry, that's a hard one to say. Basically, he claims that the history of antitrust policy is Congress expanding enforcement and the courts cutting it down. And then most of the changes that we've seen in antitrust policy since the 70s or the 80s are mostly court-driven. So is this something that in any way worries you about some kind of democratic deficit or not when people talk about this as just part of the evolution of the common law?
It certainly doesn't worry me. I don't know how many of you have read what I think of as the greatest opinion in the history of antitrust, written by William Howard Taft when he was on the Sixth Circuit in Addiston Pipe and Steel, shortly after the Sherman Act is passed and the Addiston Pipe merger is challenged. Taft goes back and he tries to reconstruct the history of the Sherman Act and the history of the common law of mergers. And he says, look, he says in the bottom line, look, this is really picking up the English common law of competition, but changing it in a fundamental way. In English law, cartels were not enforceable, but now they're illegal. They can actually be prosecuted. But that is a deep understanding of where we came from. It identifies the Sherman Act as part of a common law tradition, but making it criminally and judicially enforceable. And that's basically what judges have done ever since. The modern, what you're referring to is the modern willingness of the Supreme Court to describe the Sherman Act as a common law statute really began with Justice Brandeis's opinion in the Chicago Board of Trade case, where he says, look, statute says all combinations, contracts, or conspiracies in restraint of trade are hereby declared to be unlawful. But every contract is in restraint of trade. Once I agree to sell you 2 tons of plate steel, I've agreed not to sell it to somebody else. The contract is in that sense in restraint of trade, but the contract is essential to trade. And so you've got to have some common law overlay on that. You can't stop with the language, because if you do, you're condemning the very practice of competition. Right? I mean, just think about any firm internally has lots of cooperation and lots of things that restrain trade inside the firm, the better to compete outside the firm. There isn't really any rule for how big a firm should be. That was the point Ronald Coase made in his famous article on the theory of the firm. At some point, it becomes cheaper, more efficient to do something by market, and at some point it's more cheaper to do it by command inside a firm. And you can read the Sherman Act until your eyes glaze over, but it won't tell you where that is, and it's not going to sit still. It will change as economic circumstances change. And if the judges don't understand that, you know, we have trouble.
But judges are less and less appointed for their economic expertise, right? Does this worry you?
Actually.
Yeah. So is this something that, like, such a fundamental part of economic policy is driven by judges deciding specific cases?
Or for that matter, driven by the Antitrust Division. Diane mentioned the Robinson-Patman Act, which I assume most people in this room think of as an unmitigated disaster, and which the Justice Department has refused to enforce now for probably close to 50 years. The FTC, well, it was Representative Patman thought the FTC would be the big enforcer of the Robinson-Patman Act. And for a little while it did, and it finally gave up in the 70s after, I don't want to give myself too much credit, after I managed to lose a Robinson-Patman Act case in the Supreme Court, naming as the respondent the Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company, whose behavior had given rise to the act. If by the 70s you can't convict the Great A&P Tea Company of violating the Robinson-Patman Act, it's toast.
Do you agree, Diane? Do you think courts are well equipped to drive these changes in policy?
Well, I want to be careful in what our starting point is. If our starting point is, as it probably should be, that the antitrust law that we have, for better or for worse, is the 1890 Sherman Act supplemented by the 1914 Clayton Act, then you do have some rather Delphic language, and I'm a big fan of Addison Pipe and Steel too. Actually, I think it's a very fine opinion, and I've cited it, and actually I find in it also the caution that the English common law had against overly expansive covenants not to compete. A narrowly tailored covenant not to compete was fine. That preserved the value of the business you were selling. But if it was too expansive, it interfered with a person's right to ply his trade. Mm-hmm. And so there was a sense of market access even in the Addison Pipe and Steel case. So if you're dealing with the Sherman Act and that's what you've got, then the corollary that the court is going to put some meat on the bones, and that's going to be informed probably by a lot of things. It's going to be informed by the economics of the day. It's going to be informed by the industries of the day, the trade practices. How do those industries interact with each other? We hear a huge amount these days about what are we going to do with the giant tech firms and, you know, the Googles and the whatever. Of course, I don't know what they're doing to themselves right now, but perhaps laying people off, but the last I heard. But in any event, so yes, the economic theory matters, but the way competition is occurring matters. At what scale competition is occurring also matters a lot. Is it some little town in the middle of nowhere where it's just a isolated little spot? Is it, as is true with many things, the entire globe? That's going to also factor in. So we have this very elastic kind of go forth and think, you know, statute, and that's what the courts have been trying to do. If that's what you bought, then sometimes they're going to see things in the light of one economic theory. New economic theories can come along. I'll give you the example. in the field of predation of, let's just say, skepticism that predation really could ever work, but that was against an economics that hadn't yet been really grappling with the insights of price theory and other kinds of things that showed that things that on the surface didn't look like they could be economically feasible actually could be economically feasible. And I'll just conclude by saying the problem that I have with some of this, especially with this just throw anything into the hopper you want, all your economics, is we have made the law almost impossible to enforce. I mean, you can't really bring a promising antitrust case without a tremendous investment in the best economists that you can find and the best empirical studies. And a lot of people just can't afford it.
Yeah, Diane and I agree completely. We need simple rules.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And we judges are responsible for too much complication in these rules, but we'll also point the finger at our bosses.
Two more questions and I open, so please prepare your questions and I move. So I think building on this, so Michael Carrier has a study showing that basically plaintiffs always lose on rule of reason cases. No, they lose like 96% of the judgments, basically. Is this something that worries you at all, or is this something that you think is just, that's how the law should be and that's fine?
I would say it depends which cases they're bringing, because in the, I remember an opinion that Dick Posner wrote, the Valley Liquors case, if I'm remembering correctly, but he was saying you can bring the rule of reason into the realm of things that are subject to sensible prediction if you realize that if you're talking about the rule of reason, if the firms have virtually no market power, nothing they do is going to really affect anybody. So you can actually get rid of a lot of rule of reason cases that way. And if you then put the other overlay on and you say, one of my favorite antitrust cases, the BMI ASCAP case, and just because people have gotten together doesn't necessarily mean they've cartelized. You have to ask, what are they doing? Well, in that case, the court decides they were actually, through the package license, creating a new product, and it was a very efficient, desirable new product that people wanted. So it would have been folly to have condemned that, quote, per se. So they eventually goes back, to the Second Circuit and other things happen. But it was an interesting rule of reason case. So I think the rule of reason depends what you mean, by it. If you just have like a giant cauldron and you have all sorts of things in it and you pull one thing out and it says affirmed and another thing out that says reversed, that's no good.
But the assumption of this would be that basically 96% of private litigation is just bad litigation. Is this how you see, basically?
You need to see what's the market that they're operating, I would say.
And it's a surprising number because it implies that the plaintiffs' lawyers are shooting themselves in the foot, right? Many of these lawsuits are brought on contingent fee, and if you're losing all but 4% of your cases, how are you going to even cover the costs of running your firm, right? What the economics of litigation would suggest what you really want to do is look not at the percentage of wins and losses, but what's the average settlement value of the cases that are settled. And of course, we know many, many more cases are settled than are litigated to judgment.
Oh, many more. And the other thing, certainly to remember, I don't know what this data show, but I would want myself to draw temporal lines between, let's say, pre-Sylvania, post-Legion,
That's new data is about the 2000s, I think from 2008 to 2000.
Yeah, because a lot of cases for a long time were being brought in the vertical area, and once the Supreme Court sort of put that to an end with the Legion Creative Leathers, I would be surprised that people were bringing too much.
And my final question that I open, and I see Steve already is jumping to ask questions. So I think what it comes out of this conversation is that you seem fairly confident that the economic scholarship is ultimately making its way to the courts, right? But in a way, there seems to be a disconnect between many areas of the evolution of economic knowledge. Think of, vertical restraints where there's almost a per se presumption almost of legality. Let's see, very few cases are won on purely vertical grounds. And the notion of foreclosure that comes out of the scholarship overall. So how long do you think is the lag between what happens, the advancement in economic scholarship and the knowledge, and by the time the courts process it, or do they always process it?
Historically, antitrust law long preceded economic knowledge. there wasn't a good theory of cartel behavior until Joan Robinson created it in the 1930s, long after the Sherman Act, right? Around the same time, Frank Knight and friends are founding what's now often referred to as the Chicago School of Economics and questioning many of the Supreme Court's decisions. It took 40 years for that to influence the decisions of the Supreme Court, right? If there is some other movement, I mean, I'm not going to Thomas Kuhn's extreme of suggesting that the only way you get change is for the proponents of the old view to die. Because given the lifetime tenure of federal judges, that can be a really long turnover period, right? But there is a long incubation period when new theories really have to prove themselves in some way, have to commend themselves to people entering the field.
It's pretty slow, and you also have to ask, how does it actually reach the desk first of the district court judge, which obviously neither one of us is. And it does so largely because you've got good antitrust lawyers who themselves are expert in the economics, and they know how to communicate. So they know how to take the reports that their experts have created and distill them in some way that's going to reach at least one hopes the judge, maybe the judge's law clerks. The judge's law clerks who were more recently in school, perhaps exposed to this thinking in a way. And then further lag before it gets into this. But remember, I always like to remind people of this, 1.5% of all civil cases filed in the federal district courts are resolved after full proceedings in a jury trial. 1.5%. So as Frank just said, they'll be thrown out on 12b-6, they'll be thrown out on summary judgment, they'll be settled, something else happens, but they very rarely actually go to a final decision.
Yeah. Diane mentioned law clerks who can, in principle, bring new knowledge. But many of you have been to law school yourselves, and law schools don't teach people how to do a multivariate regression, right? Even the antitrust class that Diane and I taught, introduced a little bit of calculus so you could understand the concept of an elasticity, right? But actually teaching how to do a regression, that whole process of gathering data, of forming the equation, of forming a hypothesis and testing a hypothesis, taught in grad schools, but not taught in law schools. So even among the younger lawyers, we don't see people who bring those skills to the table, either as judges or as law clerks.
Unless you deliberately try to hire them.
Yeah.
Some of them are there in the pool.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Let's open for Q&A. They asked me to remind you that they cannot comment on pending cases, so please don't ask questions about, I don't know, like, Steve, please. Just wait for the mic so people can hear you.
Thank you. Interesting talk. Speaking of Addison Pipe, I've done a lot of thinking recently about out-of-market benefits and whether they should be permitted to offset harms in the relevant market. So we know from Philadelphia National Bank that out-of-market benefits don't count. Outside of mergers, Addison Pipe, the harms and benefits were in the same market. In Amex, it was all in the same two-sided platform market. Same in Legion, it was all within the same market. So I'm wondering, Bork, I think, sort of would have counted out-of-market benefits in his version of the ancillary restraints doctrine. So I was wondering if you guys could talk about that.
Well, I'll say a few words about it. Which is roughly, courts have had a dickens of a time dealing with claims of offsetting harms and benefits, even in the same market. Judges have been very reluctant to say, well, we think your merger is going to produce some efficiencies in production, and it's also going to produce monopoly prices for consumers, and we're trying to offset them. Enforcement agencies have been more willing to consider those kinds of things in deciding what cases to bring. I think judges have rightly been very skeptical of trying to perform that, even within one market. And I would be highly doubtful that we could make things better by looking outside markets, too.
But
Yeah.
doesn't Legion tell you to do that?
I don't know that Legion tells you to do that.
No.
So I think the theme that we're both in our own ways talking about, even though my rules might be a little different from Frank's, is we need rules that can be administered by ordinary human judges. And I would say, in following that thought along, that maybe the Supreme Court has been a little too enthusiastic to throw away some of the per se rules that it had. They're not perfect. No per se rule is ever going to be perfect. But you could work with them and give judges much greater guidance. And if you had a rule that said, stick with the in-market benefits, that would be something that courts could administer. It becomes quite complicated to do those trade-offs. I'm not sure which part of Legion, insists that you do that.
Any more questions, or now is the moment to ask? So feel free. No, please, over there.
This, I think, picks up on Steve's question and your responses. You both talk about relatively simple rules, and I wonder if that has or will lead to emphasis on either preventing over-enforcement or preventing under-enforcement, right? And that seems to be one of the debates now, that, Judge Easterbrook's famous article, Limits of Antitrust, sort of did emphasize simple rules, and the courts apparently have focused on over-enforcement. And I think you need complex rules to sort of balance, both errors, minimize the cost of both errors, so to speak. So I wonder where you come out on that.
When a judge condemns a business practice, whether it's a merger or something that looks like a cartel or an exclusionary practice, the judge doesn't think that's over-enforcement, right? Just by definition. If the judge thought it was, the judge would have decided the case otherwise. If you're thinking about over-enforcement and under-enforcement, type 1 and type 2 errors, you need to think systemically about what rules you want judges to carry out. And you can put a bias in the rules that makes it harder to catch things, to prevent over-enforcement. You mentioned my article, The Limits of Antitrust. I argued there that if the judge makes a mistake and does not condemn some practice, competition will eventually undermine it, right? That may take time. Think about the rocket business. The federal government wanted the two major U.S. rocket producers, Boeing and I forget what the other one was, to form United Launch Alliance, and the price for the government dramatically went up. The Department of Defense actually wanted that. It took a long time for SpaceX to enter the business and bring the prices back down again. But that did, in fact, happen. So there was an error of under-enforcement and a market response. Delayed, market responses are always delayed. But if the alternative had been something like, you can't have any mergers in the rocket business, that legal rule is very difficult to displace. I mean, there's already been mention tonight of Ligon, which overturned the Dr. Miles medical case after what, 103 years? Where it had been, I think, pretty well established that Dr. Miles was not doing economic good for people. And even the dissent in Ligon, Justice Breyer's dissent in Ligon says, well, you know, the majority's economic theory may be all right, but we're in favor of stare decisis. Getting rid, markets move slowly at undermining an incorrect failure to condemn something. but they move relatively fast compared to an incorrect condemnation, which is in the world of 103 years, or if you try to do something about it, you'll be put in jail. I would rather make one kind of error than the other error.
It's interesting.
So I don't see it quite that way because, because I am very worried about the length of time it takes to fix the under-enforcement error. I think of the Kodak case, for example, where the Kodak people had clearly a monopoly and were charging monopoly prices in film until literally digital, your phone came along as the camera. It was a good century. And I think antitrust enforcement is not that inefficient. And so if we had preserved better competition, I think there was a lot of room to protect consumers from those prices. And by the same token, I would say, sure, the Dr. Miles example is 103 years. Sylvania, it took 10 years to overrule Schwinn. It was like lightning speed by these standards.
Yes.
And so I'm not sure just because it's a wrong decision. Sometimes Congress acts quickly. Look at the Ledbetter case. I know it's not antitrust, but so I
wouldn't want to limit it to Dr. Miles. I mean, think about Brulat against Thisco, where one of my colleagues on the Seventh Circuit wrote an opinion needling the Supreme Court, saying that, the work you've been doing in antitrust tells you really ought to overrule this case.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe 5 years ago, they wrote an opinion. Elena Kagan,
wrote it,
another
yes,
Chicago professor,
yes,
writes an opinion saying, well, all the economics suggest that Brulat was wrong and injurious, but it's a statutory case, and patent law is not as loosey-goosey as antitrust law, so we're not overruling it. I think there are an awful lot of examples of what people will concede is erroneous over-enforcement that we can't, it seems, do anything about.
Frank, have your views changed at all since you wrote The Limits of Antitrust, or how do you see it?
I don't want to say I'm like the Bourbons who learned nothing and forgot nothing. But no,
but why not?
I worried in The Limits of Antitrust about what we've just been talking about the disproportionate costs of error, that markets will undermine monopolies faster than any procedure deals with legal errors. And I still think that's true. I've watched more legal errors. I watched with delight when Dr. Miles was overruled. And I was disappointed when Brulat against Thies Company was not overruled. I watched with delight when State Oil against Kahn overrules the per se rule against fixing maximum prices.
Albrecht.
Which was an outrage of a rule, right? So legal rules can change, but I still think there's this differential stickiness, and that should lead to some accommodation in how we phrase antitrust rules.
So maybe you've all got a challenge for the next empirical study. You can check on Judge Easterbrook's examples and see how it comes out.
I am strongly in favor of empirical work done by other people for me to read.
So it's such a privilege to hear from both of you tonight. And I was struck, Judge Easterbrook, hearing about both Coase, of course, and in the nature of the firm, whom you cited, really talking about, as you said, command displacing competition, right? And you also mentioned your Adam Smith tie, I think. And Adam Smith was very concerned about corporate privileges and, sort of had this idea of a utopia of owner-operators, and sort of the corporation itself was a concern to him. Senator Sherman was really concerned about control. So these all three of these people are concerned about control and domination. And Senator Sherman, I think, in the debates said something about the problem with Standard Oil was leaving the business and the business and the transportation of the country to a few men sitting at their council board. And so I'm wondering to hear from both of you whether a concern with control and domination, displacing competition, but potentially also displacing dispersed decision-making, which could be facilitated potentially by other areas of law, like labor law, is an appropriate concern of antitrust law, and also how working with other areas of law, if so, could play a role.
Well, I'll answer that in a generic way. Labor law has goals different from antitrust law, and there are other bodies of law that also have different goals. One of the problems, if you tell somebody like me, or Diane, or the justices of the Supreme Court, to use antitrust law to achieve multiple goals, is that those goals are often incommensurable. I don't know how much of one you get to sacrifice some of the other. In general, when you have an agent, and I think of judges as agents of the legislature in carrying out these rules. When you have an agent, you want to give the agent a clear maximand. If you give the agent multiple maximands, the agent is really in charge. The agent can do anything he or she wants and say, well, I've achieved more of this, and I'm sorry if you think there's less of that, but that's just how it is. But I don't think you want a system in which judges can rationalize any outcome in an antitrust case by having too many things they're trying to achieve. Because then you can never say a decision is wrong. And in addition to the fact that you want to be able to say judges have made an error, you really don't, in the end, want people who you can't vote out of office to have the power to do anything they want. I was asked earlier whether I was troubled by the idea of antitrust as common law. And I'm not troubled by it as long as there is some understood goal that the judges are supposed to be getting at. But if it's just maximize the total welfare of society however you think that should be measured, you're in deep trouble.
I guess what I would say is that there's a distinction in my mind between the motivations of the people who voted for this law, Senator Sherman notably, but he and his colleagues, and what the coverage of the law itself is. People in Congress have all sorts of reasons for voting for laws, and one of them may well be that if we break up these big monopolists, not only are we leaving room for more people to compete in the market, but there may be this ancillary benefit that that the oil business of the country or the railroads or whichever trust you want to focus on won't be essentially a privately run public utility where the interest of the public isn't going to be foremost. So I'm sure that this easily could have been one of their goals, and it's one of the reasons why I think we shouldn't be too quick to say that it was the Borkian notion of just high prices, low output, et cetera, motivating the law. I think that's just too narrow. But I have great sympathy for the idea that you need clear goals. And in my experience, and I know I've given you several international examples, but that's what I did when I was at the Antitrust Division, the countries such as South Africa, such as Canada, even the European Union, that give you goals that seem to point in different directions, don't have the same private right of action that we do. And an enforcement agency in the executive branch or an independent agency, as the South African Competition Authority is, and then goes to the tribunal, they can balance these goals. They're not subject to the objection that Frank is making, because if the government changes, there can be different people on the commission, and the system seems to work in a way. And then the judges can affirm anything that serves any of the goals, but we don't, but unless you have, I mean, both Frank and I share, I think, an antipathy for like 15-factor balancing tests wherever they pop up, because they're just maddening. That no one ever gives you weights on the factors, and you just sort of could flip a coin and be just as principled about it. So in the world that we live in, we probably are doing ourselves a favor at least to keep it in the economic realm, even though once you're there, you haven't finished the debate. I mean, you have to figure out what exactly does economics tell us that we need to control.
I'll conclude with a final question to finalize. So I think it's a fair summary, sorry, to say that if you go to sometimes in the rules in this discussion on antitrust under enforcement, the lawyers first point the finger at the economists, and the economists point the fingers at the lawyers, and then both sides agree there's actually the courts to blame. And so I wonder, how would you respond to that? Would you agree on that?
Judges will, of course, point fingers at the lawyers and the economists. I don't want to accept the premise that there is under-enforcement. It is very difficult to know the optimal amount of enforcement. And it's not clear. I'm perfectly free to recommend other people to do empirical studies to figure out whether more or less would be helpful, and if so, in what part of the law.
I worry about under-enforcement, and I think, as I said earlier, our move away from the kind of rough, at least presumptions that this set of things are not troublesome because there's no market power, and this other set of things you need to look at much more carefully. Maybe attach quick looks or per se rules or whatever to them. I think that would help, because when the reason that enforcement isn't happening, if this is true, and I certainly don't know, but if the reason is the transaction costs of just putting the case together to give this giant mass of stuff, and remember, after Twombly, you even have to have quite a bit to make a plausible claim in your complaint, and heaven help you if you've gotten to the summary judgment stage where, of course, these days it's easy. It's just a link to wherever you've stored things, but there's a lot of material. So if you're just being drowned with the motions that you have to go through, we don't have a good system. We don't have a system that's looking at the merit of whether this practice should or should not be tolerated.
Thank you so much. This was fascinating. Please join me in welcoming Judge Stigler.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's see if I can extricate myself.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I enjoyed it.
It was really, really nice. It was a very good discussion. So.
I think you'd be surprised to find that most people in the audience think the Robinson patent.
I'm trying to just extricate before I